Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. A massive Russian attack devastates Kyiv, leaving at least 20 dead as Zelenskyy vows to retaliate. Washington sends Tehran a clear warning, drawing a red line over any changes to the Strait of Hormuz. And the World Cup knockout stage delivers late twists as the US, England and Belgium all advance to the last 16. Russian forces launched a massive overnight drone and missile attack on Kyiv, killing at least 20 people and injuring around 90. Ukrainian officials say the strikes hit residential areas and civilian infrastructure across the capital. Moscow says it targeted military sites in response to recent Ukrainian attacks inside of the country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy visited one of the strike sites and vowed that Ukraine would retaliate. Take a listen.
Russia is striking civilian targets solely to force Ukraine to surrender its state, to drive a wedge between civil society and the army. That's what they've been counting on throughout the entire war. That won't happen.
Will there be a response to this Russian attack?
Definitely.
For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Goncharenko. Oleksiy, it's always great to have you on the show there. We just heard from President Zelenskyy. He also said that he hopes to meet President Trump at next week's NATO summit. How important could that meeting be for Ukraine, particularly as US-backed peace efforts appear to have stalled after the latest attack by Russia?
Hello. Unfortunately, already 21 victims killed and many wounded. And as you see, Russia really continues its terror against civilians. So it is super important meeting of President Zelenskyy with President Trump, because President Trump is one of two persons in the world who can really influence Russian dictator Putin. One is President Trump, and second is Chinese chairman Xi Jinping. But we all understand that our hopes, Ukrainian hopes, are first of all President Trump, because United States are our ally. And we hope that President Trump will finally find the way to put pressure on Putin and to realize his promise to end this war, not in 24 hours, like it was said, but let it be in a year and a half or even in 2 years. But we need to end this war. And we put our hopes in President Trump for this.
Oleksiy, you just mentioned the Chinese leader there, Xi Jinping. What difference can he make to negotiations and talks, and how could he possibly bring peace?
I spoke about China just because that's the fact that there is two countries which Russia is afraid of, is United States and China. So, unfortunately, I don't see that Chairman Xi wants to intrude in this situation and to make Putin to agree for peace, because Ukraine is ready to end the war on the current lines. The war for the last 2 years is more or less stalemate. There is no much changes in front line during the last 2 years. But during these 2 years, tens of thousands of people died from both sides. So Chairman Xi is just watching on this. But if United States will not be successful in their efforts, in this case, maybe China will involve. I don't know. My personal dream and my personal view is that the best option will be if United States will put a real pressure on Russia, the real pressure which United States can put on Russia, and to show that Putin will not achieve his goals in Ukraine and needs to stop this war on the current lines, meaning that, yes, he will control part of Ukrainian territories in the status of illegally occupied. So that is also good, we couldn't say deal, but scenario for Putin too. So that's what I am thinking about.
It's interesting that you talk about territory, because I wonder if that's something that Volodymyr Zelenskyy would agree with, because he's always said that giving up Ukrainian territory would be extremely difficult. And how would the Ukrainian people feel about that?
In March of last year, Ukraine said, we agree to end the war on the current lines, meaning that part of Ukrainian territories will stay as illegally occupied by Russian Federation, and we will then seek a diplomatic ways to restore our territorial integrity, not a military. So that's something which Ukraine agreed almost a year and a half ago. And the only reason why the war continues is because Putin does not agree on this. He was claiming that he will take the whole Ukraine, or big part of Ukraine, or at least eastern part of Ukraine till last summer, then this summer, but he failed. Russian gains on the front line, on the battlefield, are very, very incremental, tiny, if they are at all. So that's time for President Trump to say to Putin, you know, you had time to prove what you said. You failed. Stop this war immediately, because this is a threat to the world's security, and we will not let it unpunished.
Oleksiy, Russia says its latest attacks are in response to a series of Ukrainian strikes which have actually hit deep inside of Russian territory, also affecting energy hubs in the country. Do you think that that is justification for what Russia is doing?
It's clear. It's absolute hypocrisy, and it's just an attempt to justify these awful attacks. This war was started by Russia. This war was unprovoked by Ukraine. This war happens on Ukrainian soil. This war happens despite the fact that Russia signed many agreements with Ukraine, recognizing our territorial integrity and our borders, which now they violated. So it's even nothing to commend when Russia is saying retaliate. Retaliate for what? For the war that they started?
Moscow says it's launching long-range, high-precision weapons from air, land and sea, Oleksiy. What more does Ukraine need from its Western allies in order to keep itself safe at the moment?
If their weapons is really has a high precision, then it means that Russia attacks civilian buildings, attacking ambulance stations, attacks schools and kindergartens, because that's what was hit in Kyiv during last night. What should be done by our allies? We need more support. We need more air defense, because it will save many lives. We need more sanctions against Russia to show to Putin that he will not achieve his goals.
And Oleksiy, with both sides escalating long-range strikes, do you see any realistic path to reducing the violence, or do you think further escalation is now inevitable?
The only way is through American intervention in a diplomatic way to make Putin agree to stop the war on the current lines. That's the only way which I see, and I hope so much that it will happen. And I want to address to President Trump, it's time to be a peacemaker, and it's time to realize what he promised when he said that he will stop this war. There is right now where it is. That's the only viable option, and now it's time just to make Putin to agree on this.
Oleksiy Goncharenko, thank you so much for your time with me today. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
The US has delivered a clear warning to Iran over the Strait of Hormuz following the latest round of indirect talks in Doha. According to Al Arabiya sources, Washington has rejected any attempt to alter the status quo in the strategic waterway. The US is also treating the issue as the first test of Tehran's commitment to a recently agreed memorandum of understanding, with another round of talks expected later this month. For more on this, I'm joined by Scott Lucas, Professor of International Politics at the Clinston Institute in University College Dublin. Scott, always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me today. Qatar says positive progress was made at these talks in Doha. And I just wonder what tangible progress was actually achieved, and can either side point to a genuine breakthrough?
I think progress, and I understand why the Qatari mediators are saying this, Leigh Ann, is just simply that we will have another round of technical discussions. Qatar says that will be after the funeral ceremonies for the late Iranian Supreme Leader, which culminate on July the 9th. Beyond that, as your introduction explained, no, we haven't progressed that much farther on key issues, beginning with the Strait of Hormuz. And it's really important to note that the Iranian interpretation of the Memorandum of Understanding, and there's some support for this, said that the Strait of Hormuz will not return to its pre-February 28th, its pre-war status as a waterway under the UN Convention on Law of the Sea, open to all. In other words, there'll be a management system for the strait, and of course, Iran says it will be involved with that. They would hope, alongside the Gulf state of Oman, probably charging, they won't charge tolls, but they'll look to charge fees, maritime fees, for what's that worth. Now, having sort of boxed itself in to negotiate on Iranian terms, because Donald Trump signed a draft without showing it to his senior advisors, the Americans are trying to undo that. The Americans are trying to say, well, no, there's no chance whatsoever of Iran controlling the strait. And also, the U.S. is trying to unpick that in practice by encouraging ships to use this coastal route along the Omani coast to get out of the waterway, which is why Iran on a couple of occasions has fired on shipping. And then, of course, the U.S. has responded to that by firing on military sites and ports on the southern Iranian coast.
And Scott, you're talking about the Memorandum of Understanding there, and there's been a lot of discussion about the vagueness in the language and how this is actually putting both sides and the negotiators in a very difficult position, because it appears the US is reading it one way and Iran is reading it one way. How difficult is it to actually negotiate at the moment with this vague language? And like you said, one side is reading it differently, especially when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. And how dangerous is this potentially going forward?
It makes it difficult, Leigh Ann, because normally when you bring out a memorandum of understanding, both sides have agreed, as it were, on the agenda, on the terms. What happened here is that Iran, back in March, began circulating this 14-point proposal. It was almost a wish list. And when the Americans ceased-fired on April the 7th, they agreed to negotiate on the basis of that. So Iran had set the terms, which include, by the way, discussing the Strait of Hormuz and financial rewards for Iran for opening the strait before you talk about the nuclear program. And as I said, when Donald Trump almost 3 weeks ago signed a draft of the memorandum without consulting his senior advisors, he effectively agreed to play on the Iranians' turf, as it were. Now that means, you know, that not everything is set out in detail in the memo, far from it, but that the general lines are there. And the general lines are, despite the Trump administration trying to push this away, yes, you will have a management system for the strait. Yes, Iran in return will get sanctions relief, will get unfreezing of at least some of its assets, and will get, although it's vague, this private investment and reconstruction fund of up to $300 billion that someone will fund. And then and only then will you discuss the nuclear issue. And it looks to be on the basis of enriched uranium staying inside Iran, albeit diluted to a lower level. You know, those are the general terms that are there in the memo. But now the Trump folks know if they agree to that, it looks like they're giving way to the Iranians, especially to those in the United States who say this deal is not nearly hard enough on Tehran.
And you said this MOU is basically an Iran wish list. And my next question is, from the Trump administration perspective, how do you think these talks are going? Because Donald Trump yesterday was very positive. He said the talks are going well. J.D. Vance has said a very similar thing.
Well, that's the Trump tactics, Leigh Ann, with respect. You'll also note that Donald Trump sometimes says, oh, but I might go back to war with Iran. You know, in other words, if I don't like what's going on, J.D. Vance, who is against the war in the first place, has to keep playing up the idea that we're making progress towards a deal, but that it's on American terms. Yeah. The reality, Leigh Ann, is however this is negotiated, the Trump administration really only had two options as of April. Either they had to persist with trying to get regime surrender by putting in ground troops, or they had to go to talks with the Iranians, with Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Once they decided not to put the ground troops in, then they were locked into going into talks with the Iranians having this leverage. And that's just something they can't escape unless they can break the Iranian hold on the Strait of Hormuz, which is what they have tried to do unsuccessfully, including with the ill-fated Project Freedom. They're boxed into talks with Iran at least being able to have, as it were, the upper hand in terms of what's on the agenda.
And Scott, what do you make of the talks that happened in Doha? Because Donald Trump did say that his envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, would be having direct talks with Iranian officials. Obviously, that didn't happen. The talks were indirect. Do you think that this was a real sort of embarrassment for the Trump administration, or was it Iran trying to get the upper hand again?
It's Iranian tactics, Leigh. And remember that when we had the first set of talks back in April in Pakistan, the Iranians then said, no, we're not going to go to a second set of talks. They left the Vice President, J.D. Vance, hanging. Then, a few weeks ago, when the Memorandum of Understanding was signed, there was to be a ceremony in Switzerland. That was preempted by Trump signing it in France. But then the Iranians stood up J.D. Vance. They did not meet him in Switzerland. This time, they let the Trump folks show, almost in a sense of, we really want these talks, we really want these talks, by sending the envoys, Witkoff and Kushner. And then the Iranians say, initially, oh, well, we're not going to talk to you. And then saying, okay, we'll send a lower level delegation for indirect talks. And each time the Iranians do this, what they're hoping to do is to get slightly better terms when the talks resume. They're trying to, in other words, to just simply say to the Americans, you really want to get this deal. You really want to get it, don't you? Well, we're going to keep on pulling back just a bit, until you give us a bit more what we want.
And I want to move on slightly to talk about Israel, because Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz recently said Iran's supreme leader Mujtaba Khamenei is marked for his death. He's reportedly skipping his father's funeral over security concerns. What do you make of this? And do you think Israel and Lebanon could be a real sticking point when it comes to the US and Iran signing a final peace deal?
Oh, it is an obstacle. Now, on the Iran dimension, you know, Israel Katz is just saying what the Israel operations are, targeted assassinations. That's what they did on the first day of this war by killing the supreme leader, dozens of officials and commanders. Whether or not they can carry out those assassinations will depend on what the Americans say. And I doubt the Americans will approve that while they're in talks. When it comes to Lebanon, we need to be very clear that what the Israelis are trying to do is to establish a long-term occupation of about 6% of Lebanese territory, about 10 kilometers inside the country in the south, the way they've established an occupation of 60% of Gaza. So they don't get regime change in Iran, but they get, in a sense, a greater Israel with this occupation that Katz announced. He effectively said, we are now indefinitely going to be in Gaza, in Lebanon, and in Syria. Again, the Americans won't push back on Israel occupying southern Lebanon. They will push back on Israel attacking Beirut. The Iranians won't like Israel occupying southern Lebanon, but their priority is that Hezbollah continues to survive in Beirut. So I think Israel probably will come out occupying this part of Lebanon as we watch to see what happens with the U.S.-Iran talks.
Scott Lucas, as always, great to have you on. Thank you so much for your time and analysis with me.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Let's continue this conversation with Asher Friedman, Executive Director of the Miscavige Institute for National Security. Asher, great to have you on the show. I don't know if you just heard what my previous guest, Scott Lucas, was saying, but he thinks Israel is looking for long-term occupation of southern Lebanon. Is that Israel's end game?
Well, thank you for having me and good evening. Israel wrote explicitly in the Israel-Lebanon Framework Agreement that was facilitated by Secretary Rubio that Israel has no territorial ambitions in Lebanon, and that is correct. If Israel's long-term goal is a security and an end of attacks on its communities. If and when the Lebanese government shows that it's willing and capable of disarming Hezbollah, as it's been required and requested to do for decades by UN Security Council resolutions and others, then Israel would be very happy to let the Lebanese government take control and ensure that no other militias operate in that area. But like I said in Gaza, right, the problem is that Hamas still controls Western Gaza. if and when at some point Hamas disarms, if and when at some point the Lebanese government is able to take its country back from this Shia Iranian militia, then I think Israel would be willing and happy and ready to pull back to its borders.
And you mentioned there Hamas inside of Gaza, and Israel is still obviously, we've seen deaths inside of Gaza today due to Israeli strikes, and we see Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel wants to eradicate Hezbollah and Hamas. Do you think that is even possible at the moment? Because we actually see Hamas still controlling Gaza despite what happened.
You're absolutely correct. Hamas still controls Gaza. The aid that's going into Gaza is in the end serving Hamas or its proxies or the families that are affiliated with Hamas. Hamas is still working to rebuild its military capabilities, to smuggle in military means. It's absolutely true. And Israel knows that if it were to, first of all, stop and allow Hamas to rebuild, Hamas could rebuild its terror capabilities. And if it were to withdraw from the part of Gaza that it controls, well, Hamas would be once again on its border, would once again carry out kidnapping attacks. Hamas continues to be dedicated to the goal of wiping Israel off the map. They're very explicit about that. If Israel were to pull back at this current point, Hamas would simply come back in and we'd be back where we were on October 6th. Now, Israel signed President Trump's 20-point plan. It's committed to that 20-point plan, but that 20-point plan is clear that Gaza will be not dominated, not controlled by terror organizations. We have to wait to see whether or not the United States and any of its other allies are able to, in fact, disarm Hamas.
Hezbollah has rejected the Lebanon-Israel framework outright and says it will not disarm. They've been pretty defiant in that. Does that make this agreement unworkable from Israel's perspective, even though you've signed this agreement that was brokered in Washington?
Israel respects the sovereign, duly elected government in Beirut. You have Iran saying, no, we're going to call the shots. We're going to tell Lebanon what they can and can't do. We're going to tell Lebanon which armed groups can control territory, which cannot. Israel, the whole point of signing this agreement was that we want the Lebanese government to take control. But we know that parts of the Lebanese armed forces have been infiltrated by Hezbollah. We know that there are powerful political actors in the government that want to see Hezbollah survive. Now, right now, there are Israeli school children who can't go to school without rockets and drones flying over their heads as they crouch under their desks. There are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Israelis that have had to leave their homes because of this threat of Hezbollah drones. If Lebanon can do the job, great. If they can't, and unfortunately we've seen it again and again that they haven't been able to, then Israel will have to maintain that security activity and security buffer zone in southern Lebanon.
Asha, we're just getting a breaking news line through. Israeli airstrikes targets hospital in southern Lebanon. Is Israel making sure that civilian infrastructure is protected during its strikes on Lebanon at the moment?
So obviously I don't know about this breaking news because we're having this conversation now, but we've seen over the last 3 years that Israel has time and time again told the residents of neighborhoods in Beirut, of neighborhoods of southern Lebanon, very specifically, we are going to strike here. Please leave these areas. I can't imagine, there are very few other militaries that would be fighting a terrorist group and would tell the terrorist groups, we're about to strike you, take the opportunity to leave, maybe bring their computers, maybe bring sensitive equipment, we are going to warn you to leave. Now, Hezbollah, like Hamas, like other terror organizations, understands that when they set up operations in a hospital and Israel strikes, you get headlines, Israel strikes a hospital, right? When those headlines blame Israel, it certainly just encourages them to use that tactic again and again. And we've seen Israel give these warnings, and we've seen Hezbollah continue to use civilian infrastructure. Like when I was serving in IDF reserves in Lebanon, and there were homes, houses, families living, and in the middle of these homes and houses, there were huge Hezbollah weapon storage sites, rockets, explosives, missiles. They put them there precisely because they thought that these civilians would protect their weapons.
And I want to move on a little bit to talk about protests that are happening in Israel at the moment. The protesters are demanding accountability from the government for the October the 7th attacks. Today, it was actually 1,000 days since we saw those attacks. Why have officials in Israel still failed to open a formal independent investigation, which many people are calling for?
That's a good question, Leigh Ann, and that's a very central matter in the vibrant democratic debate that's happening in Israel, in the Israeli parliament, in the Israeli media, and as we've seen also with these protests in the Israeli streets. There is a concern in the government that any kind of commission would be politically tainted or politically opposed or would be appointed by actors that are political opponents, essentially, of the current government. So therefore, they wouldn't get to the truth. They wouldn't be objective. The goal wouldn't really be to correct the faults that were on full display on October 7th. But I think that all Israelis are united in the desire to, A, know what exactly happened on October 7th, and B, to make the corrections and adjustments and adopt the new national security doctrines that will ensure that nothing like this ever happens again.
So is there wider public support across Israel for the protests that are happening? Do they want the government to give them more information on how security was breached on October the 7th?
I think all Israelis ask themselves that question. How could it possibly be that Hamas was able to carry out the massacre that it did, carry out the kidnappings that it did? I think that's a question that, despite all the investigations and leaks, people are still asking themselves, how did that happen? The fact is that Prime Minister Netanyahu there's quite a lot of division. There a significant portion of the population strongly supports him. A significant part of the population strongly opposes him. The fact is that the majority of the mainstream media in Israel strongly opposes him. Much of the legal establishment strongly opposes him. Again, correct or incorrect, but there's definitely a lot of polarization in the country. My personal hope is that after our upcoming elections in 3 or 4 months' times, we'll see a much broader government that will also help heal some of these societal divisions.
Asher Friedman, we should get you on when that election happens. Great to have you on. Your analysis, as always. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
US President Donald Trump traveled to North Dakota on Wednesday for the first trip aboard the new Air Force One. The luxury Boeing 747-8 aircraft, gifted by the Qatari government, underwent extensive upgrades ahead of its presidential debut. Al Arabiya English journalist Wandi Ntengento has this report.
A new paint job, gold fixtures, leather seats with a massage feature and high-tech television sets that allow you to pick from cable news to the latest offerings on Apple TV. This is US President Donald Trump's Qatar-gifted luxury Air Force One jet, which he describes as a flying White House.
So this was a gift from a country that's treated us very well. And they're an ally of us over in the Middle East, Qatar. And I went to Boeing, I said, who has the best one? They said, Qatar. There's never been a plane like it. Frankly, we couldn't build a plane like this because we wouldn't be willing to spend the kind of money necessary.
Much of the jet's design remains a secret, but reporters who toured the $400 million presidential aircraft described an interior with soft shades of brown, beige and cream, complemented with tan walls. The Boeing 747-8 is also 20 feet longer than the previous presidential jet.
The workmanship of this plane is, when you see it, you won't believe it, actually. The quality of woods, the quality of the materials, the quality of the engines. These engines are the finest, they're the best in the world, nothing like it. So it's really an honor, and I want to thank the Emir of Qatar.
While the aircraft has sparked controversy, President Trump is not the first world leader to receive a plane from Qatar. In 2018, Qatar gifted the current Turkish president a Boeing 747, reportedly worth around $500 million, and it was fitted with boardrooms and a medical facility. For now, Trump's new plane will be used temporarily until Boeing delivers 2 new Air Force Ones, which are expected to be delivered in 2 years after a series of delays and cost overruns. Wandi Swandengendo, Al Arabiya English.
Now to the World Cup round of 32. The United States reached the last 16 with a 2-0 win over Bosnia, despite finishing the match with just 10 men. Meanwhile, England also advanced after a late comeback to beat DR Congo 2-1, and Belgium pulled off one of the tournament's biggest comebacks, fighting back from 2 goals down to edge Senegal with a last-gasp penalty in extra time. For more on this, I'm joined by World Cup reporter David Blackmore. David, great to have you on the show. We're going to start with England because you were there. Harry Kane's magical double against DR Congo was the lead story in most of the morning's national newspapers across England. As I said, you were at the game. What was the atmosphere like, and more the emotions?
Yeah, morning, Leigh Ann. It was a very emotional rollercoaster day for so many of the England supporters in Atlanta Stadium. The game kicked off here at 12 noon local time, so the fans were very keen to get into the stadium when the gates opened at 9 a.m. It's an air-conditioned stadium. There is a heat advisory here in Georgia at the moment, so they got in and the atmosphere was really building up to the start of the game. And of course, that was punctured somewhat by Congo's early goal, which then really set the tone for the rest of the match. Congo's goalkeeper played one of the games of his life, saving so many shots from England's attacks. But eventually, that man again, Harry Kane, managed to find a way through, not once, but twice, to send England through to the round of 16 against Mexico in the Azteca Stadium on Sunday, which will be absolutely incredible. But the feeling in the stadiums from the fans, particularly to begin with, after Congo scored, was one of nerves, anxiousness, and these England players seem to always do it to the England supporters back home, don't they? It's always a roller coaster for people watching on. The nails were being bitten, but they got the job done and they move on. And now the question for a lot of England supporters in the UK will be, is football going to come home?
That's the question every time the World Cup is on, David. Is football coming home? But some football pundits are saying Harry Kane would be England's greatest ever if he had better teammates. Do you think you would agree with that sentiment after watching last night's match?
Yeah, I've heard those comments from some of the sports pundits. There's equally pundits saying that he is England's greatest, regardless of who he's playing with. And there's also been some commentators, particularly in Germany and in Spain, that are saying, look, at this England team, they have got world-class players. And when you compare this squad to so many of the other teams in this World Cup, they do compete and compare very well. So there is a lot of support around Harry Kane. The numbers don't lie low. You know, he's England's record goal scorer. He will continue to score goals for England for another few years. But yeah, he's for a lot of people out there, particularly watching at home in the UK, he is England's greatest goal scorer and greatest player of all time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They call him Captain Fantastic. I'm sure he's going to be up for a knighthood at some point. But there were other matches on, David, not just England, believe it or not. And US fans were in high spirits after their side's 2-0 victory. So what next comes for one of the host nations? And has Donald Trump been saying anything about the World Cup?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, with Donald Trump and whether or not, I mean, he's so supportive of this American team. The actual support across America has been absolutely fantastic. The thing that I find most interesting is with the USA, a lot of people have been talking up the home advantage, but actually they're going from different stadiums around the US into different conditions that they're not perhaps necessarily used to. And I think that's one thing that's been most impressive with them, is they've been able to cope with the different conditions, the different climates, the different altitudes that they've been playing in. Comparing that to Mexico, who have played most of their games at high altitude in the Azteca, they very much had home advantage. But these American players have gone above and beyond when it comes to their performances so far in this tournament. I am really excited to see how they get on against Belgium in the next round. It was a very professional, sleek, slick, disciplined, committed performance by them last night. The only blot on the paperwork, as it were, was Balogun sending off, which has proved quite controversial for this tournament. Balogun is one of the stars of the tournament. He's been one of the USA's best players, and he's sending off. Depends on who you ask. Some people say by the letter of the law he should go, but other people were talking it and comparing it to perhaps other incidents that's happened in this World Cup, particularly the Lionel Messi challenge earlier, and how that compares to it, and whether or not if Balogun gets sent off, Messi should have get off. And on social media, if you look at a few of the American commentators, they're talking about perhaps there being a conspiracy against the Americans to not win this tournament by getting their key man sent off. I'm not sure I quite buy into that, though.
Nothing like a bit of conspiracy, even when it comes to football out of the US. But Portugal are up against Croatia. I think that's happening tonight. The map features the tournament's two oldest outfield players, Cristiano Ronaldo and Luka Modric. I thought that was such a fantastic stat that is actually happening tonight in this game. But who do you think actually has the advantage?
Oh, I think Portugal, taking out Cristiano Ronaldo out of the team, I think Portugal have got one of the best teams on paper at this World Cup. And I think it's remarkable, isn't it, that we've got a player in Ronaldo and we've got a player in Modric who have played so long into the game. So much people talk about the fragility of a footballer's career and how short it is. But actually these two players prove with the right discipline, with the right attitude, maybe with a bit of luck with injuries as well, that you can really last long in this game. And I think when it comes to the international arena, players can prolong their career just because of perhaps the competitiveness and the level that you need to reach perhaps isn't the same as you would in La Liga or the Premier League. But it was wonderful to see Modric. I've been to see him play in this World Cup and he's still a joy to behold. And Ronaldo, you can never, ever rule out Ronaldo. And he is still breaking records. He will continue to break records. And I think this could be his big last hurrah because Portugal do look good. And I'm very impressed with them around the park. They've got goals everywhere, not just Ronaldo. And I think it's definitely going to be a Portugal win today and see them through to the next round.
I don't want to be biased, but I think we all love a bit of Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal. So I think we know which side we're supporting. But Cristiano Ronaldo, 41. Luka Modric, 40. Pretty incredible, really. And Senegal and DR Congo, actually, David, might be out of the tour, but both won plenty of admirers during this World Cup. What have they shown about the growing strength and depth of African football on the biggest stage in the world?
I think it speaks volumes for African nations at the World Cup. You know, for so long, they're very much seen as the whipping boys of the tournaments, you know, finishing bottom of the groups. But in this tournament, 9 out of the 10 teams made it to the knockout stages, which is absolutely phenomenal and is a big statement, especially when you compare it to other continents. You know, there have been question marks raised about why so many African teams have been allowed into the World Cup. Well, they've proven why, because they're good. And they deserve their place at the table here. And heading into the tournament, I've seen Senegal play a few times, and I tipped them as being one of the dark horses. I think the only disappointment for them was that they were placed in a group with France and Norway, and they came up against Kylian Mbappe and Erling Haaland. But they managed to get themselves out of the group, and I thought against Belgium they were going to have a fantastic opportunity. And obviously, going 2-0 up, they must have been in absolute dreamland. But to then be pulled back and concede 2 goals so late on at a game, and then, as you said earlier, concede such a late penalty in, they really didn't have much chance to get the game back in level terms. And it's such a shame to see both of them going. For Congo, I've got to shout out their goalkeeper. He was absolutely phenomenal against England, and I'm sure there'll be lots of clubs interested in maybe signing him after the World Cup.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I wonder which Premier League clubs have sent him an email after the World Cup, or they try to give him a phone call. But David Blackmore, it's always great to have you on. Enjoy the football. Enjoy your time in the US. Always great reporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Leigh Ann.
A reminder of our top stories. A massive Russian attack devastates Kyiv, leaving at least 20 dead as Zelenskyy vows to retaliate. Washington sends Tehran a clear warning, drawing a red line over any changes to the Strait of Hormuz. And the World Cup knockout stage delivers late twists as the US, England and Belgium all advance to the last 16. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extras. Always goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
I think West Ham get something out of the game.
Did you get it tailored?
No! What am I going to get tailored?
Useless. Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with me, Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge and Colton Cole. We're a day later because of the bank holiday, but also because we wanted to wait for that game last night, and it was well worth the wait. What a game. 13 minutes of madness, Bridgie. Did it cost Man City the title?
I think so. Yeah,
really?
I think so. I think the only game Arsenal struggle with is West Ham. But yeah, I was just gutted. I just think for me personally, not a great weekend of football, to be honest. West Ham losing and then City kind of gifting it Arsenal. Yeah. A bit depressing, isn't it? And then Chelsea. Yeah. Not a great at all weekend, was it?
It was really bad. It was really bad, Coley. I had to phone you lot last night. It's in our group chat.
It was low, wasn't it?
The vibes were low.
The vibes were low.
I was in bed already.
And you were there with the spiritual guidance, but I just said, I'm not having it.
I felt like I needed to pick everyone up after yesterday.
Mate, it was very, like, when you've had a weekend like that, I couldn't believe it. You even went to bed early, didn't you?
Yeah, I was down.
You had enough.
I wasn't actually down, actually. I was just tired.
Yeah, you had enough.
The worst thing about it is I had an afternoon nap because I put the Chelsea game on.
That sent you to sleep.
And I went to sleep. I woke, I think it must have been around 20 minutes or 20 minutes, and I woke up on like the 85th.
Do you know what? It's unusual, right? Usually my phone rings with you and it's like 10:30. I'm falling asleep, probably watching the telly.
Yeah.
And then you're usually like lighting a fire or playing war games. I went, all right, geezer, what are you doing? I'm asleep. I was like, wow, it's been a bad weekend.
I think because I was taken back as well. And the worst thing about it, the other day when we went out, you were first to go. Or was it?
Yeah, I can't remember. I went early-ish, not too early, early-ish.
And then he slept on the train.
That was last after the pod.
Hold on a minute. We're 3 minutes in. You're talking about trains already. You've dropped it.
No way.
That's what it was. No. That's what it was. So I phoned you and I was really tired, didn't it? And then he slept on the train home.
I heard that.
Yeah, so I missed my stop.
You missed his stop. How can he tell me?
No, yeah, I know.
I think, do you know what it is? I don't actually know. I was just tired, basically. But I've had started a little program, health programs, a bit of food, lifting more weights.
Hold on a minute.
Got to drink 4 litres of water.
Doesn't need to lift them.
Stop it. This ain't no little program, just a bit of weights. Are you lifting like Mini Coopers or Corslas or something out of the car park? So there's nothing you do is like a little bit of Pilates. What is it? What have you actually?
But it's more of a structured program, so it's not as much like HIIT stuff. So it's probably a little bit easier.
Right.
I'd never used to lift weights all the time, but you're eating healthy, so stop me snacking a little bit. I've stuck to it quite well. There's a few Dakitas that have been chucked in along the way.
It's clean drinking.
It's clean drinking, isn't it? But the 4 litres of water I thought would be a problem, but it's actually not too bad.
You do look
like an elephant. I had a bit of microneedling as well at a little clinic in Cobham.
Is it?
Eden, they called me
up. You look like you're growing an afro as well, Keith.
No, that's just I can't style it. My hair's like a frisbee. It's just hard.
Looking good, man.
But yeah, I think that's why I've been so tired.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of healthier living for a week.
You're looking good anyway.
Cheers, mate.
I went the other way this weekend after I saw the results, Oh, mate, that Brentford West Ham game.
We'll get on to that. Let's stick to this one now, because the 13 minutes, the controversy with Everton's first goal, Barry was in an offside position and linesman flagged, but the VAR ruled the goal should stand because Mark Gurhey, he did have control of possession. I think it's the right call, because I think, listen, strikers do that one. You'll know better yourself, goalie, when you put yourself in the offside position because you sort of want to get on the blind side. The ball was played a bit earlier than it probably should have done. He's offside. Mark Gay just messes up. So I think he got lucky, but from the letter of the law, I'm happy with that as a goal.
I see what you're saying, but at the same time, he's offside. The boy's in the offside position. Yes, now Mark Gay does have the ball, but this is where I just don't understand about that. Remember when the offside used to be offside and he just put the flag up?
Yeah.
Then there would be no issue. Like everyone would know he's offside. But because they've allowed it to play, it's worked in the advantage of Everton. When really it should always have been in the advantage of Manchester City. So it shouldn't even be a split decision.
Yeah.
It should just be, well, he's got in now, put the flag up.
Yeah. So you
that's what I think anyway. I don't know, because he's offside.
Yeah.
The ball's intentionally played forward towards him.
Yeah.
He's in an offside position.
Because I remember, you know better, when you grew up, like, remember when there was an action and you're a striker and you just get them lazy strikers and the ball say the goalkeeper got the ball and then the ball goes straight forward, and then lazy strikers would just be in the offside position.
Goal hugging.
But you see, I remember seeing strikers running back to get on side.
Yeah.
So like, because you knew there was very simple onside, offside when the ball's played.
Listen, the boy Barry done well though. Come on, he done well. Look, he still had to finish it at the same time, but I just feel that scenario didn't work in the advantage of Man City. Although yes, there was a mistake made, but that's it. That should be said. You know what? It was a mistake, but at the same time, look, it worked to the advantage of Everton, and Everton they sucked it up, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I
didn't mind that.
Manchester City dominated possession in the first half, and then Everton come into it. They've had a tricky time going into their new stadium, Everton. I want to ask you about this lad, Bridge. He scored 2 goals, Doku, brilliant. He was getting some treatment from the fullback, though. I mean, how would you have dealt with someone like him? Because I think he's one of the form players.
I would have hated it.
You hated that type.
I can only liken him to very different, because obviously he seems like he might be a bit stronger, a bit stucker with Aaron Lennon and Wrighty.
Yeah.
Just them proper people who just wingers, just getting at you, very direct. Yeah. You know, you used to kick them too, and they used to just like, not really kick them, but you tackle them and they just bounce up like a rubber ball, mate. It's just like so hard to play against. Like, I'm surprised more fullbacks haven't got sent off playing against him.
Yeah. And I think Pep after the game, you know, he was Pep. You know, he was spiky, he was aggressive, and I think he was alluding to that when he talks about the treatment Doku got. I think personally, it's a missed opportunity from Manchester City. They've had a long time to prepare for this game. But what I would say for all Manchester City fans is, when you looked at their running, this was the game you thought they could slip up on.
Yeah, we said that.
We all said that. I think we might have even called a draw. So it ain't the end of the world. Arsenal still got to go to West Ham. And that's the game that we said could be a problem, because West Ham have to get something from that game now.
They have to, yeah.
But if you're David Moyes, are you happy with a point, or are you disappointed we're not getting all the 3?
Being that far ahead, I think you'd be disappointed, but you would take a point at the beginning of the game, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, they would have definitely taken a point before. So David Moyes has gone into that game thinking, and I know that he likes Mikel Arteta, doesn't he?
Yeah, yes, his boy, isn't he?
It's his boy, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think that comes into
that was a tag team job.
Do you know what, though? do you know what? That does happen, right? Yeah. That does happen. Absolutely 100% that happens, right? Alex Ferguson, during our era, right? He had Steve Bruce. He had
mates, didn't he? Yeah.
Sam Allardyce.
Make it hard for them.
Tony Pulis. Like, they were all his pals with a bottle of wine in there.
Yeah.
Right? You know, I remember when I went back to West Ham, I could not believe do you remember our dressing room? So before the game, we're playing Manchester United, and Sam's office was in the dressing room, right? Yeah. And then I needed to speak to Sam about something like a set piece or something. It weren't up. Anyway, I've gone into the office before the game, Alex Ferguson sitting in his office. Our team is up there. And I'm like, do you remember I'd been at Chelsea for 7 years where you're going at loggerheads. Like, the thought of them you wouldn't even give him a sandwich. Not even give him a cup of tea. He's sitting there with Big Sam.
Chilling.
I'm just like, that don't make... And you know Sam's a competitor, but he was like, Ferguson had a little... he was like the godfather for them all.
Yeah.
And I think Ferguson was like playing them...
Boring them off. That's what you say. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, boys, well done. I'll send you over a couple of loan players here and there.
Yeah.
When Chelsea come to town or when Arsenal come to town, you make sure you're at it. Do you know what I mean?
I can imagine that.
It's a natural thing, right? When you're friendship, not match fixing.
That's what you're alluding to. He's alluding to that.
That's what a reporter would do. Joe Cole on match fixing.
Well, you are allowed mates in the game, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. And I don't blame any of them.
Yeah.
Any of them. If they're mates, right? But I think the friendship benefited Fergie.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe anyway. But what I would say is it's completely human nature. If I'm managing a team and I'm playing against a team, and you're ringing me up the night before saying, "Coley, get the boys fired up for me." There's an extra incentive because of your human nature. The week before.
Yeah, you send a little bottle over there. A little livener.
I'll be going like, listen.
Yeah.
Vegas after the season will go. I said a little.
I'll pay for that.
I'd be for nice bottle of wine.
Also, being up there, do you reckon Everton would have that feeling of wanting to stop City win it?
Yeah,
being up north.
Yeah, there's also
not those two.
No,
not those two.
Well, saying that, I was listening to the radio the other day, and I think Coisty was on. We love Coisty. We're going to get him on the show soon. And he said that Hibs were playing against, who was it? Was it Celtic?
This season?
And Hearts are going for the title. So Hibs...
yesterday? Yeah.
And Celtic scored against Hibs.
Yeah.
Which...
And
Hibs fans were celebrating because it meant that Hearts weren't winning. Football fans are all messed up,
they're both in Edinburgh, aren't they?
Yeah. So that's sort of what fans feel. That does happen at that level. And you're right. David Moyes and Mikel Arteta proper tight, and they would have been... Listen, I'm not questioning professionalism. To prepare your team. But in human nature, you want to help your mates, don't you?
Yeah.
Anyway.
City's goals, though. Doku's goals, unbelievable. Left foot, right foot. I couldn't get over the through ball for Haaland as well.
So the first touch, the way he done it, put it into the space, and he just set them off on the attack straight away. And then the through ball, the weight. That's world class.
Yeah. Kovacic is world class.
That's world class.
People forget about him. What players? He's been injured, hasn't he?
Mate, he has been.
Have you seen his CV, Kovacic? He's won Champions League at Real Madrid. He's played for Inter Milan. He's won Champions League at Chelsea. Man City's won it all up there. He's a proper player.
He's a proper player, mate.
What's the mindset of the Arsenal players going to, as we're filming this, where they're going to be playing a big Champions League game? What are they thinking now? Would you have watched the game?
They all would, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
We've been there. You watch the game before, you watch after. I don't think they'll be thinking it's done. No chance.
But
they'll be buzzing.
Yeah.
They'll be buzzing. They'll be at training having a good time.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like when you see when Declan's saying, it's not over yet.
Yeah.
There'll be more of a cheerful mood around the training ground, but they'll have.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
They know it ain't over.
Do you remember that we was going for the league title and we was actually watching Arsenal and we went to the restaurant to watch it. Do you remember that? Roman took us to the restaurant in Chelsea to watch the game. We needed Arsenal to get beat, and they drew. And if they would have got beat, we would have won the league. And I think he wanted the lads all together.
Celebrate.
So but we couldn't have a drink because we had, if they didn't win, we needed to win at the weekend.
Yeah. So the drinks were on the bench.
Drinks were on the sidelines, right there,
just waiting.
But do you know what I remember the first time? What I remember that night? That's the first time I've ever tried caviar. Right?
I remember this.
Do you remember it?
I remember it.
Right? And I was like, I felt.
Was it like at Scalini's or something?
It was one of the nice London.
Tell me,
mate. I just this ain't me. I looked at it, but I've had to pretend I liked it. Didn't I? I was like, everyone's going, because it's worth a fortune, isn't it? Like, and they're like, yeah.
I just there.
I'm looking at people going, you don't really like that. You don't like that. Right?
It's an acquired taste.
It's an acquired taste, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've never listened, and I'm like, he's digging it in with the bread, and I'm going, nice. But I didn't want to be like. I don't know.
I can't remember that far back.
Inexperienced. But yeah, so we had that. They didn't get the results, so we didn't win it. So we had to the champagne was literally on ice, and then we went back. But I remember it is weird when you got your predicament in another team, watching another team. There's nothing. I like it. It must be how a fan really feels because it's your life.
Anything can happen.
Do you know what I mean? Anything can happen. You're waiting for it. I remember that.
It's good to be in a position where you're thinking that, but it's not going to be the death of you. That's what I was thinking about Villa.
We're literally like it's over, and if West Ham, if they beat West Ham, we're saying it's over, but it ain't really, is it? It kind of is, but anything could happen.
I'm going to throw at it. If Arsenal beat West Ham, anything can still happen.
But I can't see them not winning the other games, but you never know, mate.
What, Burnley?
Mate, come on. You just never know. We live in hope.
Not Burnley, mate.
We live in hope.
I'm not having the Burnley
It won't.
If they get beat by Burnley, then they don't deserve to win the league. You know what I mean?
I think West Ham get something out of the game. I'm throwing it out there, man.
The pressure's on the lads.
Throw it out to the universe. Come on.
Coley, Arsenal play in Europe tonight, massive game, and people it's almost like the Premier League's taken over so much of everything. They've got the opportunity to go to the Champions League final for only the second time tonight, and not just an opportunity, they're favourites. I think. Although Simeone did come out in his press conference at the weekend and said they firmly believe they're going to do it, so they're punching. So what do Arsenal?
It's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah. What do Arsenal? Do they? Is it distractions? That's not the question.
They just got to go full throttle now, Coley.
Yeah.
Full throttle. There's no distractions. To be fair, they would have had one eye on that game yesterday, but I don't think it's going to be... It would be more the players just not losing their heads and saying, do you know what, willing for that game to go in their favour, because they got the game the next day. So they need to just understand that what they need to do is just focus on game by game. And that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been saying. That's the murmurs that are coming out of the camp, saying that we're just focusing on ourselves. And look, human nature is always going to say that you're going to have one eye on the other team. But at the same time, they're in both races. And they can't afford to fumble this. They can't. And it's in their hands. I think every competition they're in is in their hands right now. I think they're the best and they've performed the best. So they deserve something at the end of it.
Yeah.
You know? They've had a great season that you can't.
They have. They've been the best. They've been the best. And you can't... Look, we can all have our hater hats on and that tribal thing. But listen, man, Arsenal have turned up. This year, they've turned up. And the way they've been punching... They've done everything that's been asked of them, and I've just got to take my hats off to them.
That's the only thing helping City at the moment, really, is them being in Europe still, isn't it?
That's City will be open.
They had their chance, City.
City will be open. It goes into extra time tonight. Penalties,
get tired,
strain. They'll be open. They'll be doing that,
and that's quite.
That could have an effect on the players after. You don't know.
I think personally tonight, after the lift of seeing that Monday tonight, them lads were in the hotel watching that game together, and they go. I think it frees them up a little bit, and I think they go and I think they batter Atletico Madrid tonight. I think it's a one, and the place is lifted. All that tension.
They'll be more relaxed.
Yeah, and momentum can build. I want to give a quick mention to Miles Lewis-Skelly, who come in to play against Fulham in the midfield. Right, we talked about they look tired. Zubimendi played 55 games. He's played the most games in Arsenal shirt. And Lewis-Skelly come in and he looked from the first 15, 20 minutes. Sometimes we have a young player playing in that situation. He's gone in there and thought, I need to come to the party now. And he just brought everything. Everything in him, all of his soul. He just won every tackle. He was fantastic, and then it gave the lads around him a lift because they're tired. You're tired at this point in the season, right? It's hard for punters to realise, right? Because the easiest thing to say is, players, you play every 3-4 days. You get paid a fortune. You should be able to do it. Yes, but when you're physically drained, like you've depleted.
No, it's not even physical. You're physical. They're fit enough. Yeah. It's the mental.
The mentally drained.
It's mental.
And the players, to describe the tiredness of someone, listen, it's not like you're tired, like as if, I don't want to go to school tired, I don't want to get up. But these lads are doing everything they can. and they go in and they're going to battle every 3-4 days, and they're going with everything. But because they've got cumulative fatigue, they're not at their best.
Yeah, that's it.
And then they're fighting. It's like if anyone's ever gone to play sports when they're not feeling too well and trying to compete, it's like that 2 or 3 times.
And don't you think that's why he does everything to try and do these, like he does these extracurricular activities? You see some of them, right? Yeah. And he's just trying to exercise their brain.
Yeah.
Just trying to exercise it, to try and not think about football, do something a little bit different. And these are the margins.
Yeah.
These are the margins, and he knows that the psychological battle that a footballer has to go through, especially at this stage of the season, and all these things count. And I think for earlier on in the season, it was like, what are they doing? What are they doing that for? They was doing this thing with the head and everything.
Yeah.
And they had the ball in the middle, and it was a bit weird, some of the exercises that they were putting out there. But these are all the things to try and create a team vibe and try and take their mind off things and try and relax the camp. And he's done everything it takes to try and get this over the line.
So you think Arsenal are going to win tonight?
Yes.
Well, if they don't, this is dropping the next day. You would look a right
Screenshot it, mate.
You said that last time as well. You got it right. Oh, mate, I hope you're wrong.
Top of the table is incredibly tight and exciting. The bottom of the table it's a 2-horse race now for me. Very bad weekend for our West Ham. Coley, 3-0 loss to Brentford. We'll get into that in a minute, what went wrong and what we fear. Spurs, great win at Villa. First of all, what has De Zerbi done to revitalise Tottenham? Before we talk about Aston Villa team selection, and what we think of that, but what is, from your opinion, has De Zerbi done looking at that Spurs? Because they look like a different team.
Just look like they're playing for something like pride, passion. There's more to football than just tactics. Sometimes you just need inspiration. You need someone to tell you the facts and the reality of what could happen to you. It's as simple as that. And then you might run an extra few yards, you know what I mean? And give an extra 10%. And I think De Zerbi's motivated. Yeah. He's a motivator. You look at his face, You can see that he's a motivator, man. And I think he's not had to come into this thinking that, okay, I've got to come with all the tactics because I just need to simplify this, keep it simple, motivate them, have a little bit of fun at training, and keep them happy. Especially the main characters like the Van der Vens, and on top of that, you got to say, like people. There's certain characters probably in that dressing room which was a bit of a plague.
Yeah.
Like there's certain strong characters in dressing rooms.
Do you want to name names?
No, I'm not. I know they know they are. They're not playing right now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And it does affect the rest of the team, especially young players.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a stroke of genius giving Van der Ven the captaincy, by the way.
Do you reckon?
Because he looked like he was never happy.
Yeah.
So now we know he's a good player.
Yeah.
So now he looks at, he said, I'm captain of Spurs. I've got something to hold up. If I'm the captain that keeps us up, that's a massive thing for me. Do you know what I mean? So he's there running about. Then that goes into the other players. They're all at it at the moment. You see them running and celebrating tackles and that. You never got that. You never got that a month ago.
Yeah,
you didn't. So I think fair play to him.
Maddison's back in the fold as well.
Yeah, apparently you seen what happens when he's on the bench.
No,
he's never. I don't think they've lost a game whilst he's been on the bench.
No way.
I think that's the rumor that's going around.
Really?
Please fact check it for me. But and I think it was DJ Majestic.
Yeah. Okay.
He's the one that told me.
Okay.
When Maddison's been on the bench, they've not lost a game.
Wow.
I know.
People are holding on to things. What do you think, Richie?
I agree with Carl. I think they've given them belief.
Yeah.
I think there's times when football players probably go onto that pitch and they're like, we're going to get beat. I think there's people out there are literally like
negative
over and over negative. I reckon he's just given them a bit of belief.
Yeah, he's personal.
Maybe a little bit, tactically in the way he wants them to play, but I think he's maybe just got them to believe in themselves a bit more.
That's cool.
I think I've been around changing rooms where you feel like Another game, like
don't fancy this.
Is he going to do? Is he going to turn up today? Is he going to turn up today? Do you know what I mean? They're horrible dressing rooms to be around.
Yeah,
that's when you need a real good manager to get everyone together and have a little bit of belief and a bit of grit and have a right old go.
Yeah. Look at Pereira.
Yeah.
Do you see what he said yesterday?
No.
He was like, this is the best group I've worked with.
Really?
He's really giving them belief, isn't he? I looked at him, I'm like, are you sure, mate?
Like, we had I love it when managers say that shout, right? I'm in one of my first seasons at West Ham. Harry Redknapp's a genius. Like, I'm not having it from anyone. He's the most underrated manager. Right? He was proper, right? But we was getting above our stations early on in the season. We were up near Man United. Like, early in the season, you always get a team that shouldn't be at the top.
Yeah.
And we was playing, I think it was Middlesbrough away. And before the game, he'd done a speech where he was like, I wouldn't swap you for any of the Man United players. All of us.
And you looked around.
And then we think, what, Beckham? And he's given us it. You're brilliant.
That's brilliant.
And we got beat 3-0.
You got beat 3-0?
After
that wouldn't work.
Useless.
I wouldn't swap any of you players. Any of them.
But you know what? Like, he could get away with it because by Tuesday or Wednesday, like, we just got back to it.
That's some serious lyrics, Coley.
Yeah, but it's true. But going back to De Zerbi, right? I think what's happened is they've done the Hail Mary Tottenham.
Yeah.
I think somebody within this structure of the club has seen sense. So, like, it's what happens when you don't, and I don't know whether it's done by luck or by design, bringing in De Zerbi, because the Igor Tudor, we've got to talk about that. When he come through the door and I heard his first press conference and he was like, I need to run the players, I need to...
Oh, wow.
He was so far off piece of what that group needed.
Yeah.
That group was on their knees, confidence-wise. Like you said, Bridget, I know exactly what you mean. When you're like, you're looking around and you're like, we can't get a win. And all of a sudden top players, professional footballers are forgetting how to control the ball. They're forgetting the basics. The last thing you need is Sergeant Major coming in telling you you're not working hard enough.
Drill sergeant, yeah.
And I think whoever brought him in got that completely wrong, clearly. And then whoever brought De Zerbi in, and I'm not no confidence or faith in they even were thinking this. I think they just thought, he's got a great record. We can get him. Do you know what I mean? Rather than sitting him down and going, how are you going to approach this? Because the people in the upper echelons of the game, they probably think they'll get some manager coming in with some PowerPoint program. We're going to go from a 3 to a 4, and then we're going to rotate the fullback in, and then we're going to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but when you know football, and you know footballers, and you know the motions and that's driven them at that moment. De Zerbi, I knew from his first press conference when he was saying, like, they need a father, they need a brother, they need
straight away.
And I thought, he's got it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man,
yeah,
but he's got it,
mate.
and that's what he's done. And they didn't get the result against Sunderland, but he stuck with it. He was like, and then all of a sudden, it's like the flower, like you sometimes you can't just go in there and go, right, lads, you've all forgotten how good you are. You're all great players. Go and play. It needs to be every day. It needs a messaging from his group, from his players. It needs constantly, even when they lost to Sunderland, and he's picked them up. So, but I'm not going to give the people that brought him in the props yet, because I don't think they've done it on purpose. I don't think they thought that, because I think if somebody would have gone in there with a PowerPoint plan with fireworks coming off of it, and they're going, oh yeah, don't worry lads, we've got this. We're going to go back to a 4-4-2 and everything's going to change. No, they needed a father. They needed a brother. They needed somebody to just nurture them back into form. And unfortunately, it looks like it's come at the wrong time for everyone else, but the right time for Tottenham. But we have to also say there's been a lot of controversy. Aston Villa changed 7 players for that game, and they looked woeful.
Bang out of order.
But Coley, you can't. Coley, you can't. No, you can't. You're Aston Villa. They got a chance to win the Europa League. Yeah. They can rest players.
7 changes, right? And then I'm looking at them, I'm thinking, all right, which one of you are searching to get into that team? Because now's your chance to get in.
Yeah.
None of them showed up. None of them. Like, it was diabolical.
Yeah.
I was like, show me some spirit. Ross Barkley was involved. I don't like to call out players, but done nothing. No one done anything. Like, and I'm there thinking, come on, the Claret and Blues.
Yeah.
Mate, they were just missing. And then I'm looking at their bench. Even, do you know what? My thing, right, was, and I'm blaming Unai as well, right?
I tell you what, it's been hard this week.
Yeah,
I can feel it.
Let
it out.
I can feel it.
So you look at, I looked at the bench. So I was like, okay, they got a couple of players that come and change the game, but you're already 2-0 down, so you might get a draw at the most. Half time comes, I'm thinking he's going to give them like a total redress.
Yeah.
A dressing down, I should say, at half time. And I'm thinking they come out with a different attitude.
Yeah.
They're walking out, and I'm thinking, okay, has anyone been changed? Mate, it was the same team walking out. I was like, no, someone's got to come off.
Yeah.
He kept the same team until I think the 15 minutes in. So I knew he chucked away the game.
I know.
I knew he chucked away the game. And then when Ollie gets on, and I look, listen, Tammy Abraham was up front. It's unforgiving when you're not getting no service. But Ollie gives a different kind of option. He starts running in behind, starts stretching them, trying to get them up the pitch. Do you know what I mean? Then I start to see a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
But then it went to ground zero again.
Yeah.
Mate, it was nonsense. It's ridiculous. When you said, we need you, Villa, didn't turn up.
They don't owe you anything. Or West Ham. That's my thing, right?
Listen, they stole our colours. They stole our colours. No, I think it's the other way around.
I know how you feel. We all know how you feel.
Is that, like, I understand the emotional thing with West Ham because I'm angry for West Ham. I'm like, but that's just the way the cookies crumble.
No. It's West Ham's fault. It's West Ham's fault because you shouldn't be relying, as we was just talking about, relying on other people. Our destiny shouldn't be in anybody else's hands.
Yeah.
And that's where you need to understand how this football thing goes. Yeah, we can be angry and we can say it's bang out of order.
Frustrated, didn't you?
Frustrated. Yeah, I'm frustrated.
Upset.
But at the same time, we've had our chances to move up the table.
Yeah.
Another weekend of football and we didn't. 3-0 away to... And if you want to go into that game, do you want to go into the game?
Yeah, let's go into West Ham.
I'm tired.
Do you know what? I realise now when
Spurs.
you called me at 9:30, you just needed cheering up, Geese, but I was just so tired.
Mate, I phoned both of you on the group chat. This geezer's sleeping.
I now realise how angry and upset he was. He wanted cheering up, but I was too much.
I just went to bed as well after that. Put myself to bed.
Best thing to do. Could have ended up in trouble.
I know.
Yeah. Nothing's good when that kind of anger at that time of night. West Ham lost 3-0 at Brentford.
They had chances though.
Hit the post 3 times.
Yeah.
What do you make of it? Bearing in mind Brentford were there for the take
on him again.
Well, I'm trying to get away from this, but I will say, look, 3-0. I know it doesn't look good to the eye, but it wasn't a 3-0 game. It wasn't a 3-0 game, and but this is another thing. This is we've done this to ourselves earlier on in the season. This is what we are. This is what's happened, and the boys are out there trying. Obviously, they're not throwing in the towel. They're not throwing in the towel. They're just trying, but it's just sometimes the rubber the green don't go. It's like last week with Spurs, the rubber the green. They didn't get it. They got Brighton scored a last minute goal. 2-2. Do you know what I mean? So these things do happen, and it's not over until that fat lady sings.
Yeah,
and I know a few of them.
She's clearing her throat. She's clearing her foot.
Clearing her chest, I tell you that. She's ready to go.
If you two are right, it could be a massive day for West Ham. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Beating Arsenal, stopping them, and putting Spurs down, mate. It could be a massive day for them.
But, Bridget, I did say it's going to happen at the end of the last game of the season.
Yeah.
Top and bottom.
He's going to go down.
So you've got to believe. You need that spirit. I believe in that spirit.
I wanted
it
done early, innit? I don't want the last day of the season. I want it now.
Yeah. Well,
that's it.
Look, put it this way. I think on our predictions, we all thought Manchester City could slip up at Everton, and they did. Yeah. And we all looked at Arsenal's game going to West Ham is even more on it now because it's West Ham and Nuno.
We need it. Yeah.
Needs a result. They cannot get beat in that game to keep it alive because Spurs are playing Leeds at home. Anything can happen there. We've seen Leeds be great. We don't know how they react. They're safe now, so we see that. You know what? I'm not working. I think I might have to come down to that game because I think there's going to be that. I think that's the title.
Yeah.
That is the title, and that is the relegation. That's the biggest game of the season
I'm up
so
for that,
far.
then we can have a night out after this.
Yes.
Sunday.
Sold.
Yeah.
Right, Coley.
Yeah.
You need cheering up, so we're bringing back Colton's quiz back into that. It's I've no idea where we're going with this one, but I think you've got props.
I've got things to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
All right. So let me. There you go. That's for you, Reggie. That's yours.
It's mine, Mike.
I'm even going to take off my.
They're the same sound.
Yeah, that's true. You should have a different sound.
Yeah.
That's true. Cool. I'm not going to spend an arm and a leg on our budget on buzzers, geeks.
We ain't got much budget. Turn it in.
Oh my god! Look, don't light a flame next to me. I might combust. All right. Here we go. Michael Jackson will be proud of me. All right. So
I thought you can have a wig on as well.
This is like Colton Cole, the Quizzy Master.
The Quiz Master General.
Yeah.
Quiz Master.
And here's my questions.
All right. Okay.
So, hands on the buzzers, please.
All right, here we go.
All right. All right. There we go. How do you like? It actually fits too well. It actually fits too well.
It even makes it look good, doesn't it? It's annoying, man. It's winding me up. It's winding me up.
Why does it fit so good? I've never tried it.
You look good in most things. You look good in most
I didn't get it tailored.
If he turned up at like that in that, no one would bat an eye. If I was in
oh yes, they would in a gold blazer.
You look alright, mate.
Look, what's he wearing? He's having himself in.
Did you get it tailored?
No. What am I going to get tailored? No.
All right, let's go.
All right. So look, very simple. I'm going to read out the career path of a famous player. You may have or you may not have played with them.
Right. Okay.
When you think you know, press the buzzer.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get it wrong, you are out.
Oh, okay.
Can you read that once more for me again?
So, and the other player gets the rest of the clues.
Okay.
All right. So you can't go early because that's all right.
Yeah. That's what I do.
That's what you do. All right. So
if I'm getting early, I'll never get. I won't get it.
All right.
Come on.
Number one. This is the first player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he played for West Ham, Bournemouth on loan, then went to Spurs.
Defoe.
Yes, Bridgie, you're right. Well done.
You were going to go, weren't you? He was about to. Were you giving me a chance? He's giving me a chance.
No, I was waiting.
Yeah.
I was waiting. I don't want to go early.
Listen, I'm really proud of you. Well done. Well done. All right.
Right, okay.
So the next player.
Go on.
Played for Ipswich. Then he went to Charlton.
Ben.
Yes, Bridgie, you're right. How are you getting this? I thought you said you knew nothing about how are you getting this? You think
it's our era, isn't it?
He's read it.
It's our era.
How are you letting him beat you? I'm doing it slow as well, so just trying to so you can compute.
If you're listening, please go to YouTube and check out Coley's Illuminous gold jacket because that's the reason I'm not winning this game so far.
All right. The jacket is glary. All right. So number 3, Nantes, Marseille, Celta Vigo, Real Madrid, Chelsea,
Makelele,
PSG. Yes, Claude Makelele. Well done. It's 2-1. Hey, getting interesting. All right. So number 4, the player played for CSKA Sofia, Leverkusen, Tottenham, Man United.
Berbatov.
Oh, 2-2. It's the tiebreaker.
Well, as soon as you start with a foreign club, that's me out, mate.
Listen, it's the tiebreaker.
Just there, just poised. Come on.
2-2. Who's winning it, lads?
Come on.
Blackburn. Then Chelsea. Then Newcastle. Then Fulham. Melbourne City. Dead giveaway. The next one's a dead giveaway.
We go Blackburn, Chelsea?
Yeah. Then Shamrock Rovers.
Damien Duff.
Yeah!
I played with him as well. I see he's gone Blackburn, Chelsea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duffer. Yeah, I remember. I played with him. Played in front of me.
Exactly.
You literally, you could have got closer to another player.
Yeah. I couldn't have said it any slower as well.
I know. I'm surprised it took me that long.
Yeah. I am as well.
I was surprised as well. Yeah, what a player he was, though.
What's a player, Duffer?
I thought he never come into my mind. A great lad as well.
Great player.
Sorry,
great
Duffer.
lad. Yeah.
I remember
he did leave an impression on me as well.
Coley, you won that 3-2. Really proud of you. I'm really proud of your effort.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Well done.
I'm a bit gutted with that one, to be honest.
Okay.
I enjoyed that.
I don't mind.
You love it,
I'm a bit gutted with that one.
like
I should have won that.
Who likes a pub quiz? Does anyone like a pub quiz? We should do a pub quiz.
I'm not very good at pub quizzes.
We should get these quizzes involved and then we could make it a bit more interactive.
I'm not very good at pub quizzes. I'm not very good at quizzes.
Well, you was good today. You started off.
Bad.
You was fast out the traps.
Yeah, when the answer's there, it's there.
The cold pub quiz.
Yeah. And I'll get to wear the jacket every week.
We should do one. We should get a silver one of these. Definitely.
We could get a silver one.
Yeah.
Cole's pub
anything
quiz.
with pub.
Yeah.
Okay. Coley, great quiz. Love that. Now we're going to go from one quiz to a TV show. We're going to put ourselves in the shoes of The Apprentice. Right, so I wanted to do this because it's been bothering me. It bothered me even more having gone to Stamford Bridge at the weekend. If we got given the job, carte blanche, to take over Chelsea, we're in there with the owners, and they said, what would we do? Like, what would our first steps be to get Chelsea back to where they want to be?
I'd rather do a quiz.
I'll get my blazer back on,
mate. Serious question. First things first, what do you do with... If they come in cap in hand, they go, what's wrong? We've messed up. What do we do?
No, do you?
There's just so much.
If you want me to...
I mean, you need a manager. You need a good manager for a start.
First things first.
But then if you're going to deal with those players that you've got a manager that can lift everyone. You know what I mean? A bit like what's happened at Tottenham. He's given them a bit of a lift because they're just all over the shop.
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah, well, first things first.
They above have got to change their mindset a little bit. Mainly, got to change what plans they had.
It seems it's the only business in the world where people come into it and they hire consultants. Effectively, that's what directors of football are and sporting directors. They're consultants, right? They're in-house consultants because you come into a business where you don't know nothing about it, right? And then, but the problem is with football is like everybody's got an opinion. We're all fans. Everyone's got an opinion, and there's so much of it. And I think they end up you're getting the consultants, and you're either not listening to them, or they're not doing their jobs properly because they're not telling you when you're going down the wrong path, and you end up going down the wrong path for not just weeks or months, years. So the first thing first, they need to get the manager in, and then the framework around it. But it all has to come from the manager. Is that right?
Yeah, I agree with you. So you get your manager in, then your manager's got a good relationship with recruitment. Get the type of players that he fits. I think the manager should always have a say in what type of player that comes in because he's got to work with him every day.
Yeah,
he's got to believe in him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You can't just say, the sporting director can't just say to the gaffer, just try and make him better, and that's it, and then make him fit into your plans. If the gaffer doesn't see him as fitting into his plans or don't think he's good enough, then how do you structure that relationship? Because now I've got to believe in this guy to go out and play on the football pitch, and I just don't think he's good enough. But he has to play because we're trying to make money on him. That's what's happening.
But they are making money, aren't they? Have they made money?
Well,
not as much as they spent.
No.
And they're far off.
The financial system that's been put in place is way over my head. I try to listen to people who know better than me about it, and the way that it's been structured.
It's your financial advisor for it, yeah.
The way that
you're really investigating.
Proper Chelsea,
but you listen to it, right? So the way that they buy the asset, they loan against the asset, they put money. It's all. They've separated the business in terms of. They've like, you know, you've got the merchandise is a business, the football team's a business, the women's teams, it's everything's separated into these different companies, right?
Really?
So I think they're looking at this company, because they look at Chelsea Football Club as a company, and they're looking at it, and at the end of the season, success is what the bottom line is in terms of profit loss, you know, or wherever the value of the club would be, right? But you cannot run a football club like that. You have to run a football club from the football pitch outwards. So for the first thing I would do is go in there and go, listen, we need to get a football manager who's aligned with our principles, and he needs to have veto on any transfers that come in. You know, like
it's got to be involved.
He has to be he has to tick it. You can have, so there could be 8 or 9 people, or as many people in the recruitment team bringing players into your club, right? And you need to look at the character of the players, the injury record, the quality, you know, everything, right? So first thing I'll do is do that. You could have 7 yeses. If the manager's a no, the players are no, right? And that has to be the case, right? You have to trust the manager, and you have to allow him time to work with him. That's one thing that I would do straight away. I think the fans, you have to...
How much time, Coley?
Mate, I think it's now it's a 5-year project.
So
they've had 3 years of messing around.
And they're starting again.
Now they're starting again, right? Now I think it's a 5-year project. You have to go, right. From what I understand, the finances of you have to sell to buy, right? So now you have to tell the players that. So you have to you have to tell the fans that you have to. So the PR of it has to be, listen, this isn't where we wanted it to be as a club. Clearly, we've made mistakes. We've made many mistakes, and now we're going to have to pivot, and we're going here, and we're going to have to buy players that can get Chelsea from 9th in the table they are now, getting back into consistently in the Champions. Not just 1 year and then our year out. It needs to be consistent, right? So you do need young players, but you do need experienced players. One of the interesting things I've seen coming out the last few weeks from the club is that they have been saying we're going to change. They're open to change. We are going to change. So they're sort of semi-admitting we haven't done the right. We haven't where we should be, right? But they won't use the word experience. It is experience. You need an experienced manager who understands. Someone like Unai Emery would be like, if it was me, because Unai Emery is, whether he would want Chelsea or not, he's frustrated at Aston Villa. Look what that man's done at Sevilla, Villarreal, Aston Villa. Do you know what I mean? He's coming, right? And he's got a structure around him with his director of football. Buys good players who can play for him, knows what he's doing. Then stick with him and just go, you know what? We trust you. Go and do that. Build the club. But then you have to get the fans on side, right? And you have to sort of go cap in hand to the fans and say, this isn't Roman Abramovich era, right? We've messed up. We're not where we are. We're not competing. We're miles off Manchester City and Arsenal. We need to go. We need you, basically, right? So what do? You want to keep the core fans on side. You know, ticket prices at the games. There's not been 40,000 people at Stamford Bridge. Everyone says the Premier League's hard to get tickets at. Not at Chelsea, because the real true fans, you're always going to get the tourist fans, and they need to get looked after as well, because Chelsea's a global brand and football's a global brand, and it's for everyone, right? But the people from West London, North London, North West London, South West London, who go to Chelsea for a week, who grew up generations, they need to be able to afford to go to Chelsea, right? And they need to feel like they're heard, right? They don't need none of they don't need to make Chelsea the Hollywood team, because I know that there's a section of the club where they're bringing every 5 minutes, they're bringing like celebrity fans in, where they pay them to come and wave to the crowd. Chelsea fans don't care about that. Chelsea's about winning trophies. It's the King's Road. It's class. It's you know. It's
different. It's a different feel,
right? So you're not going to make them the Hollywood club. If they become the Hollywood club, naturally, because people gravitate to it, don't be paying people to come there and pretend that they.
It's all PR.
They got a movie to promote, right? Look after the fans who've been there all them years, and the ones who are going to be. If Chelsea win at bust tomorrow,
they're the ones that are left.
They're going to go back and watch Chelsea in the conference, and because it's part of it, and they want to see people. Look, there's such a disconnect, because remember there's the internet now. The fans see all the nonsense, all the PR.
Yeah, but the fans are not even connected to the players, and that was the main thing. They need to. You need to create a bond. Like even till this day. Listen, I came through at Chelsea, obviously. And till this day, I've got people that remember me. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it wasn't a flash in the pan. It was actually something that meant something to them. Says, oh, it was one of our own that come through.
Yeah.
That means something to people. Like, can you say some of these players, because they bought some, and even in the academy setup, like they bought players from here, there, and everywhere. It's not a local lad, really. It's some boy. There might be. I'm not saying it's bad, and it's giving opportunities to young players, but it's not local. Do you know what I mean? It's not. They bought them from, say, the Dutch league, or a player from not the Dutch league, but Italy or somewhere like that, and they've come into that. And we've always been doing that, but not as much and at this rate. And I just think sometimes they just got to get back to what it used to be. Producing your own, that's one thing. You need to produce loads of them. But then, go and buy young players, but mix that with the older lot that understand how to win a game, how to win the league. I feel that it's come away from that so much, and it's not relatable to fans that die good earning, high earning. You've got the high earning fans, and then you've got the ones that can't earn, don't earn that much, but it's not accessible for them, and they don't have a connection with the club anymore. And it's been separated, and it's not nice.
Do you know what? You're right. Like they said, I was chatting to my pals after the game, and they were on the floor, Chelsea fans, and I sit with the fans. I buy my tickets. I sit up there, right, and I about 65 minutes, half the stadium had left. And then the only time they sung a song about Blue Co out, and it's the only time that I felt that the crowds were like, they're just so frustrated, like they're not being heard, they're not happy.
They don't feel a part of it.
But and I rung him. My mate rung me after the game, and he was like, you know what he said, and he's going, the players don't connect. He said when Shevchenko, he said this story. He said when Shevchenko, right? He said it didn't work for him, right, at the club, right? Yeah. He said, but do you know what? Every game he come over and he clapped the fans, right? Because they were willing him to do well, right?
Give everything.
He'd give everything, Sheva. Like he had everything he got. He did a bad hit. We turned up right. So, and he said at one point they were giving it. He wasn't playing well, but he'd done a little move, and he had the ball, and he said he's running around, and they're singing his song as he's running down the side, and he's clapping while he's got the ball. But there was a connection, right? And then
it's the connection,
and we was like, you felt a little bit, and it's strange because in this era you have the instant access. You know what your favourite player's having for dinner. You know what I mean? But I would go in as a manager, and I know they're good lads. I speak to them. They're all good boys, right?
They are.
And
it's not their fault.
They need to remind, similar to what De Zerbi's done, remind themselves like how lucky and how privileged they are to play for Chelsea. Do you know what I mean? And that is just the fact, right?
That's culture, though, Coley. The culture's gone away from the club. The culture is massive. That's what sets the tone. So any player that comes in, it doesn't matter what player, if it's from Brazil, from Italy, you come to the club and there's a Chelsea way. There's a way of thinking, and I think that's it's come away from that.
Now it's backbone.
There's none of that no more. So see, like, even it doesn't matter if you're the best player in the world. When you come to Chelsea, you know you got to buy into this. This thing that we call Chelsea. You've got to buy into it. We don't pander to you. Or we're not pandering to even the owners. Chelsea's firm, and there's the flag, and then you dance around that.
There was always a little bit of a core there.
That's gone.
Even before our time, when I used to watch Chelsea, and you had like your Dennis Wise, you know.
There was fear. There was fear.
They weren't the best team in the league, but you went there and there was a fight. Though, you know, and people associate Chelsea with like the fashion and King's Road and London. London's the best city in the world, in my opinion. Do you know what I mean? I love it.
Nothing like it.
Right? There's nothing like it. But they still had a core to it, and you still had the people you felt who were from London, who were part of it, and that's all been washed away. It's all been washed away. And if the club need to stop with a PR nonsense, you know, trying to image, get back to basics. You look after. You give a manager accountability. You say, listen, you build us back up. They was even singing Jose Mourinho's. That, like, you have to remember, Jose left to go to Tottenham, right? And usually that's sacrilege, right? If you go there, but it was like the fans, 2 or 3 guys who trying to sing the Jose Mourinho song. They're so desperate for somebody to come in and go, This is what we are. This is what we do.
And we're going back to
and we're
basics.
going back to it. And regardless of results, the fans will go with you, right? This is what we're the fundamentals. We're going to do this, and we're going to be back Chelsea. And if we win, we lose, or we draw, we're going to be, we are going to make sure that we're going in this direction. And they need direction, because I've never seen anything like it, Coley. I'd say, apart from the corporate seats, it was less than half the stadium with 70 minutes.
Season ticket holders not going.
Yeah.
There's season ticket holders that aren't going. People leaving earliest.
So that's what I'm saying. So like,
it's going to be a long road back.
It's going to be. It's going to have to start from somewhere.
Yeah.
And they've got a chance to do it from now. And you never know. In 10 years, they're back at it.
Exactly, mate. I'll listen. We're there. We're available. The dressing room.
Yeah. Well, listen. We can.
Imagine that.
I think we can shake up a few things over there. Innit? Why not?
Before we go, European games this week. We all see the game the other week. Bayern, PSG. Mental game. Yeah. What's the most mental game you've been involved in?
Got me thinking, right. It's one that jumps out. There's been a few. But West Ham 5, Bradford 4 at Upton Park. Like, it was insane, mate. Like, obviously 5-4 goals. But 9 the drama, goals. Right? If people say it was, for years, it was in like the top 10 Premier League games of all time. I don't know if it still is. But Paolo was playing, right? And he should have got 2 penalties. And he just decided he was taking himself off, right? So he's so we're playing with 10 men. We're down to Bradford, who were relegation, right? And we're looking at where's Paolo, and he's on the floor on his knees praying to Harry. And Harry and Frank Senior were like stopping him getting down the tunnel because he was just walking off. The ref would give him a pen, right? And then Harry's going, "No, Paolo, get on." And he's like, "No, Gaffer, I want to go," right? And anyway, so I'm looking over and going, "What's he doing?"
We need you.
We need you. Come on. So there's that. Happened, but Stephen Bywater made his debut as a 19-year-old goalie.
He was mental as well,
mate.
He was crazy.
Love him, mate. And he was like, he threw a couple in, and he ended up. I think we scored to make it 4-4 or something, and he was watching the replay on the big screen, and then I think Stuart McCall, someone's tried to have a shot from the halfway line, and he's not seeing it. The crowd are like, "It's coming!" And he's like,
I remember that.
He's like, all mad things like that. I scored my first league goal in the game, jumped into the crowd. I think Frank scored the winner. It must have been 99, but it was just a bonkers game.
Yeah. Well, you got one?
Do you know what? I haven't got all mine are like probably just high scoring, like losing 7-1. So not that mental, is it? There's one that stands out for me. I watched it, and it's at Southampton, and someone's going to have to check the score. But Saints played Man United, and I think it was something like. It might be totally wrong. Is it like 6-2 or 6-3 or something?
I think I remember the game.
I remember right. Games. I didn't play. I was just watching, and I remember Fergie moaning about the shirts.
Yeah, that's true.
Our players are blending in with the crowd, saying they're swapping at half time. There was just one goal by Matt Letizia, and he dinked Schmeichel from just outside. It was a mad game, brilliant game, especially Southampton beating them. Something like, I don't know if someone's found out, but like 6-2 or 6-3 or something like that. That was a mad game.
That's a mad. The Dell at the Dell.
At the Dell. What a stadium that was.
People
Loved
don't realise.
Yeah. It's a bit like when West Ham leave or Everton leaving theirs. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to move.
It is hard to move,
especially when you have that like all the players close to the pitch. It's like intimidating a little bit for people going to a small little place.
All the Winchester Massive.
Yeah. I don't really have a game. I don't think. I've just been on the end of spankings.
Yeah.
Well, that bonkers.
I feel actually we had what other game was there when we beat Man United? I think we beat Man United 4-2 or something. That was an unbelievable game. I think it was us at Upton Park. Man United come in town, beat them 4-2 under the lights in the snow. It was about to get called off actually.
Really,
the game was. So we didn't know what was going to go on, like whether we're going to be playing or not. Like I think it was 45 minutes before kickoff, and then it got called on. And then, I sprung into action. You know what I mean? So I scored a brace.
Did you? Good,
and
man.
I'll tell you why this was a crazy game, because John Spector, he scored a brace too. So that kind of stands out. And we won the game 4-2. And it was, that was a good game to remember.
We'll hopefully see a load more of them games between the two games that are coming up.
That is correct, Bridgie. And on that note, thank you for watching and listening. Please rate, review and subscribe. We are back on Tuesday. You can watch us on YouTube or listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on all socials and we'll be back next week. See you soon.
See you later. Take care.
Laters.
When they started, they were hailed as historic. Now, as round 5 draws to a close, a top diplomat says they're a train wreck. Can the Israel-Lebanon peace talks succeed without Hezbollah disarming? And will Israel withdraw from southern Lebanon? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. When a US State Department official said Israeli troops had started pulling back from occupied southern Lebanon, it sounded as if the peace proposal was actually working. That is, until we heard this.
We are not retreating, and as of this moment, and this is a political achievement, there is no demand from America for Israel to withdraw from Lebanon. We are there to protect the residents of the north.
A US brokered plan would see Israel hand control of the south over to the Lebanese army. But there's a very big catch. Hezbollah isn't involved in the negotiations and refuses to disarm.
We will remain in the buffer zone in southern Lebanon for as long as necessary to protect the residents of the north. As Prime Minister of Israel, I am committed to this and nothing will change it.
It casts serious doubt on the likelihood of lasting peace, and it also raises questions about whether or not the US has any sway over Israel. So on this episode, we'll ask, are the Israel-Lebanon peace talks doomed to fail? Will they only succeed if Hezbollah disarms? And Israel's buffer zone really just a land grab? Well, joining us for the discussion is David Daoud, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies, focusing on Lebanon and Hezbollah. Mouin Rabbani is the Managing Editor of Jabaliya magazine and author of the upcoming book, Gaza Apocalypse. And Baria Alamuddin is with us once again, an award-winning international journalist, broadcaster and author. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, instead of gaining momentum, it seems as if the US brokered talks between Israel and Lebanon are grinding to a halt. Senior Israeli officials have described this week's round of negotiations, round 5 of the talks, in fact, are the least productive to date. There are contradictory claims about Israel's willingness to pull back from its so-called buffer zone in southern Lebanon. Frustrations remain over Hezbollah's unwillingness to disarm. And then there's the added complication of Lebanon being included in that US interim deal with Iran, something that reportedly both Israel and Lebanon aren't too thrilled about. So, David, let's kick off our debate with you. Are the Israel-Lebanon peace talks now looking doomed to fail?
Well, thank you for having me on, and glad to be on with these esteemed guests. I think they were always doomed to fail. And I think, we saw Ambassador Yechia Leiter's comment the other day about the discussions, the negotiations turning into a train wreck. I think what we're having is not, let me disagree with the framing respectfully. It's not a loss of momentum. It's reality catching up with the two sides. It's reality catching up with the state of the negotiations, and that you have essentially two unbridgeable gaps or two unbridgeable positions here. The Israelis want disarmament of Hezbollah for understandable reasons, and the Lebanese are not promising that as part of the negotiation track. If we look at either President Aoun or Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, even after the March 2nd, 2026 reignition of hostilities, even during these negotiations, first of all, they've not said that they're pursuing peace in the general sense with Israel, in the sense that, you know, they have a very idiosyncratic distinction between peace and normalization, and Lebanon is trying to pursue quiet with Israel. And when it comes to Hezbollah, they're talking about internal dialogue, resolving the question of arms through internal dialogue and negotiations, which, again, from Lebanon's perspective, is an understandable position, given that pursuing Hezbollah's arms forcefully could lead to civil war. But from the Israeli position, is less understandable, because the Israeli position is to provide security for the citizens of the north, many of whom will not return home unless they see a flag across the border, as it were, in which they put their trust and security. Right now, obviously, that's not going to be a Hezbollah flag. Hezbollah was right on the border up until relatively recently. In some areas, it remains there. And the Lebanese flag, unfortunately, doesn't inspire confidence yet, because Lebanon, over the course of 18 years since Resolution 1701 and the 15 plus months since November 27th of 2024, has been unwilling and unable to take the forceful measures necessary to disarm Hezbollah, given that Hezbollah has made it very clear that they will not surrender their arms one way or another.
Moeen, pick up on that. What do you think? Were these talks always doomed to fail, as Mr. Dawood is saying there? Is this just a reality check? Are the gaps unbridgeable?
Well, I think they were unbridgeable in the sense that Israel was putting forward demands that Lebanon could never accept. And if the Lebanese government would have accepted the Israeli demands, you would have a scenario very similar to that in 1983, when Israel, together with the United States, forced a highly inequitable peace agreement down the Lebanese government's throat. And this led to a popular uprising in Lebanon, as a result of which that agreement was abrogated. What I think has happened now is somewhat different. You have this U.S.-sponsored Israeli-Lebanese diplomatic track that was, again, for those reasons, going nowhere, but it has now been overtaken by the U.S.-Iranian track. And the so-called ceasefire of November 2024, which never materialized because Israel continued with its aggression against Lebanon on a daily basis, has now been overtaken by this so-called deconfliction cell that includes, I believe, the United States, Iran, Pakistan, and Qatar. And I think, you know, all the relevant parties have come to the realization that unless Israel is restrained by the U.S., there can be no ceasefire in Lebanon. There will be no Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, and therefore there won't be a resumption of security or stability in the Middle East. We should also understand, you know, Israeli leaders, including the defense minister, were quite open today. They have absolutely no intention of withdrawing from Lebanon under any circumstances. They want to retain a buffer zone in Lebanon, just as they established in Syria after the ouster of the Assad regime. And this reflects Israel's new national security strategy. And therefore, unless Israel is forcefully restrained from implementing its policies in Lebanon and elsewhere, the Middle East is heading towards an explosion, particularly in a context in which Israel is seeking to use Lebanon to seek to derail and sabotage U.S.-Iranian diplomacy, not because they're worried about a bad agreement, but because they reject any U.S.-Iranian diplomatic engagement as a matter of principle and are opposed to any U.S.-Iranian agreement as a matter of principle.
Obviously, Mr. Dawood, I'm going to give you a chance to respond directly to that, but I want to bring you in, Baria, before we do. Give me your impressions on that. Were they always doomed to fail, or if it looks like they are now in trouble, is someone to blame?
Yes, thank you, Melinda. Thank you for having me. And also hello to my colleagues, Mu'in and Dawood. I really would have hoped that everybody would have thought that they're going to succeed, but I do agree with the doom and gloom that my colleagues have presented. And there are many reasons for that. Israel did not occupy part of Lebanon to actually withdraw. The Israelis have always stated that they would like to have parts of Lebanon. It's very strange that they should engage in peace talks at all when they never really wanted peace with anybody. Their modus operandi is actually to just wage war and kill and destroy. This is not a way to make peace with your neighbors. Also, unfortunately, we are dealing with a U.S. administration that does not show professionalism in its foreign policy or negotiators or even its strategy towards anything. I think the Lebanese government has stated in its policy, from the very beginning, that they want to have Hezbollah surrender their everything they have, all their weapons, the heavy and the light weapons. Also, the president have stated most of the Lebanese people want to see Hezbollah disarmed. Hezbollah is an army within an army. It does not serve the purposes of Lebanon. It was created because Israel invaded and actually Lebanon in 1982, and the people of the South, that was the answer. Because also Israel and the West does not allow the Lebanese army to have sufficient arms, as we all know. So this is a complicated way of answering. I'm sorry, but these are not in detail, but in quick measure, the reasons why.
We're going to come specifically to Hezbollah, disarmament, how they play into the current situation a little bit later in our debate. So I'm just going to put a pin in that section of your comments there, Ms. Alamuddin, and we're going to come back to it. All right, Mr. Dawood, respond to some of those comments, particularly the implication or the assertion that Israel's continued attacks, even during this ceasefire period, are partly to blame for the fact that, as you have said, there is no momentum in these talks.
Well, I mean, let me take this point by point. I mean, look, Israeli rhetoric, I'm not going to sit here and defend it. It's in many ways detached from reality. When we come to a minister like Ben-Gvir, it's frankly repugnant. But I will say, I will note that Israeli rhetoric on staying in Lebanon indefinitely or freedom of action, part of this is, look, Israel's in an election year. Prime Minister Netanyahu is very vulnerable right now to criticisms from his right flank and from the opposition in general on being the man who was supposed to be Mr. Security. This is his entire bread and butter for years. He's Mr. Security, Mr. Economy. The biggest security failure in Israel's history has happened on his watch. And one of the things he said during the tenure of the Lapid-Bennett government, and this is something that the opposition has been replaying over and over in attack ads and so on, is that one of the duties of a prime minister of Israel is to be able to say no to a president of the United States. And that is clearly not the case.
It isn't.
Between
and
Prime
I'm
Minister
just going
Netanyahu.
to, again, I'm just going to pause on those topics because we are going to specifically come to Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. So I want to focus just in this early part of the debate on the talks. Yeah, give me your sense also with regards to the inclusion of Lebanon in that US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding. In Israel's mind, has that undermined any integrity that these peace talks have?
Well, I mean, I want to distinguish between the Israeli rhetoric and what probably should be going on, at least in internal Israeli thinking. I don't agree with the formulation or the framing that the U.S.-Iran talks have overtaken the Lebanon-Israel talks. The Lebanon-Israel talks were always an outgrowth of the U.S.-Iran ceasefire negotiations. If we go back to the outset, when the United States and Iran decided to come to the first cessation of hostilities period, suddenly Iran includes Lebanon. The United States denies that Lebanon is part of the deal. and Iran starts to threaten to withdraw from this deal that the United States wants. We want a cessation of hostilities, and suddenly a Lebanon track is created. And I mean, you can see the sequencing. I've actually laid it out if anyone has the patience, in a 2,400 article on Long Word Journal. The sequencing of Iran making the demand, pressure on Israel to accede to this demand regarding Lebanon, and then this Lebanon track, which is, I mean, if you ask me, just window dressing for what is actually happening. And you see Lebanese officials have acknowledged this. President Aoun and Prime Minister Salam have at different points said that the Islamabad track, when it was still in Islamabad, cannot be separated from the Washington track. More recently, I think it was June 17th, if I'm not mistaken, President Aoun also said that the Iran track is influencing the Lebanon track. So there's been acknowledgement from the Lebanese side. When it comes to the November ceasefire agreement, look, the November ceasefire agreement was actually much more loose when it comes to Israeli freedom of action in Lebanon, because it only demanded an end to offensive Israeli military operations in Lebanon, in contradistinction to the April agreement, which defensive operations were then limited by limiting language in terms of imminence, in terms of attacks being prepared, whereas Hezbollah, by the November 27, 2024 ceasefire, by the international law documents, which the November 2027 ceasefire invoked, included by reference by Lebanon's own domestic law, the Taif agreement, should not exist as an armed militia at all. So Hezbollah has no right to act in self-defense, because by law, by international law, by Lebanese law, which was clarified on March 2nd of 2026, Hezbollah has no right to act in self-defense on behalf of Lebanon or itself at all. It is an illegal organization by international law, by Lebanese law.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Rabbani, pick up on the idea of the conflation between the Lebanon situation and the US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding. Do you think that the files should be negotiated separately, or does it give Lebanon more bargaining power if they are conflated in this way?
Well, let me just begin by noting it's rather humorous to see an advocate for the Israeli position in the wake of the Gaza genocide and the illegal, unprovoked Israeli-U.S. war of aggression against Iran and the repeated Israeli attacks on Syria and Lebanon invoke international law as somehow relevant to all this. And as far as the repeated Israeli acts of aggression against Lebanon after the November ceasefire, one can hardly characterize bombings of Beirut and the whole series of assassinations throughout Lebanon since November 2024 as somehow defensive actions in response to credible imminent threats. So, let's not be delusional here. Now, what has happened is that the Lebanese government has historically been powerless in the face of Israeli encroachments on its territory. 1982 was a very good example. Israel at the time said it was simply advancing 40 kilometers to push Palestinian artillery out of range of northern Israel. That ended up being an 18-year occupation, and it ended not because the Lebanese government or the Lebanese military, which has been kept deliberately weak and impotent by the West, was able to push Israel out, but because, whether one likes it or not, Hezbollah successfully evicted Israel from Lebanese territory. We now have a similar situation where since November 2024, the Lebanese military has been powerless to stand in the face of Israeli aggression. And given the power imbalance between Israel and Lebanon, the Lebanese government had absolutely zero possibility of enforcing an Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon. Enter Iran, which for a variety of reasons I won't get into here, insisted on a ceasefire in Lebanon and an Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon as a condition for continuing with serious negotiations with the United States, which the U.S. would like to see succeed because of the global economic crisis that its war caused, and so on. The Lebanese government is seeking to disassociate itself from the U.S.-Iranian track because its success would have ramifications on the domestic Lebanese political arena, as Ms. Alamuddin spoke. It would strengthen Hezbollah at the expense of the Lebanese presidency and prime ministry. And that is obviously something that neither President Oun nor Prime Minister Saddam would like to see. So these three equations, if you will, the Lebanese-Israeli track, the U.S.-Iranian track, and the internal political struggle within Lebanon are all coming together. But it's pretty clear that Lebanon's fate in this equation is going to be decided not in Israeli-Lebanese talks in Washington or in intra-Lebanese dialogue in Beirut, but rather as a result of U.S.-Iranian diplomacy. That's the reality, whether we like it or not.
Baria, before I bring you in, just very briefly, David, I'm going to give you a chance just for a very quick right of reply. Just if you can keep it brief, because then I'm going to bring us back onto Lebanon. I'm sure there's some topics in there that you, for the sake of balance, quick reply to you, and then we'll hand it over to Ms. Alamuddin.
So I'm going to ignore the ad hominem attacks from Mr. Rabbani and just correct his understanding of both the November 27th, 2024 ceasefire, what I said on it, and the state of international law. I'm not here to defend any particular country. I criticize the Israelis.
But you're doing
it. I'm defending international law. Please don't interrupt me. So a ceasefire agreement, the consensus of scholarship is that it acts as a contract between two parties. The two parties were Lebanon and Israel. Lebanon's obligations were to disarm Hezbollah. Israel's obligations were to, under the November ceasefire, to cease offensive military operations while maintaining the right of self-defense. There was no other qualifying language on Israel's right to self-defense, in contradistinction to the April agreement, which was brokered between Israel and Lebanon in Washington, D.C. Under the November ceasefire agreement, if Lebanon did not fulfill its obligations, which was to disarm Hezbollah, legal scholarship would maintain that the opposing party, the victim state in that case, and I know that probably rankles Mr. Rabbani, but that is a technical...
Yeah, it's a very selective reading of the available scholarship.
It's a technical... It's actually not, and I would challenge you to actually demonstrate to me that you've even read this scholarship. But
check the UNIFIL reports.
The UNIFIL reports are there to report on technical violations, not on determining legality. I have checked the UNIFIL reports. I doubt you have. So anyway, what in that case, the mechanism was such that Israel would refer these actions to Lebanon. And if Lebanon did not act, then Israel would have a right of action. In many cases, the Israelis did not refer the actions to Lebanon. And I actually want to question the Israelis on why not. But perhaps it's because there has been penetration, and this is acknowledged, of Lebanese military intelligence by Hezbollah. So referring the actions to Lebanon would either not result in action, as we saw in different cases, or would result in this information being passed on to Hezbollah. And rather than the situation, the violation, Hezbollah's rearmament, regeneration, which has been admitted by Hezbollah itself, right? September 27th of 2025, Naim Qassem said that Hezbollah's regeneration was outpacing Israeli operations. In July of 2025, he even scoffed at disarmament south of the Litani River, saying, thank God the country is vast. They've only disarmed what they've seen. Move on to January 8th of 2026, and this is when it comes to Lebanon's ability or credibility when it comes to disarmament. Okay. The LAF said they had taken effective control of the southern Litani area, and that turned out to be false. Per Hezbollah itself, right? Naim Qassem in February refused to certify that Hezbollah had withdrawn south of Litani, and we saw that Hezbollah remained active south of the Litani River during this conflict. So would just like to clarify that. And look, in the interest of remaining respectful...
It's obfuscation, not clarification, and you know it very well.
I would advise that we avoid this kind of childish attempt at witty repartee. I would like to remain respectful. I understand that Mr. Rabbani and I...
Well, then respect the facts.
I am respecting the facts. I've actually brought in facts. You've brought in rhetoric and unrelated issues to what we're talking about. So again, I brought in dates, I brought in quotes, you've brought in rhetoric. So let's maintain a respectful dialogue here. I respect that we disagree. I respect your status, Mr. Rabbani. I would request from you reciprocal respect.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is also obviously going to be a contentious topic of debate, and it's something that I said we would come back to, and you've all raised it in your comments leading up to now, and that is with regards to the disarmament of Hezbollah. It remains one of the key obstacles to this whole process, and whether or not the Lebanese government has shown a willingness or an ability to actually get that done. So, Ms. Alameddine, what's your take? Can there be peace between Israel and Lebanon if Hezbollah doesn't disarm?
Can I just simplify the matter for your viewers and not and dates and whatever, because I think your viewers deserve a simple explanation of the situation between Lebanon and Israel. The fact is that in Lebanon we have a weak army, we have a weak government, simply because Hezbollah dominated the politics and the peace and war in Lebanon. Hezbollah is not acting on behalf of the Lebanese state or the Lebanese people. They're acting on behalf of Iran. And Hezbollah became the power it has under the watchful eyes of Israel and the United States and all the Western countries, because it suited them. Lebanon has become almost a failed state because of this, because Israel does not respect the sovereignty of Lebanon. How many ceasefires did we have with Israel? And then Israel will come back and hit and destroy more than 70 villages, kill about 5,000 people, wound about 12,000 people, destroy the lives of many thousands others who were, left without homes, without schools, without businesses, etc. So the fact is, Lebanon suffers from a very bad neighbor called Israel that does not wish peace. Their understanding of the peace is power and genocides, and we've seen that. On the other hand, we have another player on the ground, which is called Iran, that is destroyed, that wants to keep Hezbollah going strong and holds Hezbollah the decisions and cards. I mean, just look at Iran. Iran needs everything it can have. Houthis have failed it. Hashd al-Sha'bi in Iraq they have failed them. Only Hezbollah came to their aid. And what they are today, what is Iran today? They have lost more than 600 billion. 55% of the people are employed. Inflation is at 90%, and 55% of the population is under the poverty line. I could go on with these statistics if you like. So Lebanon is a hostage. The Lebanese government would love to get rid of the arms of Hezbollah. This is not a demand by Israel to disarm Hezbollah. This is a demand by the Lebanese people. This is a demand by the Lebanese government. And allow me to agree with you, my dear Dawood, that actually it is the president that keeps on saying, the prime minister that keeps on saying. Many Lebanese people are on the record saying, we do not want an army within an army. We would like a strong Lebanese army. We would like to have peace with all our neighbors, but a just peace, a dignified peace, not a peace that is built on hatred and destruction.
Baria, if the government, though, if the Prime Minister and the President, even if they want to, if they can't disarm Hezbollah, well, then maybe does it need to be up to Israel and the US to get that job done if the Lebanese can't do it themselves?
No, it is Israel that has been empowered by this administration of the United States of America. The Lebanese government and the Lebanese president and parliament and people are trying to solve their problems amicably. The fact is, unfortunately, Iran sees itself as a winner in this war. A winner, but still scared, because they know that this peace might not work, and they would need Hezbollah to come again to their aid and to attack Israel. The Lebanese government and the Lebanese people at large do not want to attack any country, not Israel, not Syria, not the sea, nobody. We are a peaceful nation. We are fun-loving development people. We want our country to be developed. We want our country to be a nation of education, of poetry, of music, of peace, of development. We are not this kind of people. We do not aspire to be dead. We don't aspire for destruction. This is the core of the Lebanese people. It is unfortunate that when we look at numbers coming from the Israeli state, many of the Israelis, I believe 70%, want the war in Lebanon to go on. This is not the way we, the Lebanese, see ourselves next to our neighbor. We don't want war with Israel. Mm-hmm. It is up to actually now Mr. Trump to tell Mr. Netanyahu to stop, and to stop in reality, not to say there is a ceasefire and then the killings goes on every single day. Just now, the planes, the drones are killing people that are sitting in their homes. There was a lady called Mona the other day. She only works with turtles and Sur, and she was killed, and her life and the life of her loved ones destroyed. Okay. Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to say, let's talk sensibly and talk reality, and until there is a willingness by the United States of America mainly and the Western government to really come to the aid of Lebanon, to build a strong army and to tell Iran to back off. One of the reasons why Mr. Trump supposedly went to war with Iran is to dismantle these proxies and Allah is a proxy of Iran, like the Houthis in Yemen. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, there you go.
If I may, I would actually thank you, Ms. Baria. It's a pleasure to see you again. Unfortunately, we haven't seen each other in a while. I do want to. I understand exactly where Baria is coming from, and I understand it from a Lebanese perspective. Let me give the flip side of this. Look, I mean, one of the pieces I've been working on writing now, where I want to show some disagreement with Baria, is how Israelis don't understand Lebanon, and not for the reasons that Ms. Baria might assume. Israelis perceive of Lebanon, have always perceived of Lebanon, the average Israeli, when they even think of Lebanon, is that it is a country that is a fraternal country, that the Lebanese are basically their siblings and are being held hostage by the latest occupation.
Like this, Dawood. They don't treat us like that.
Well, I mean, if you'll let me explain. No, and this is the case where you see Israelis talk about the Iranian occupation of Lebanon, and this has been a perception that has been promoted by many Lebanese that the problems are external, and this is where I'm going to disagree with Baria. That the Israelis see it this way: that if you remove Hezbollah, that the Lebanese and the Israelis will, as Ambassador Yechiel Leiter naively said after the first round of negotiations with Ambassador Hamadi, would just cross the border in bathing suits and business suits. And this may seem naive, it may seem unbelievable, but Israelis have this vision of Lebanon, and I think it is a naive one, because I don't think Hezbollah is entirely an Iranian occupation. I don't think it's entirely a manifestation of external forces. Look, Lebanon was built fractured. Lebanon was built as a Janus-faced compromise between different segments of the population that didn't have even buy-in into this idea of the Lebanese state.
Issue here, Dawood. It's not the issue. We're not discussing Lebanese.
But this is part of the problem. But Hezbollah exists because of the Lebanese state's weakness and because the fractious nature of Lebanese identity. Now, and this is part of the problem, in that, yes, I agree with Ms. Baria that 70% or so of Lebanese want state monopoly over arms, want Hezbollah disarmed, don't want war with Israel. Maybe they don't want peace with Israel. I talk about my friend Roni Shatah as a very representative type of person, one of the most wonderful, smart people you'll ever meet. And Roni will tell you, we don't like Israel and we don't like Hezbollah. We want them both out of our lives. That does not mean that the average Lebanese who doesn't like Israel wants war with Israel for any reason, to free Palestine, whatever their ideological position is on that. And I would extend this, by the way, to many in the Shia community that do support Hezbollah. But here's the problem. Because of the fractious nature mixture of Lebanese identity. It's not the 70% versus the 30% that matters. It's within the Shia community that has now subscribed to Hezbollah's position because they believe Hezbollah is their vehicle for internal equality in a system that has historically been set against them and has favored Christians and Sunnis over them, and because they have bought into the idea that Hezbollah is their protector against external threats, Sunni jihadists and the Israelis, both for justified and for fictional reasons. But they've bought into this idea that Hezbollah is their vehicle for stability. But if you go and you ask the average Lebanese Shia on the ground, even a person who on some level nominally supports Hezbollah, do you hate Israel? Sure. Do you want Palestine freed from the river to the sea? Okay. Do you want to lose your home and your livelihood for this? Absolutely not. I don't want anything to do with this. So I agree with Baria that the average Lebanese doesn't want war regardless of mostly their ideological orientation, except for perhaps the hardcore of Hezbollah supporters. The problem is that you have softer supporters that have bought into the idea that Hezbollah is a vehicle for them, again, upward mobility vehicle in Lebanon and protector against external actors. And this only functions, this only works because of Lebanon's built-in state weakness and its fractious national identity that has existed from the outset.
Mr. Rabbani, do you want to jump in? Or what's your take? I mean, is Hezbollah acting against Lebanon's interests? Do they only exist because a power vacuum has allowed Iran to instill itself into the country? Or are they acting as a service to the people?
Well, it's not necessarily one or the other. I mean, Hezbollah was clearly established by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in 1982 to combat Israel. And it's, of course, closely aligned with Iran. I think proxy is a bit exaggerated. But irrespective of that, how one sees the relationship between Hezbollah and Iran, Hezbollah is also very deeply rooted within Lebanese society and within the Shia community as well. So it is a genuine Lebanese phenomenon. Now, as far as the competition between the state and the movement is concerned, I mean, there are multiple reasons why the Lebanese state and why the Lebanese military is so weak. But one important factor is the Lebanese army was never supplied by the Soviet Union. It doesn't get its weaponry from Iran. It gets its arms from the West. And there has been a policy decision to ensure that the Lebanese military never has the capacity to defend the country against Israeli aggression. It doesn't have an air force. It doesn't have many of the key elements needed by a modern military. And as in any other situation where governments don't resist foreign occupation, movements arise in that country to do so themselves, and that's how that was Hezbollah's calling card and its ticket to success. So, yes, we can speak at length about the domestic issues in Lebanon, about the relationship between Hezbollah and Iran and so on, but what it all comes down to is, will Lebanon be able to acquire its independence first and foremost from Israel as a precondition for establishing itself as, let's say, a coherent centralized state that is no longer subject to these other external influences, whether it was Syria previously or Iran today or whatever.
Well, but do you think that if that sort of peace and stability needs to happen, Hezbollah should disarm? Or do you think those two things don't necessarily go hand in hand?
Well, again, here I think it's a little unrealistic to view Lebanon in isolation from the broader region. And the way that Lebanon
the situation
is now being discussed
the sticking point is Hezbollah's disarmament. So should they disarm?
I think the sticking point is Israeli designs on Lebanon, and beyond that, the root of all this is, of course, the Palestinian question. And unless one addresses and resolves the question of Palestine, there are always going to be these other issues. And if Hezbollah disappears tomorrow morning, something else will arise in its place.
Barrier, I can see you agreeing there. I mean,
yes, I do agree,
why should Lebanon's situation be so predicated on everyone else's? I mean, if the government wants to have control and be a powerful state actor, they can't keep offloading their demands to other countries.
For so long, the government was not in control. For 30 years, over than 30 years, we have had really no powerful government. Our decisions were made indeed by Hezbollah. And I'd like to tell Dawood something about the Lebanese and about the Shia. Hezbollah has lost a lot of its base after this last war because so many people's lives were destroyed due to, of course, the Hezbollah taking part in defending Iran and in coming in for Iran, and also Israel overreaching with its power and genocidal ideas and killing people and destroying villages. But the fact is, Lebanon is not only made of Shia communities. Lebanon is made of the Shia, of the Sunni, of the Christian. We are so lucky that we have all these dimensions in Lebanon. That's what makes, we have Jewish also community. Unfortunately, my school was in the Jewish quarters of Beirut, Wadi Abu Jmil. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of them. The fact is, we in Lebanon have a weak government, have a weak state. As my colleague was just saying, we don't even have an air force. Look at what we are surrounded with. We have Israel, the most mighty country in the Middle East, thanks to the Western government that keep on filling it with arms, especially the United States of America. But it's not only the United, it's Britain, it's Germany, it's Italy, it's everywhere. So, yes, I mean, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Okay, sorry, because I see the being frozen. And also to make peace, Dawood, for all the Lebanese to want peace with Israel. Israel has to show some mercy. Israel has to show some real recognition of the humanitarian element in Lebanon. You can't just kill one person. For one person, you kill a whole community. You don't do that. The way that Israel has been conducting the destruction of Gaza and Israel, and yes, in Lebanon, and I'm one of them, we do support the right of Palestinians for a Palestinian state that has its border, that has the right to live in dignity and democracy. That are proud of it in Lebanon. Most Lebanese support that, but you cannot ask the Lebanese to love. We don't want war. But let me ask you something. You have peace with Egypt. You have peace with Jordan. Okay? You have the so-called Abraham Accords. Tell me how many flogged of Arabs have flocked to Israel. Maybe you have some Emiratis going to Israel. But you don't have Egyptians. You don't have Jordanians. You don't have Moroccans flogging to Israel. You have to make peace with the people, not by signing papers with governments and with presidents. And I do hope the Israeli government and Israeli people will understand that living in this part of the world, and I hope they stay and they live in peace and dignity and justice, they have to let others live. And they have to... that power will not get them anywhere.
All right. Okay, David, respond to that. And also let me put this to you, because there are critics the Israeli government in the region who say that Israel doesn't want a prosperous and stable Lebanon, that instability in the region ensures Israel's power. What would you say to that and to Baria's comments?
Look, I mean, let me start by sequencing first. Hezbollah is an extension of Iran by their own admission. This is the 1985 open letter where they've said this. And Naim Qassem, who's now the Secretary General, 2016, when he was Deputy Secretary General, said this is This is a fixture, right? And this the idea that they are an extension of the Islamic Revolution that arose in Iran, Taliyat al-Thawra al-Islamiyya fi Iran, right? They said this, and they said this remains an ideological fixture. So the idea that they're not a proxy, no, they're more than a proxy, they're an extension. At the same time, they are also 100% the Lebanese phenomenon because their cadres are Lebanese and because they are supported by Lebanese for various reasons, the Shia. The second thing I would agree with Baria, and this is why, look, I'm not, I would agree with Baria when it comes to, the Lebanese Shia, overwhelmingly, we're still seeing the statistics are not showing, unfortunately, that we've seen this movement away from Hezbollah in the numbers necessary to delegitimize it as a Shia organization. And we see Amal acting as, the other part of the Shia shield, turning Hezbollah from a partisan issue into a pan-Shia consensus, because these are the two main Shia parties. That's not to say that all Shia support Hezbollah. I understand that's not the case. But moving on to the issue of peace, look, I mean, this is where I have a problem with the Israeli position on this, because I think the Israelis are, if anything, over-eager. Again, I would distinguish between how Israelis view most countries around them and the Lebanese. With the Lebanese, I think they're very eager for peace with Lebanon. And they don't seem to understand that the Lebanese carry a lot of resentments against the Israelis. So I'm not calling for peace between the two countries. I'm calling for a situation that creates 20 years of genuine quiet. Look, I mean, I don't know if Baria knows this. I fought in the IDF in 2006. I fought in the IDF in 2006. This was almost 20 years ago. So there were children who were born when I was fighting in South Lebanon villages, Israeli children that ended up in the same villages as adults 18, 20 years later. I don't want that passed on either for Israelis or for Lebanese. I want a situation where the quiet that was created, unfortunately, after 2006 was a deceptive quiet that allowed rearmament, that allowed a war to happen. So I would want 20 years of genuine quiet that presupposes Hezbollah's disarmament, Israeli withdrawal, demarcation of the border, and where Israelis and Lebanese, who are like literally on the border, I've seen both sides of the border. I've gone to Lebanon as an American citizen. I've served in the IDF. I've seen, my family are actually from the Lebanese Jews that Baria was talking about. I was born in Lebanon before my family was forced to flee. Lebanese and Israelis can see each other on the border. And what I want is for 20 years for an Israeli farmer to look northward and see a Lebanese shepherd and a Lebanese farmer and think, oh, what are they watering their crops with? What are they doing? And vice versa. Then we can talk peace. Then when there's a generation without blood, we can talk peace. The problem now is the sequencing, right? The sequencing that's being asked for now is the exact same sequencing that was asked for after 2006, right? Where Israel withdraws, Israel ends military operations in Lebanon, which I can understand. But then the problem is what the Lebanese asked for in 2006 was the issue of Hezbollah's arms is resolved through internal dialogue and consensus. Again, this is the point I want to make. Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, President On, while they have insisted on state monopoly of arms, they have also said that the issue of arms has to be resolved through dialogue and consensus, basically asking Hezbollah to disarm, and Hezbollah is not going to disarm. Hezbollah will not disarm. They've said this. So the problem is, are we setting up for at least quiet for 20 years, or are we setting up for a combustible situation that 20 years from now will lead Israeli children, Lebanese children, as adults to fight again in an unnecessary war?
Okay. I'm going to move us because we're almost out of time. We've been focusing quite a lot there on Hezbollah's actions, in the sake of fairness. Let's focus on Israel's actions as well, let me bring you in, Mr. Rabbani. Give your reaction to what David has been saying there, and also if we talk about Israel saying that they need this buffer zone, so-called buffer zone in the south that Mr. Dawood has been referring to, do you think that it is legitimately a security concern, or, as I think it might have been you who raised it earlier, is this really a thinly veiled land grab?
Well, regardless of how you view it, it's a recipe for ongoing war and conflict and bloodshed and destruction. Israel's agenda is one of complete, total security, which really can't be achieved without ensuring permanent insecurity for everyone else. Israel insists, for some bizarre reasons, that all of its neighbors, all of its adversaries, all of its enemies be disarmed so that it can invade and occupy and colonize them at will. I mean, it doesn't want a powerful Lebanese army. Hezbollah shouldn't have so much as a water pistol. Iran can't have anything to defend itself with. I mean, what kind of world is this? Where you have a nuclear power with the world's most advanced, with the region's most advanced air force, and all the weapons that the U.S. can produce, insisting that not a single one of its neighbors have the power to defend itself, so that Israel can do whatever it pleases with them, as we're seeing now in southern Lebanon, systematically razing entire villages to the ground. Homes, mosques, churches, schools, hospitals, everything. This is supposed to be a formula for peace, for security for anyone? No, it's the exact opposite. But Israel now has a national security doctrine that it has to nip any emerging security threat in the bud. It has to ensure that none of its neighbors have even the capacity to generate a potential security threat to Israel. It's a recipe for permanent war, and it's precisely what we're seeing on our television screens every day now.
I'm surprised you don't want to jump in on that, Mr. Dawood. Is it? Is this really a legitimate security buffer? It was agreed, if you listen to the US, that they would start pulling back and handing over to the Lebanese army. Now we're hearing Israel Katz, the defense minister, saying that they have no intention to. Is Israel ever going to pull out of southern Lebanon, David?
Well, look, I think they have in the past under the conditions that prevailed in 2000. We saw the unilateral withdrawal. And no, it wasn't because Hezbollah militarily forced them out. This ignores the internal Israeli dynamics, which also, goes back to 1982 Lebanon, where the Israeli people had soured on the Lebanon war. And then, Hezbollah arises and Israel gets stuck. Well, Hezbollah catalyzes, right? The idea that Hezbollah arose only in response to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon is actually falsified by Hezbollah's own documentary record, including claiming Nazif.
But focusing back now, we've prosecuted Hezbollah, so focus on Israel. Just because we're almost out of time.
I am getting to that. But again, Nazif al-Harb, who bombed the Iraqi embassy in 1981 during the Iran-Iraq war, that should tell you what Hezbollah's DNA is. Anyway, coming to Israel, I think, look, if you want to understand whether this is a buffer zone or not, go talk to the Israeli residents of the north. Go talk to the people who have children there who don't want to.
What about the Lebanese residents in the south?
Again, we're talking about the Israeli side. I can talk about that side. Look, I understand I've already said that I understand where Lebanese Shia have come to this understanding that Hezbollah is their vehicle for quiet. I can disagree with that, but I can understand that. But now we need to understand that Israeli residents in the north also have children, or also mothers. If you talk to, there's an individual named Sarit Zahavi that I think you've had on here in the past. And Sarit and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I can appreciate where a mother who has children in northern Israel cannot take risks, because that risk could result in her mother in her child being dead. Now, that does not mean I'm going to sit here and justify everything Israel has done in Lebanon. It was April 8th strikes in Beirut. I can't give an explanation that satisfies me, let alone anyone else. And I'm not going to even attempt. Right? The Israelis need to be more cautious in how they conduct targeting. I agree with President Trump on that. But I think in terms of withdrawal, yes, if the Israelis see that there is security coming from the Lebanese state, I think you will see withdrawal. Ignore the rhetoric from Israel Katz and Netanyahu. Again, this is an election year where they are trying to posture for their domestic base. That does not mean the Lebanese need to understand that or need to accept that at face value, but Israel has its own internal dynamics. As for Israel needing the disarmament of all of its neighbors, how broadly do we want to define neighbors? Mr. Rabbani has included Iran, but the Israelis were supportive of the UAE getting F-35s. under the first Trump administration. They have no problem with the armament of Jordan and Egypt. The way they're conducting their affairs in Syria, again, I think it's a combination of panic after October 7th because of Mr. Sharra's historical pedigree. I disagree with how they're conducting their affairs in Syria. I think the Syrian people don't want war with Israel, and this is something that the Israelis should be capitalizing on as a break on any tendencies that Mr. Sharra has. When it comes to Hezbollah, the problem with Hezbollah even having a water pistol is if they have that water pistol, they are going to use it against the Israelis at the opportune moment, right? Let's not forget that on October 8th of 2023, Hezbollah attacked Israel, not the other way around. March 2nd of 2026, Hezbollah attacked Israel. Hezbollah reinitiated this conflict, not the other way around.
Okay.
So that's the issue with Hezbollah having arms. It never ended. Fine, I agree with you, but it never ended. But Hezbollah should have ended after November 27th of 2024. Per the ceasefire,
Hezbollah didn't fire a single shot after November 24.
It doesn't matter that they didn't. They didn't have the right to remain armed. Yeah. They didn't have the right per the ceasefire agreement that Lebanon agreed to as the sovereign. They didn't have the right to. I'm sorry, you're not a serious individual because you've not read the actual document. Lebanon agreed to the November 27, 2024 ceasefire agreement that Hezbollah would be disarmed. Lebanese law requires Hezbollah to disarm. Resolution 1559 and Resolution 1701 require Hezbollah to disarm. No conditions. So that is international law. That's Lebanese law.
All right, Ms. Al-Madin, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but
your interpretation
Moeen, give me your brief response, Moeen, and then we'll get Baria to wrap us out.
I've tried to be respectful. I've tried to be respectful to you. I've tried to be respectful to you, but unfortunately, all you have is rhetoric, Mr. Rabbani. And again, I'm citing the Taif agreements. I'm citing the March 2nd, 2026 cabinet decision, which proscribed. This is Lebanese law proscribing Hezbollah's military.
Is he giving the answer you
refused to comply. Hezbollah has. What are you going to answer? That you're going to attack me on a personal level? Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. David, let Moeen respond. Go ahead. We're almost out of time, so keep it short.
If you consider it a personal attack for me to point out that Israel never respected the November 24 ceasefire and conducted daily attacks on Lebanon.
I've told you why those are justified by the ceasefire agreement, and you choose to ignore that.
And that Hezbollah didn't fire a single shot at Israel because it respected that ceasefire. If you want to consider that a personal attack, so be it.
Hezbollah has not.
Okay, David, I'm going to need you to let Moeen respond because we're almost out of time. A quick response from you, Mr. Rabbani.
I'll give the final word to Ms. Al-Madin.
Okay, yep, indeed. Baria, round us out. And also I want you to address your thoughts on whether you believe Israel will actually withdraw from southern Lebanon.
Israel will withdraw from southern Lebanon, not because it wants. When you have people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu in the government of Israel, they will never withdraw. Every day they threaten us with annihilating the whole Lebanese people, but there's more destruction. They occupy parts of Syria. They want to get rid of the people in the West Bank and send them to Jordan. They have taken over 70% of Gaza. This is not a government that wants to make peace with anybody or withdraw from any land of Lebanon or any other place. I'm really sorry to say that, but it is Israel's actions that are creating the fact that there is going to be wars forever in that part of the world, and that saddens me a lot, because not only Dawood will be fighting, but his children and his grandchildren. And I hope this changes, and then the Israeli people will realize that only peace brings them security, not war. War does not bring security. Might does not bring security. Only understanding justice, understanding human rights, which are universal. Human rights are not only for the Israelis. Israel is not a democracy. This falsehood that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East has been unfortunately well documented. Unfortunately, Israel now is a state that is hated by most of the people. I don't like to say that. It doesn't please me to say that. I want the Israeli people, and I tell you again, Dawood, including you and your family and your friends, to live in peace to live in security. But you can only do that when you respect others people, not you personally, but the government, the Israeli government, understand that other people deserve the same. Arabs are not lesser people. The Palestinians have rights. The Palestinians have dignity like the Israelis. Arabs will come together and will defend the rights of people. This is not only about the Palestinians being Arabs. This is a universal right. I feel the same about Ukraine and about Putin attacking Ukraine.
Okay.
So let's hope that you and I and all of us will work towards that.
All right. Well, we are out of time, so maybe we end on that hopeful note. I appreciate all of your diverse opinions. I wish we had more time, but we will have to leave it there. David Daoud, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies, thank you for being with us. Mouin Rabbani, Managing Editor of Jabaliya Magazine, thanks for your contribution. And Baria Alamuddin, International Journalist, Broadcaster and Author, we appreciate your points of view. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thanks for tuning in to this episode. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews on our Al Arabiya English YouTube channel and, of course, across social media. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizudera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Washington sends Tehran a clear warning, drawing a red line over any changes to the Strait of Hormuz. A massive Russian attack devastates Kyiv, leaving at least 21 dead as Zelenskyy vows to retaliate. And the World Cup knockout stage delivers late twists as the US, England and Belgium all advance to the last 16. The US has delivered a clear warning to Iran over the Strait of Hormuz following the latest round of indirect talks in Doha. According to Al Arabiya sources, Washington has rejected any attempt to alter the status quo in the strategic waterway. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, who joins us from Dubai, and Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray, who's right here in the studio with me. Shane and Samantha, great to have you both on the show with me this evening. Thank you so much. Shane, let's start with you, and we're going to talk a little bit about the talks that have been happening in Doha. Yes, they've been indirect talks, but the fact that these conversations are continuing can only be seen as a positive thing.
Yeah, good to see you, Leigh Ann, for our Thursday session, as we now refer to it. So I think positive is the word as well that the Qataris are using. They've said there has been positive progress. And also Donald Trump has said that the talks are moving along well. So that's kind of the positive side of it. But I think the downside is that the two sides are not talking directly. And there is some top-level U.S. envoys such as Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner who were part of these sort of Doha negotiations. But the fact that the U.S. and Iran are no longer speaking to each other, and Iran has rejected Trump's suggestion for direct negotiations, is a little bit worrying. And the fact that Iran only wants to go through the mediators is a bit of a concern, because we're on day, we're about 2 weeks through the 60-day MOU, and what kind of worries me is that this is going to drag on, I think, indefinitely past the midterm elections. And the reason, I don't want to sound sort of pessimistic, but I think if you look at the Obama deal, took nearly 2 years to negotiate. So I think it's a bit optimistic to think that we're going to have a deal and a resolution to issues such as nuclear power, the Straits of Hormuz, missiles, and Iran's other elements around the region in 60 days. So my prediction is that this will drag on past the midterm elections in November, which we're talking at 120 days plus.
And you talk about the sticking points there, and I think a lot of the conversation has been about the vague language in this MOU, just so that they could reach a framework to make sure that the fighting stopped. And now it seems like these talks, Sam, that are happening in Doha, especially around the Strait of Hormuz, has been trying to iron out that vague language that was in the MOU. And this is causing a lot of confusion, especially for negotiators.
And I think both sides are interpreting it on their own terms, and they're wanting to navigate the MOU to their own agendas. Of course, the Iranian position will be, what can they get from this? Could this be the beginning of something more for Iran, a new era for Iran? We're talking about new strategic allies for Iran forming through this time, whereas the US really want to wrap this up and have control over the region and stop impacting their Arab allies with the military bases being affected. So it's really games going on with two opposing sides. How these negotiations can complete within 60 days seems very unlikely at this stage.
And Shane, just a thought for you, just picking up on what Sam said there. When it comes to Iran and forming new allies, there has been a lot of talk about Iran and Oman when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. And obviously, Iran has said that it still wants to have sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. The US is pushing back on that. But what more do you have to tell us?
Yeah, I think a lot of my AGBI colleagues looked into this, and we spoke to sources that were familiar with the US position and also with the Omani position. And I think the general conclusion is that publicly the US is saying that it doesn't want to see any kind of mandatory toll. But I think what is likely to happen is there's going to be some sort of compromise, and they'll have what is called a voluntary service cost, which they're kind of hoping that will keep everybody happy, and that those who want to say there's no actual cost can say there is. But I don't really think a voluntary service cost is really going to work, and it's not going to have great optics. But I think there's a lot of reports coming out of it. We've done reports on it. The New York Times has spoken to diplomats on the Iranian side as well. So I think you're going to see this narrative sort of ramp up so that people start getting used to it and it becomes the norm. And there is other waterways around the world that have used this kind of voluntary system. But I think when it comes to business, if something is voluntary, it's going to be difficult to 100% implement. But I think, definitely Iran and Oman, you'll see this as a good opportunity to have a really good revenue stream going forward. But then coming back to, we always generally talk about the oil prices started going down. So that kind of tells me that traders are confident that there's going to be some sort of resolution and that the oil will get through one way or another, regardless of whether it's a mandatory fee or whether it's what they're calling a voluntary service cost. But that's the latest at the moment. It's not entirely clear, admittedly, which is why I'm not optimistic that we're going to get an answer by day 60.
And Sam, let's also talk about, there's been some threats from Israel right now to assassinate Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei. How could this derail progress?
Well, it challenges diplomacy right off, and it implies that Israel is exactly where it was when this war started. After the original assassination, Israel Katz came out, the defence minister of Israel, saying that they would do this all over again. And indeed, he's repeated his words this month. So Israel have just hardened their position, and you can expect the same from Iran. This challenges diplomacy. Whilst these talks are taking place very carefully, it just threatens both sides. Both sides will harden their position. Also, you have to ask why. Why come out and say this? It's so aggressive. Perhaps this is the Israel way, some may say. However, it would only heighten Iran's internal dialogue, you would think, with their people. There's another threat to their new Ayatollah supreme leader. And this person is, in sort of my sense, coming from the UK, this is a similar person to the Pope. It's a complete head of Iran, great importance, power and significance. So this kind of threat doesn't help the diplomatic relations. There's also the element of the markets, and that the markets respond to this sort of rhetoric. What is actually going to happen? Will this be action, or is it just Katz reaffirming the position at home, giving the nod to his supporters at Israel and saying that they are in control and they have power over whatever happens next? But of course, we have the funeral coming up.
Mm-hmm. We do indeed, yes. We have the funeral of the Supreme Leader, the former Supreme Leader, the father of Mujtaba Khamenei, who was obviously killed on the first day of these US-Israeli strikes in Iran, very early on in the war. And the funeral, Shane, of the former Supreme Leader is going to be taking place inside of Iran in the next coming days. And we now know that the Supreme Leader is not going to attend his father's funeral. And I wonder what you make of this. They're saying it's for security reasons following what Israel Katz said, exactly what Sam said to us.
Yeah, I think there's two views you could take. One is that they are being very cautious from a security point of view, like you said, in relation to the comments that have come out of Israel, and also the Iranian UN ambassador has filed a formal protest in relation to those comments. But if you were to go down the more sort of conspiratorial theory, we haven't seen any of the Iranian leaders or the Supreme Leader publicly for a long time, and a lot of his statements have been delivered verbally on his behalf. So you could say that is Iran using the narrative of Israeli aggression as an excuse because the Supreme Leader is not well or has been injured? Obviously, we don't know that, and that's just pure speculation. But I think it's a credible conspiracy theory, and one which I think probably has a lot of weight. And obviously, we hope it's not actually the case. And I think, as Sam said, I think a lot of the rhetoric coming out of Israel is just to appeal to voters because, again, they've got domestic politics to worry about. And I generally don't think there would be an attack on the Supreme Leader, because I don't think Trump will allow it, especially in the midst of all of these delicate negotiations that we were just talking about, and also with his own midterms coming up relatively soon. So there's a lot to play and there's a lot of theories, but I think getting all of these leaders together could lead to a positive outcome. There's a massive Chinese delegation going. I'm sure there'll be Russians as well. So a lot of the time when you get these people in one room for a solemn occasion, it might lead to advancing in the talks, and it might be the catalyst to move things forward.
And that might be the insecurity of Israel and perhaps the US, that Iran could turn this funeral into their own diplomacy, their moment to open themselves to the world, invite all of these diplomats. Who's going to attend? We're going to be watching. It's fascinating. I don't think in my lifetime I will experience such an insight into Iran. It's been closed off. So I'll be watching a funeral in Iran. I never thought I'd be saying that, because I'm so curious, how will it take place? Are people going to line the streets? The Iranian spokesman has said that there's been a call for everyone to stand out and represent their ideology, represent their religion, and as a show of power and strength of what the IRGC actually is and what they go on to do. There is, as Shane highlighted, the conspiracy theory around Mujtaba Khamenei. However, there are those that say that he has been crafting an image and really cementing what it is to be a leader in the country today, and only building momentum on what his father was, and that he has real solidarization with his people due to the way that his father was massacred and assassinated.
It's going to be absolutely fascinating, as you say, to watch, see the people line the streets of Iran. They have been called to come and do this. And once again, you know, the conspiracy theories are there that Mujtaba Khamenei was badly injured. We're yet to see him. And obviously at this funeral, we won't. I guess time will tell when we have a look at that situation. But stay right there now as we move on to another story. And Russian forces launched a massive overnight drone and missile attack on Kyiv, killing at least 21 people and injuring around 90. Ukrainian officials say the strikes hit residential areas and civilian infrastructure across the capital. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy visited one of the strike sites and vowed that Ukraine would retaliate. Take a listen.
Russia is striking civilian targets solely to force Ukraine to surrender its state, to drive a wedge between civil society and the army. That's what they've been counting on throughout the entire war. That won't happen.
Will there be a response to this Russian attack?
Definitely.
Sam, we just heard from Volodymyr Zelenskyy there, and this has been the most massive attack on the capital and the first Russian strike in a fortnight. How has Ukraine now been coping with the devastation?
Yeah, it's sadly 21 people have been killed, and that's just the number so far. Around 90 injured. Infrastructure across Kyiv has been devastated. Schools, kindergartens, housing, not just where Ukraine were storing military supplies and their military were basing around the city. So this, whilst previous attacks have killed more civilians in the past, this is the largest scale of attack that Russia have sent to Kyiv, covering the entire capital city. Russia are now using jet-fired drones, which sources say are a lot harder for Ukraine to intercept because they move a lot quicker, in layman's terms. And so Russia have responded to Ukrainian attacks last month, where Ukraine successfully hit oil refineries in Russia. This is now the response. So we're really seeing this war play out to quite an aggressive level. It's kind of hummed along for a while like a steam train, now 4 years in, and now as major infrastructure on both sides is being hit, here we see the big responses. Russia have a lot at stake. This is Putin's image. This is everything about his power, how he believes Russia is to be seen by the world, his strategic allies, and also he has an election later this year. The Russian people, there'll be a harder line, you would imagine by now, of how they're feeling about this war. Now in Crimea, we were talking about there's a toll on how much energy can be used. Infrastructure is has been really impacted in certain areas of Russia. Russian people are feeling this war for the first time. Whereas for Ukrainians, they've had to build resilience throughout this war. Life as they used to know it does not exist. They sleep in tunnels. They don't go to school. They have gatherings where children learn. They've lost all the freedoms that they knew of a previous life, as well as losing many friends and family.
And as you say, it's been 4 years. This war continues with the death toll rising on both sides, on the Russian and the Ukrainian side. And actually, President Donald Trump, a US official, gave some remarks a little bit earlier today. And he said President Trump wants a peace deal to end the senseless killing in Ukraine. And once again, we hear this rhetoric from President Donald Trump. He did say at the beginning of his second term that he would end this war in 24 hours. And we're still almost years on, and we're still seeing this happen. And Shane, before this attack, Ukraine had actually offered to help Ireland's defence capabilities. How could this collaboration benefit both countries going forward?
Yeah, so Zelenskyy was in Dublin because the Irish have now got the presidency of the EU from this month onwards. So that's why he was part of those celebrations. So he has offered and proposed what is called they're calling a drone deal to Ireland, which means that it will enhance Irish air and sea security. And he had conversations with the Irish Prime Minister, Micheál Martin. And I saw like some of the French papers were referring to Ireland as the weak link in European defences, which, you know, I take quite umbrage on, but unfortunately it is probably true, because if you look at the statistics, which, you know, I always refer to, Ireland only spends like something like 0.3% of its GDP on defence, which we've heard a lot of talk about NATO and how much you spend on it, and they advocate 2%, and Donald Trump, as we know, has been pushing for 5% for NATO allies. So there is probably something to be said that Ireland doesn't spend enough, and they are dependent on help from the Ukraine. But Zelensky's also had discussions with other European leaders, similarly, you know, with Denmark and Latvia, and he also did with Poland. So on the flip side of it, on the downside, is that the Polish defense minister came out earlier today and said that the drones that Ukraine had promised to Poland haven't materialized quick enough. But I think in that case, it's more to do with tricky diplomatic relations between Poland and Ukraine. But I think we can all agree that like Ukraine has become the global expert on drone warfare, both defensively and aggressively, because they've got all of this experience in real war combat. And you can see that the amount of tax that they put on Russian infrastructure and the impact it's having on the Russian people and the Russian government and the economic impact it's having. And I think these drones are very interesting, because I know obviously Ukraine has spoken to sort of Gulf allies about helping them as well. And it's interesting that Ukraine is now using drones to push back on the Russian superpower, and we saw Iran using it a lot against the US. So it's kind of completely changing the dynamic of warfare. And we even saw that in the UK, where Keir Starmer announced his defence policy, and it was focusing less on sort of tanks and Navy ships and more on these futuristic drones. So long point short, yes, it'll be good for Ireland, but also I think it just proves Ukraine's level of global expertise in this area.
And Sam, I wanted to pick up a little bit on that, because there's going to be a NATO summit coming up, and Zelenskyy urges decision to speed up air defense aid for Kyiv at the NATO summit. We know that Zelenskyy wants to have a conversation with Donald Trump at this upcoming NATO summit. It's really important for him, because they want their Western allies to help them when it comes to more defenses and more weapons. But as Shane just said, NATO allies in European countries are just not spending enough on defence, and now we see how important it's becoming.
Absolutely. There are black holes in every budget right now. So appealing to this war, listening to Zelenskyy. I think over the years, prime ministers and presidents have been very kind and they've represented Zelensky's point of view. But it's come to a point now where it's cost so much money and everyone is seemingly having troubles at home. What is the sustainability of this war? And how much is it actually going to impact Europe, the UK? Interestingly, there are discussions about this war moving to sea. I know Shane has discussed the AI technology and the drones. There is some speculation of potential combat happening in the Baltic area as Russia move out strategically into sea. And there were this week in the UK, they'd confirmed that Russia had been surveilling the borders of the UK by sea. So it's going to be interesting to see how this moves and how budgets allow and where it all comes from and what's the justification moving forward. But the scary point is, as we see these wars in US, Iran, and again, Ukraine and Russia and potential escalation, we had a Kremlin spokesman today, Dmitry Peskov, saying that Russia would continue to increase pressure on the Kyiv regime in order to achieve or set goals. And I think it's probably going to come to a time where more people who wouldn't necessarily look into wars like this, because it's felt so far away from home, as they see costs rising in the supermarkets, at the petrol pump, they'll say, well, hang on a minute, what are the goals? How does that align to my values, my religion, my ideologies? And where do I stand with this? I think we might see a more informed electorate moving forward.
It's going to be fascinating to see because we've been having this talk this week because, of course, Keir Starmer will be leaving the UK as Prime Minister, has always been a strong ally of Ukraine, has always said that he's going to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zelenskyy, similar tone to what Boris Johnson had. Of course, he announced this defence spending plan, and now Andy Burnham, who is possibly or more than likely going to become the next Prime Minister, says he's going to honour that. But as we were talking before we came on the show, there's that $5 billion black hole where he has to find the money for defence. And these are going to be the big conversations now, aren't they, Sam, when we look at the European countries?
Absolutely. I'm just waiting for comedian Russell Kane, British comedian Russell Kane's next sketch on Instagram about Andy Burnham and where he's going to get this money from. and it's not going to be from the constituents of Makerfield, that's for sure. So that will be an interesting piece in Andy Burnham's upcoming steps.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be absolutely an interesting NATO meeting when that does happen and what Zelenskyy says, and if he does meet Donald Trump, of course. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. US President Donald Trump travelled to North Dakota on Wednesday for the first trip aboard the new Air Force One. The luxury Boeing 747-8 aircraft, gifted by the Qatari government, underwent extensive upgrades ahead of its presidential debut. Wandi in Tangento has this report.
A new paint job, gold fixtures, leather seats with a massage feature and high-tech television sets that allow you to pick from cable news to the latest offerings on Apple TV. This is US President Donald Trump's Qatar-gifted luxury Air Force One jet, which he describes as a flying White House.
So this was a gift from a country that's treated us very well, and they're an ally of us over in the Middle East, Qatar. And I went to Boeing, I said, who has the best one? They said, Qatar. There's never been a plane like it. Frankly, we couldn't build a plane like this because we wouldn't be willing to spend the kind of money necessary.
Much of the jet's design remains a secret, but reporters who toured the $400 million presidential aircraft described an interior with soft shades of brown, beige and cream, complemented with tan walls. The Boeing 747-8 is also 20 feet longer than the previous presidential jet.
The workmanship of this plane is, when you see it, you won't believe it, actually. The quality of woods, the quality of the materials, the quality of the engines. These engines are the finest, they're the best in the world, nothing like it. So it's really an honor, and I want to thank the Emir of Qatar.
While the aircraft has sparked controversy, President Trump is not the first world leader to receive a plane from Qatar. In 2018, Qatar gifted the current Turkish president a Boeing 747, reportedly worth around $500 million, and it was fitted with boardrooms and a medical facility. For now, Trump's new plane will be used temporarily until Boeing delivers 2 new Air Force Ones, which are expected to be delivered in 2 years after a series of delays and cost overruns. Wandi Swandengendo, Arabiya English.
Shane, I've always got to love Donald Trump because it's always the best in the world, isn't it? It's the best engines, it's the best wood, it's the best chocolate fabric. But it's been dubbed the Palace in the Sky. What do you make of new look Air Force One? It looks pretty swanky.
Well, it looks pretty exciting. And I remember years ago, I went on a press trip to Seattle. I went to the Transport Museum and saw one of the previous Air Force Ones. And looking at the stats of Donald Trump's Palace in the Sky, I'm sure, this is going to be way over the top. And it kind of reminds me of, like, do you know, in the Oval Office when he sort of decked it out in gold? And I can only imagine what this ballroom is going to be like when it's built in the West Wing. And, we've all seen the Trump Tower. But like even the seats have got like a built-in massage function, and there's all of these sort of extra blings. And then eventually I think he has said that it's going to be donated to his presidential library, which I imagine will be gold as well and have massage functions everywhere. And that will be the sort of the jewel in the crown of his presidential library, which, when he's finished this term. But I think it is quite exciting. I'm a bit of an aviation geek, so I'm kind of looking forward to getting in and seeing the inside of this plane when it's eventually decommissioned to his library. And there is a lot of concerns about, should you be taking these kind of gifts? But I think Donald Trump has changed a lot of that, what is expected and what is allowed by presidents. The only possible thing is that if his popularity because of the Iran war keeps going down, and we get towards the midterm elections, to have him flying around with this level of ostentatiousness, it might not go down well with the MAGA voters if they're still struggling in terms of day-to-day costs and cost of living and things like that. And, we might end up with a sort of an Animal Farm type scenario. So I personally think it's quite exciting, but I think he may live to regret this and the optics that it generates.
I must say something, Shane. I love the fact that you went to the Transport Museum. That's such a great idea. I've never thought of going there, but I might take you up on it if there's an Air Force One in there to have a look at. But
there's a Concorde there as well, actually.
Oh, wow. I always wish I'd gone on to Concorde. I wonder if they'll ever bring them back, but that's a conversation for another day. But sometimes I wonder, Shane touched on it there, Donald Trump, he made $1 billion in crypto. We got that news yesterday, and obviously we see the Qatari plane today, how ostentatious and beautiful it is. But yesterday I was speaking to a former Republican, and he was basically saying it's sort of expected. It's what Donald Trump is. He's not the politician of the past. He's a movie star. He's the most famous man in the world. He had a massive TV show. He's a completely different president, isn't he, Sam? I don't know what you think.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's a different political type, and he perhaps has changed the landscape for what politicians can be. There is discussion at the moment about money in politics and how legitimate it is, because as you fund parties, fund individuals, there's conflict of interest that come about. But Donald Trump is a character. This is his brand. It's the amazing luxury lifestyle. It's the golf, the jet-set holidays, everything we've known him for a long, long time now, and he's 80 years old. It's just incredible. I mean, the plane itself, look, everyone would love to fly on that plane, and it's part of the American dream, isn't it? It's part of the rags to riches mentality in the US that definitely doesn't really exist in my country. I know if a Prime Minister in my country, in the UK, did that, there would be uproar. In fact, I think, for example, Sir Keir Starmer won the last general election based on taxing private school fees. There's a different mentality in the UK. There's almost like people don't like it when someone does really well and shows off about it. But in the US, it feels like the bigger the better. And this plane looks amazing. I mean, I'd absolutely take those massage seats on my long-haul flights and sleeping on there and working on there. I'd get some peace for once at home. It'd be amazing. I think, though, it's a stand, isn't it? How does the rest of the world carry on? What do the other presidents who would feel as though they are shoulder to shoulder with Donald Trump, how do they follow on from this? And what significance does it play in terms of diplomacy if we ever welcomed Trump again here in Saudi Arabia or perhaps in the UK and this plane touches down? What will the interest be about it, and how do countries stand up to this and represent their own strength and power?
No, I completely agree. I think the UK as a country could never see Keir Starmer or now coming in Andy Burnham, because in the UK, the very wealthy are very understated, and that's how they like to be. But I think President Donald Trump, he just goes all out, like you said. But Shane, you actually had a friend who went on Air Force One, the previous Air Force One, if I'm correct, and said it was a little bit shabby. So that's probably why it needed an upgrade.
Yeah, I think it basically needed Trumpification, and I agree with what Sam was saying, that, you know, in sort of Ireland and England, it's more sort of EastEnders level, while America's always going to be Dynasty in Dallas.
Yeah, that's so true. It's always going to be big hair, and it's always going to be lots of gold. And I must admit something. When I have a look at the White House renovations, I don't know if you agree with me, Sam and Shane, but I think they're pretty fabulous, because I always want everything to be gold and ostentatious, and a bust of Winston Churchill. I think it's pretty fabulous.
No.
I'd love to walk into there.
Absolutely, and it's what you expect from the world superpower. You know, if you're going to walk the walk, you've got to have those sparkly gold places to go to. Maybe we'll get an invite one day, the three of us.
Yes.
Arabiya English on tour. Yeah. At the White House in the ballroom. I'd absolutely love it. I think it's brilliant. And, you know, if you want to be considered the best of the best and remembered as Trump will want to be remembered, things like this are really important.
And Shane, I don't know, just a thought from you, a final thought from you, is I actually think that the American public expect this from President Donald Trump. So I don't know if it will affect him in the polls in the midterms. Just what do you reckon?
I think they do expect it from him, and it's like most countries that people think it's kind of comical until it's impacting their cost of living and their situation is going down, and then it'll generate pushback. But it is comical, and I think, you know, as Sam and you said, Donald Trump has completely changed how politicians are expected to react, and so I think, yeah, he's a caricature, but I do kind of hope when in the next elections we'll kind of get back to normal operating procedures. But if it's Donald Trump Jr. president in about 8 years' time, then we might be back to normal.
I must say something, one just final thought, sorry Shane to cut you off, but I don't know what you think, but I think he's made sort of politics beautiful again, because he's got all these beautiful women into politics and very handsome men, and that's what he likes to surround himself with. And I think it's quite nice, because it attracts people to politics, younger people, because they see people that they can almost admire and look up to. I don't know.
No, completely. I mean, I think of Ed Miliband in the UK, for example, and I just think, oh no, who does that entice into British politics? Sorry, Ed. But, you know, I like it is the glamour appeal, isn't it? And for those students at university in the US and thinking about what they might want to become, politics stepped up a notch in terms of image with Trump and everything that he's brought with it. So I think you're absolutely right there.
I don't know, Shane. Press secretary, maybe, possibly?
Yeah, maybe. Like I would definitely like it. I've been inside the White House a long time ago, and that was quite exciting. And so I would definitely like to go back again, and especially just to see this new West Wing and how much bling is going to be there and how much gold is going to be there. And so yeah, I you know, if the invitation comes through, I will definitely be the first one to like.
I've been into number 10 Downing Street, but I've never, ever been into the White House, so extremely envious. Shane and Sam, stay right there. We're going to move on to another story now, and to the World Cup. And the United States reached the last 16 with a 2-0 win over Bosnia, despite finishing the match with just 10 men. Meanwhile, England also advanced after a late comeback to beat DR Congo 2-1. Wow, Sam, I think emotions, I think nerves, I think everyone is absolutely on the edge of their seats yesterday. Fair to say England captain Harry Kane deserves a knighthood after that display. But no bank holiday is planned in the UK. But tell us more, because all the papers today were so excited, calling him Captain Fantastic. He's on the front page of every paper in the UK.
Yeah, and it really was that Captain Fantastic leaning on a comic book sketch. The way he, for his second goal, like tiptoed amongst 4 DRC players, swung his hip around that ball, smacked it into the back of the net. He hit 96 kilometres per hour, that ball, from out of nowhere. It was set up nicely for him by Anthony Gordon, who was a substitute, came on. It was magic, and he carries the team. Where would England be without Harry Kane, quite frankly? Because the first half was nothing short of appalling. DRC were all over England. They scored a goal in the first 7 minutes, and I was really, really worried. Harry Kane, though, stepped up to the mark. Not only that, but the knighthood resonates with me having watched that match, because you can see how much he is a leader in that team as the captain, gathering the players together after the match, telling them to go enjoy the moment, celebrate with the fans. You could see how he is a leader, think about perhaps his future in football as a manager, that kind of thing. The knighthood is an interesting one. I mean, I know he's now England's highest goal scorer in football World Cups, and he's now scored 84 goals for England. So he's just an incredible footballer through and through.
And I just think it was under pressure he did so well, because obviously DR Congo scored within the first 7 minutes, and then it took the last 10 minutes for England to score 2 goals. And I always think a sportsman is absolutely phenomenal if they can perform under pressure like Harry Kane did. And it was just pretty incredible. He made a whole nation extremely happy last night. And Shane, let's talk a little bit about what's happening today, because Portugal is playing Croatia tonight. And I love this. It's going to be 2 of the oldest players actually facing off against each other on the pitch. That's Ronaldo and Modric. Who do you think is going to be victorious?
Well, I know obviously Ronaldo is very popular in Riyadh we are, so I think him and his team will be the ones that will advance onto, because they've had the best performance so far. And yeah, he's 41, so that probably makes him the oldest one, which I think is quite interesting, because I didn't even think he was that old. He seems still quite fit. So I think Portugal, yeah, will definitely advance. I think Croatia have struggled, and we're lucky to get this far. So it will definitely be Ronaldo and Portugal. But yeah, the last couple of games in this round have been very interesting. The Belgian game was extremely interesting, similar to the England one, where it looked like Belgium were going to lose, and then they pulled it back at the, almost at the last second. And it's kind of one of those. These are kind of games where if they were in like a Disney movie, you just think it was too far fetched, and that kind of thing never happens. But it's quite exciting, and I think it's rejuvenating interest in the game. And one of my colleagues was out in America, and he was saying about how Americans are really embracing this. And I remember previous World Cups in America, and they're talking about how there was ambiguity basically, but it is quite cool that these matches and the excitement around them is generating so much interest in America, which is a huge market for FIFA.
I just want to add, Ronaldo looks so good, Shane, because he spends $2 billion a year on his health longevity regime.
I think that's not a lot of money for him. For us, it might seem like a lot of money. But
I definitely afford it.
I think for Ronaldo, he can afford it. But, just talking about longevity in sports, because like Shane said, he didn't realise Ronaldo was 41. Modric is 40. And they both, in the World Cup, they're playing each other. And I think, we're seeing this more and more, because we've spoken about it in tennis too. We see Novak Djokovic. He's still performing. He's doing really well in Wimbledon. On day 4, he's through again. 39 years old, and it's like these sportsmen are just almost staying longer and longer.
Yeah, there's better equipment, trainer technology. We discussed that, remember, with the London Marathon. Do you remember the record breaking? So better technology and equipment, and then sports science development, really, blood testing protocols. There's all sorts of machines that can help your muscles recover quickly. Longevity, supplements that we can take, how you track taking a supplement and how it actually impacts your performance. The data of sleep science as well, sleep hygiene, that's a new term that we weren't saying 10 years ago. And athletes and their teams have taken this on board, and it just means that you can perform longer. And it's great news for everyday people because we don't have to spend that much money, but we can definitely learn the best bits and apply it to our everyday lives.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Longevity and wellness is such a big part of our lives now. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. It's that time of the show where Samantha and Shane have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Shane, I just absolutely love this story. Inshallah, the famous Arabic phrase, has now entered the English language. Inshallah, we hear all the time, but tell us more.
Yeah, so this sort of started taking off when celebrities started using it, like Lindsay Lohan, but I think it really took off during the summer when Anne Hathaway was on the press tour for Devil Wears Prada 2, and she mentioned, she said inshallah when somebody asked her a question, and then it went completely viral, and then at some of the premieres she was giving a Quran. But when you look at it, there is some merit behind this. In the last 5 years, searches for what is the meaning of it in inshallah have gone up 130%, and translations for what it means have gone up like 700%. So this is a genuine something that is taking off, but it's you can sort of widen it out that it's not just inshallah, it's other Arabic words that are entering into sort of Western culture, like Habibi is another one, and I think apparently there was a Drake album called Habibi. But I think with inshallah, it's sort of slightly divisive depending on the use of it, because I know sometimes I use inshallah when you've not really any intention of doing something or being somewhere. So when I hear it as well, I'm kind of like, oh, that means that deadline's not going to be met. I don't know about what you think in terms of its usage, how you interpret it.
Well, it's quite fascinating because inshallah, just the English translation of it is God willing. And I think it was the first word I learned when I moved to the Middle East. But sometimes, Sam, if I want to get something done, I'll ask somebody who's doing anything. You know, say I've got a plumber at my house. I say, when will this job be done? They'll say 1 to 2 days, inshallah. But that could be 1 day to a year. So sometimes inshallah doesn't have a set time frame. I don't know what your thoughts are on it.
I mean, when I hear it, I just think, OK, apply patience.
Yes.
And I often pick up on the tone of how it's said. And I hear it way too often when I'm at a receptionist desk, that sort of thing, when I'm trying to do anything bureaucratic. So I just go, OK, might not happen straight away then. But yeah, it's one of the easy first tangible words when you're learning Arabic, inshallah. And then the other ones follow, habibi and mashallah, you know. and it's so appreciated by locals here, Arabic speakers, when you drop these words in. It goes a long way in your taxi or at the coffee shops, doesn't it? And it sounds lovely as well. But yeah, I do remember Anne Hathaway saying it in that interview. And then everyone speculated, oh, God, you know, why is she saying it? You know, what's her religion and all this sort of stuff. But it's nice that the English language broadens every year. And now was it because of the actress, or is it just that we've realised how useful it is when we're not really sure if we can definitely do what we said we're going to do this time?
I agree. And I love the meaning behind it, God willing. It's just like a nice way to put things. But let's talk about yours, Sam, because it's a bit of a different tone, but the heat wave has affected the annual yodeling festival, but they found a solution. Tell us more about this.
Yes, so this was the annual Yodelfest in Switzerland, and it took place in a town called Basel. It was the first time the town had hosted since 1924, so a big occasion for the town that has lots of beautiful water fountain features through the squares, around the restaurants. Due to 102 Fahrenheit, you know, really, really high temperatures, not a lot of air conditioning going on in this town. The yodelers themselves had to take to standing in the water fountains, washing their faces and dipping their fingers in to stay cool whilst they were yodeling.
Should we take a look, Sam? I think I have been told in my ear that we have a clip. There's no audio.
Oh, is there not?
So
I wasn't sure.
There's no audio, but Sam, I know that you can yodel, so give us a little yodel, because that's what the yodelers are. We can't hear the yodelers yodeling.
Right. If I go, you go. So
Okay.
I would do yodel hee hee.
You're very good. Shane, you go and then I'll go.
Yodelay-hoo.
Hodle, hodle, hodlo.
Oh, that's Shakira inspired for sure.
I thought it was Sound of Music inspired. But tell us more. So they were in the fountains.
Yes, and the festival drew in 12,000 yodelers with around 200,000 spectators. So a really big event taking place in Switzerland. And interestingly, Swiss yodeling has been added to UNESCO's representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity, making it the first national festival since the tradition received international recognition. So it's something that many Swiss people take great pride in.
I must admit something, Shane. I know that in Ireland, and you talked about yodeling, I would love to see that if I was on holiday in Switzerland, because you always hear about yodeling, but you never actually experience it. And Shane, I don't know, Irish dancing?
I am not going to Irish dance. No, if that's what you're trying to allude to. I'm just going to fake a network connection failure if you can.
And what is it in the UK? Is it Morris dancing?
Morris dancing that we would do at village fetes, yes. And I still see it a lot. I love a village fete with all the stalls, the homemade cakes, crafts that people have made, and soaps often feature, and the Morris dancing. But yeah, I think the Swiss Alps, the yodeling festival, Swiss cheeses, delicious food, some nice wine. I just think it would have been a great weekend, albeit with the heat.
No, it would have been absolutely fabulous. I would love to go to something like that. And great yodeling, Shane and Sam. So I want to say thanks to our guest, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, who joined us from Dubai, and Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray right here in the studio with me. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X, G&T. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, our headquarters in Riyadh. Coming up today, in what's described as a night of horror, Russia carries out its largest ever assault on the Ukrainian capital, killing at least 17 people. We ask, what message is Russia trying to send, and how might Ukraine respond? And the Syrian foreign minister pays a visit to the Lebanese capital, where he meets the president and a key Hezbollah ally. We ask why. Plus, we'll get a check of the week's top stories from the United States. All of that coming up in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. Russia's war in Ukraine has been raging for more than 4 years now, and the human toll continues to climb. Well, overnight, Russia launched a major attack on the capital city, Kyiv, which Ukrainian officials have described as a night of horror. Well, the latest strikes killed at least 18 people and injured 86 others. Well, those figures, which are expected to rise, are the latest in a war that's taken a devastating toll on both sides. Well, a new study just out estimates that the total number of casualties has now surpassed 2 million. It says that Russia has suffered around 1.4 million casualties, whilst Ukraine's casualties are estimated at around 625,000. Well, Sir Michael Fallon is the former UK Defence Secretary. He joins us now from London. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Sir Michael. I'd just like to start for your reaction to the news of those deadly overnight attacks. What sort of a message do you think Russia is trying to send here?
Well, I suppose they're continuing to try and intimidate the civilian population. But it's also interesting that they think they can get away with this. And I think, we've got to respond much more vigorously to these attacks, essentially on civilian buildings, on residential accommodation, which is simply appalling. And I don't think we're doing enough now to call out these atrocities for what they are.
And last night was particularly shocking. I mean, it's been dubbed a night of horror. Some 50,000 people forced into shelters. It's been described by some as being the largest ever assault on Kyiv. When you say you'd like to see a tougher and greater response, what would you like to see and from whom?
Well, first, we've really got to toughen up. Zelenskyy has made it clear he needs more weapons. He was assaulted last night by hundreds of drones and missiles, and he does not have the capacity. And we should be supplying that collectively across the allies. And what he needs, we should be providing for him. And we've spent far too long on getting the necessary equipment to him. Secondly, we should look again at sanctions. I've lost count on, is it the 21st or 22nd package of sanctions? Whatever the number, it means the earlier ones simply aren't biting on Russia and are not restraining Russia's behaviour. So we really do now have to stop paying Russia for oil and gas. We're paying almost as much for the oil and gas to Russia as we are helping Ukraine. In a way, Europe is funding both sides of this war, and that has got to stop. And finally, we've got to persuade the Americans when the NATO summit happens early next week in Ankara. We've got to persuade the Americans that it really is in their interest that Putin is not allowed to get away with this. Because if he gets away with it in the Ukraine, suppressing and subduing the local population there and winning the war, then of course it's going to involve the Americans, because he'll then move on and win similar invasions in wherever it is, in Georgia, in Moldova, or perhaps the Baltic states.
You say winning the war, but Sir Michael, the latest indications suggest that, neither side is really winning at this particular juncture in the war. Least of all Russia. I think they've made very slow advances throughout the course of the last couple of months. Is that the information you're receiving?
Yes, there is certainly more of a stalemate down in the Donbass. And it's true, Russia has not captured any more of that region. And equally, Ukraine hasn't really lost any more. But the civilian population in the cities in Ukraine, from all my information, is taking a terrible hammering now. And that obviously affects morale of the population. And, we need to respond to that. This is an atrocity, what is happening, this bombing of civilians. If a Western country did that, there'd be screams of horror all over the place. We should be calling Russia out in all the international forum. We should be recalling ambassadors, and we should be asking Zelenskyy what is it he needs now to deal with this kind of attack, and we should be helping him.
It sounds like Ukraine was expecting this. Ukraine did warn that such an attack was expected, and intelligence reports suggested this was indeed imminent. What do you make of the fact that Ukraine is getting this type of precise intel? Where do you think they're getting it from?
Well, I don't know where they're getting it from, but I think it's fairly easy to predict. Ukraine, of course, is now hitting military targets inside Russia, not before time, having got permission to use the longer-range weapons, and is clearly damaging bits of the Russian military machine. And damaging their reliance on refineries and missile production. So it's not really a surprise that Russia is striking back, but Russia is doing this in an incredibly cowardly way, bombing civilian apartments, quite contrary to the normal laws of war.
You've probably seen some of the latest numbers that I've seen, but the toll of this war on both sides, I mean, it's being reported more than 2 million military casualties on both sides. That's according to the American think tank, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And they say that Moscow's forces have really borne the brunt here. Russian fatalities in Ukraine estimated to be about 4 times greater than all the US fatalities in all wars combined since the Second World War. And another statistic is that the ratio of Russian to Ukrainian casualties is around 8-1 in the first half of this year. On the back of those numbers, would you expect to see, and are you hearing any evidence of any change or shift in public support, public resolve within Russia with regards to this war?
Well, first, Russia has always been careless about human life, but its own troops, as well as the people it's fighting. They've been quite careless and wasted far more lives than Ukraine has in defending its territory. Now, you do hear rumours, not public, but you do hear privately of more and more people questioning how this war is going to end and questioning really whether Russia can continue to sustain the economic damage that it is sustaining and the loss of so many of its troops. We're beginning to pick that up privately, but there's no sign yet that Russia is ready to come to the table. And that's why I think, we've got to now persuade the Americans that this is now the point at which they should step in again and see if some kind of accommodation, some temporary ceasefire can be established that might pave the way to a longer-term agreement.
I mean, it does seem like Russia is currently hurting. I mean, it almost seems like Ukraine has found Russia's Achilles heel in the form of refineries and energy infrastructure. Just an anecdote for you. The online search for, quote, how to siphon fuel was up very sharply in the last couple of days. Several thousand hits for that precise search because there is a fuel crisis. Petrol is up in price 30% in the last week. I mean, do you think this could be the beginnings of some public disquiet over this conflict?
Well, I think there's a lot of private disquiet. The issue really is, in a country that is not a democracy, is whether that will actually be ventilated publicly. They can't vote. They can't have local elections. They can't show their disapproval of what the government is doing in their name. So I think we have to be careful not to indulge in too much wishful thinking. Of course, it would be nice to see a change in the regime. Nice to see Russia actually taking concrete steps to dial down this war. But I think it's very hard to expect the Russian population to force that on the Putin regime.
The British Prime Minister sounds like he's very much on the same page as the EU foreign policy chief, Sir Keir Starmer, calling this assault overnight barbaric. Kaja Kallas on X saying, we'll keep raising the cost until Russia understands it cannot win. What would you like to see the British Prime Minister, who is admittedly moving on to pastures new, what would you like to see him doing more of in his final days in office?
Well, first of all, I think he's been very good. He's been very strong on Ukraine. He was strong when we were back in government. It was bipartisan then. It is bipartisan now. But I think he ought to use his remaining days to ask the Europeans how they can actually dial it up. When Vice President, when the High Representative Kallas says they ought to be doing more, it's within the power of the European Union to really crank up the sanctions to the extent to which they hurt. Why are Russians allowed to travel freely across Europe and sit on Europe's beaches while young Ukrainians are dying fighting for their country? Why are we still paying for Russian oil and Russian gas? Why are we letting tankers sail through our straits full of Russian oil? These are things that Europe can do collectively. And really, we need to look again at the sanctions that we're imposing, the sanctions that the EU are imposing, and the sanctions that the United States are imposing. And between the three of us, we really ought to be doing more to squeeze Russia much harder.
I mean, President Trump's been in office for the second term as president for about 1.5 years now. And at the very beginning of his second term at the White House, he made Ukraine and finding a solution to this an absolute priority. But I don't feel like we've heard very much on this subject in recent months. And I'm wondering what you understand has become of those efforts led by President Trump and his team of Secretary of State Rubio, Steve Witkoff, his son-in-law Jared Kushner. What's happened to the effort to broker an end to this conflict?
Well, I was in the United States last week, and I was there in the spring. There are a lot of people in the administration who do want to see more pressure put onto Russia, certainly in the State Department, and there are advisors around President Trump who do want to see his peace efforts, which he started off, you remember, meeting Putin, who do want to see those efforts resumed. Now, of course, there's a lot of other stuff going on, not least in Hormuz, but we have an opportunity. Trump comes here next week. He comes to the heart of NATO, to the NATO summit in Ankara in Turkey. And that's where I hope the other NATO leaders, including the president of Turkey and those other leaders in Europe whose opinion he values, really do put the pressure on him again to do what he can to come to some sort of agreement with Putin. And that may mean another summit.
And just lastly, Sir Michael, if you don't mind, wearing your former British Defence Secretary hat, I wondered if I could just ask you what you make of the announcement by Prime Minister Starmer of military spending plans that, admittedly, as we've been saying, are coming in the final days and weeks of his time in office. Do you think from what you've understood of the defence spending plan, do you think he has now made adequate provisions for Britain's defence?
Well, I think, like everybody else, it's rather too little and rather too late. It's taken far too long to get it out there. I welcome the fact they have published it, so now we know where we stand. But the problem is the former Defence Secretary, as he pointed out when he resigned, is that too much of the increase comes later in the Parliament, and some of the budget decisions that are necessary to free up that money are yet to be taken by the new Prime Minister and the new Chancellor in the autumn. So the jury is still out. And meantime, we lag behind. Back in my day, we were, I think, the second biggest spender in NATO. We're now 12th. We're behind the smaller Baltic states. We're pretty well where Romania is. We're halfway down the league table when we should be leading in Europe. And it makes it much easier, of course, to argue for more pressure to be put on Russia for a better solution in the Middle East if we are spending what we committed to spend. We've all signed up to the 3.5% target, and I would have liked to have seen this plan be much firmer about the dates by which we're going to achieve it and the money made available to do that.
OK, we appreciate you answering that question and our other questions about Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed. Sir Michael Fallon, former UK Defence Secretary. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, in the past, Bashar al-Assad's government was a close ally of Hezbollah. But since President Ahmed al-Shara took power, that relationship has shifted. So where are ties today between Syria and Hezbollah? Well, Syria's foreign minister, Asad al-Shibani, is in Beirut, where he's been holding talks with Lebanese leaders, including President Joseph Aoun. Well, the two sides also agreed to set up a joint committee to boost cooperation on political, economic and security issues. And what about Hezbollah? Well, al-Shibani said that Syria is open to meeting the Iran-backed Lebanese group only if, he says, it serves Syria's interests. He also held talks with the parliamentary speaker Nabir Bereh, who is a long-time ally of Hezbollah. Well, Ronnie Chatah is a political commentator and host of the Beirut Banyan podcast. He joins us now from Beirut. Ronnie, great to have you back with us here on Al Arabiya English. I want to start by talking to you about this visit by the Syrian Foreign Minister, Asad al-Shibani, who's been in Beirut today. Tell us why this visit is significant and what you think he's aiming to achieve there.
Well, I'll put his visit in perspective. This is a visit by a Syrian official from a new regime, meaning a departure from the old Assad regime policy of thinking of Lebanon as less an independent country and more a protectorate for the Syrian regime. Here you have a new face, a new regime, and a new way of approaching Lebanon that I think is actually correct, in that the Syrian regime, as of now, has expressed no interest in getting involved in Lebanese affairs. Even when the approach, let's say, by the American administration sometimes flirts in that direction of hinting at disappointment with the Israelis in their war against Hezbollah, seeking perhaps Syrian support in that adventure. The good news is the Syrian regime, up until now, the new Syrian regime has said no. And they have rejected that kind of idea And also on the Lebanese side, the Lebanese government never really considered it anyway. So if there's good news in this strange story of American policy as you see it now, a bit erratic, a bit at times provocative, the good news is local actors are saying no to bad ideas.
Okay, so that's set the tone very clearly for this conversation. But it doesn't answer the question, why then did the Syrian foreign minister want to meet with Nabil Berri, who is, of course, an ally of Hezbollah? He is, of course, the Speaker of Parliament as well. Why would he want to talk to him? What have they got to talk about?
I would assume the same reason why American officials speak to Nabil Berri on these matters. Nabil Berri is an interlocutor for Hezbollah. And if you want to get to Hezbollah without talking to them directly, you talk to Nabil Berri and hope that the message is sent. That said, Nabil Berri is also representing overt caution and perhaps at times rejection of what is happening in Washington, D.C., even though the government has sought forth the negotiations, the trilateral agreement that was signed between Lebanon, Israel, and American mediation. Nabil Berri has said so far, at least, that should it be ratified, it would be rejected. Meaning if it's brought to Lebanon's parliament and himself as Speaker of Parliament, they would reject it. So that said, Nabil Berri is representing the kind of extreme caution that one would assume the language he's using is to protect Hezbollah. And I think the Syrian foreign minister is trying to push as far as he can in finding a way that's good for both Syria and Lebanon. Because at the end of the day, Hezbollah is not just a Lebanese problem. Hezbollah is Iran's interests in Lebanon. And Hezbollah not that long ago fought a brutal war alongside the Syrian regime against Syrian opposition. There's very bad blood. You want to make sure that Iran's project, if you can call it that, in Lebanon does not spill over once more into Syria. And I think the Syrians are very careful to prevent that from happening.
Right. And as we've been saying, meeting with the Speaker of Parliament, who's this interlocutor with Hezbollah, is not the same as meeting Hezbollah. But asked about it, the Syrian foreign minister said he is in fact open to meeting Hezbollah if, quote, interests require it. What do you think that means?
I don't want to speculate too much on what he's talking about when it comes to interest. He may be pointing down the road in that should Hezbollah move on, meaning should there be an attempt at least or a roadmap, not the trilateral framework, not that, a Lebanese roadmap for Hezbollah that sees the group less an armed wing, less a paramilitary force, more simply a political party in the end, like other Lebanese militia that turned to politics only. Perhaps in that kind of evolution, the Syrian regime could establish better relations with Hezbollah. But I don't want to speculate too much on what he's implying. I would assume it's not for now. And if it is for the near term, it's to convince Hezbollah to divorce itself from Iran.
I mean, I think the thinking in Washington is it's pretty, they've joined the dots. The one thing that Lebanon's President and Prime Minister, the majority of the Lebanese people, Syria and Israel seem to agree on is that something's got to be done about Hezbollah and they've got to be disbanded or disarmed. I mean, does anyone in your region, and by that I mean Lebanon and Syria, believe there is some merit to this idea of Syria being drawn into this conflict, if you like, and dealing with Hezbollah? Does anyone think it's a good idea?
I would guess even at this point, Tom Barak is not so sold on his ideas as well. I don't think there's anyone in a serious position of power that is pushing this idea forward right now. But I will add to that, the American administration has been a bit erratic when it comes to Lebanon and Syria, and I would include Israel as well, and even go towards Iran and this round of fighting with the Iranian regime. But I don't think there's anyone seriously approaching this topic and trying to get the Syrians in a security way involved in Lebanese affairs ever again. The history is terrible. The legacy they left behind in Lebanon is terrible, to the point that even Hezbollah supporters, Hezbollah sympathizers, are not fond of those years too. I don't think anyone is seriously looking for a return to Syrian, whatever you want to call it, dominion, protectorate, perhaps even occupation. I doubt it'll happen.
I mean, Syria can argue that it has done quite a lot, in fact, already to weaken Hezbollah, and they've done that by essentially cutting off important supply routes, which, you know, were very active under the rule of Bashar al-Assad. I mean, has that made a major difference, do you think? Has that significantly weakened Hezbollah?
My assessment is that Hezbollah's diminishment, or let's say its degraded capabilities, have really nothing to do with Lebanon or Syria. It has to do with Israel. And the last 2 rounds of war that they've gone through with the Israelis in Lebanon, I think is far more telling of where Hezbollah is right now, rather than Lebanese political opposition to the group, or even Syrian militia-like opposition to the group in the past 11, 12, 13 years. This is really a story between Israel and Hezbollah, and the severely degraded status Hezbollah finds itself in, and the less autonomous nature it has, and the more direct control it's facing under Iranian sponsorship and Iranian command. That has much more to do with what the Israelis have done to the group, not local opposition.
There are reports that there have been some arrests in recent months in Syria of Hezbollah, I should say alleged Hezbollah cell members and operatives. I mean, can we assume they still have some kind of a presence in Syria? I know you're not in Syria, but from what you're hearing on the ground, does it sound like they still do have some sort of a presence there?
I think it's safe to say that there's at least an attempt at constant intervention in Syrian affairs. How advanced that presence is, or for that matter, how small it is, could also be problematic. In that Hezbollah, in its earliest years in Lebanon, was by and large autonomous cells and very advanced in terrorism. And the last time the Lebanese Israelis met in Washington, the old May 17, 1983 agreement, that largely ended not just to Syrian occupation, but to Hezbollah's capabilities. And through terrorism, whether it's international peacekeepers, embassies, or of course the famous Marine barracks attack, Hezbollah can fight aggressively even when it's smaller. I don't know how far they are on that road in Syria, but I would be surprised if they've abandoned at least the interest or the curiosity in maintaining some intelligence-like presence wherever they can. This includes Syria.
Okay, and we've just got a couple of minutes left. Just on other subjects of discussion between the visiting Syrian foreign minister and his hosts there in Beirut. I mean, what else was discussed? I know there's this issue of Syrian prisoners being held in Lebanese prisons. There were some transfers, I gather, of prisoners earlier on in the year. I mean, has any progress been made on that front?
This is the years-long, almost now decades-long issue on both sides. There are Lebanese prisoners that went missing in Syrian prisons too, going back to the 80s and 90s. I don't know how far those discussions have reached, and I don't know the intimate details of those discussions. But I sense that turning the page from both sides is of mutual interest. Turning the page meaning standard relations between Lebanon and Syria, healthy relations between the two countries. I think both governments, this current stage, want that. I'll add to that, even though the foreign minister of Lebanon, I don't think he's met, as of now at least, right, where we're speaking, I don't think he has met Syria's foreign minister in this round. But Lebanon's foreign minister belongs to the Lebanese forces, a party that was once a militia that fought the Syrian army and Syrian regime in Lebanon. Now you have two sides that have fundamentally changed, and both countries that are respecting, in a serious way, each other's sovereignty. And this includes sensitive issues like the Shaba farms, which I think issue. The Shaba farms that border Lebanon and the Golan Heights being annexed by Israel. The Syrian regime in the old days made this a sticking point to re-legitimize Hezbollah's weapons after the Israelis left in May of 2000. The current Syrian regime is speaking a very different language, saying, we don't want this issue to impact Lebanese affairs. They've turned the page on Shaba farms. I sense they're turning the page also on Lebanon the way the previous regime mismanaged Lebanese affairs. This is why I'll hit this point home. I really don't see how the Syrian army can reoccupy Lebanon when you have these types of governments representing each country and a real desire to find a way to just have standard relations, which has been lacking for over 5 decades. I think the intention is there. That's good news and otherwise bad news when it comes to Lebanese or Lebanon at large in the region. There is a silver lining here. Syria is not a problem.
Right. I mean, just to wrap up our conversation, Ronnie, I mean, you've painted a picture there of a surprising turn of events. I mean, I don't think anyone could have predicted what would have or could have happened in the last, let's say, 2 years since, Hezbollah started to be degraded, Bashar al-Assad was removed from office. And it sounds to me like relations between Beirut and Damascus are perhaps better than they've been at any stage in perhaps recent memory. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. And I'll add to that, there is sectarian insecurity in Lebanon due to war, of course, between Hezbollah and Israel. You have some form of insecurity among the Lebanese Shia community, not the whole community, but a sizable figure within that community does not look at the Syrian regime as a partner, could see the Syrian regime as potentially a threat because of the legacy of war between Hezbollah and opposition in Syria. This is a sticking point that so far has not led to bloodshed. And that's good news. And this is why I'll emphasize the Syrian regime being reluctant to get involved in battling Hezbollah in Lebanon is the right signal. It's the right message you want to send to Lebanon's Shia community, or more importantly, not a community at large, but Hezbollah's support base. We don't want Hezbollah supporters to feel threatened, not just by Israel, but by Syria too. I think the Syrian regime is handling that job well. Of course, it's a new regime, and you just mentioned it earlier. It's quite shocking what happened in the last 2 years. Hopefully, these types of relations improve over time. Hopefully, this is not just a glitch in the radar, and hopefully, Lebanon and Syria move on as standard, healthy neighbors, the way it should be.
Yeah, and just a final thought. I mean, it's really easy to understand as well, putting yourselves in the shoes of the new leadership in Damascus, why, when they're still so new to their own jobs, they've got a large country to unite after 14 years of civil war, why on earth would they want to get involved in someone else's affairs as they'd see it?
Absolutely. And also that the Syrian regime is not, it's fragile. I don't think they want to risk what they've achieved so far. And I'll add to that, Syria has its own problems with Israel. Syria is dealing with those problems their way. But at least in terms of trying to prevent what could be a permanent warlike scenario, or let's say a permanent battlefield for external regime interests, as of now, Syrian government and the Lebanese government as well, it's important to include this. Both sides are saying they don't want to be part of the Iranian axis. Both countries were for decades, and this is where we reached. Both sides are saying no. They don't want to be part of a continuous war zone that really, at the end of the day, helps shield the Iranian regime, and as a result of that, kills too many civilians that don't want war. This will include Hezbollah supporters that did not sign up for these 2 rounds of fighting. Now you have Hezbollah that largely was not just degraded, went largely on a suicide mission for the Iranian regime. Both countries don't want to be a part of that scenario. And I think if things move in this direction in the long term, you will find a way to have sovereign states in the Middle East that are not impacted by external war. Hopefully Lebanon and Syria can see that soon.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ronnie Chatah, political commentator and host of the Beirut Banyan podcast. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now turning our attention to Iraq and a look at the country under its new prime minister and a major anti-corruption drive shaking the country's political scene. Well, Ali al-Zaidi has made tackling corruption his top priority. And he's launched a sweeping crackdown just weeks into office. Well, authorities say around $86 million has been seized in one major case alone, whilst raids have uncovered large sums of cash and gold linked to senior figures. So is this the start of a real clean-up? Our producer Shadan Hammam takes a closer look for us.
Politicians and senior officials are being arrested in Iraq in what's becoming one of the country's biggest anti-corruption crackdowns in years. Baghdad's Green Zone, home to the U.S. Embassy, has been filled with security forces carrying out raids targeting politicians accused of financial corruption. The crackdown gained momentum after the arrest of Adnan al-Jumaili, a senior oil ministry official, on May 30th. Authorities say his testimony helped drive the wider campaign, with around $86 million seized so far in the case. 47 people have been arrested so far, according to authorities, and the crackdown is still ongoing. In another raid, authorities seized around $15.5 million in cash, along with quantities of gold, at the home of Iraqi lawmaker Ali Ansayef. Among those arrested is former Deputy Oil Minister Ali Al-Ma'arij, who is also under U.S. sanctions. So why is this happening now? The man leading the campaign is Iraq's new Prime Minister, Ali al-Zaidi. Just weeks into the job, he made fighting corruption his signature issue. But analysts say the timing is hard to ignore. The arrests come just ahead of his planned visit to Washington in mid-July, where he's expected to discuss security, corruption, and economic cooperation with the Trump administration. Many analysts see the crackdown as an effort to reset ties with the United States while also keeping Iraq's relationship with Iran on track. Al-Zaidi isn't seen as being closely aligned with Tehran as some previous Iraqi leaders. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Washington has received, quote, good and constructive signals from Iraq's new government, but not everyone's convinced. Some analysts doubt Iraq can really reduce Iran's influence. The question now is whether this is the start of real reform, or is it just a move to appease Washington while taking pressure off Tehran? Well, only time will tell.
Now, it is Thursday today, so as ever, we're going to get a check of the top stories making the front pages in the United States. We begin with reports surrounding President Donald Trump's wealth. Well, according to Forbes, the president's personal fortune rose from $2.3 billion to $6.5 billion between the years 2024 and 2026. Well, his family's cryptocurrency activities are reported to be a major factor behind this. Well, speaking as he took his maiden flight aboard a brand new Air Force One plane, which he was given by Qatar, he brushed off any criticism and said it's not just him, but that everyone is benefiting from his presidency.
Well, I've made a lot of money before I became president, and they invest my money, and I don't talk to them. I don't even speak to them. So I have many people, I don't know what they call it, closed accounts or something. You put your money in, and that's it. I don't talk to them. They're big institutions, and they run it. But yeah, I've had a great career. In business, I've had a great career. Well, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting. If you have a 401k, how's your 401k done? It's about up 85%. Thank you, President Trump. So we're all profiting. I'm profiting because I have a lot of money and a lot of cash, and I give it to institutions. I don't know if they know what they're doing or not, but they buy a vast array of things.
Well, for more on that story and the week's other top stories in the United States, I'm joined this week by Paul Glastris, former chief speechwriter to President Bill Clinton and editor-in-chief of Washington Monthly. He joins us from Washington. Paul, welcome back to the program. We're also joined from Miami, Florida, by Angie Wong, Republican strategist and friend of the program. Welcome back to you as well. So we heard President Trump in a clip just before we crossed to you, sort of really dismissing any talk of conflicts of interest, saying nothing to see here. Angie, is it unusual, do you think, for a sitting US president to become so much wealthier whilst in office?
I think that happens to many presidents. It's usually kept quite quiet. But here, clearly, President Trump and the Trump family, they've been investing very heavily and legally so. So I think that's really where the line is. Is this done legally? Is the laws that he is passing and enforcing, are they within the legal realms of him also being a private investor? I know that when he goes into the White House, he has to relinquish a lot of his holdings. But that doesn't mean that his organizations and his businesses have to. So clearly, we are seeing that the Trump family, they're going shopping. A lot of real estate's being bought right now, a lot of crypto and perhaps other properties. But again, all of it's legal. So I think he's able to do so.
Okay, Paul, let me turn to you. I mean, President Trump has made 900 pages worth of disclosures here with regards to his wealth and what he's accumulated whilst in office. A lot more pages of information than President Biden ever submitted. I think his last declaration was 11 pages long. So can it be said, and just bouncing off what Angie was saying there, can it be said that President Trump has been particularly diligent and particularly transparent here?
Oh, my God, no. I'm going to have to disagree completely with my friend. This is the greatest corruption we have ever seen by far in any president. Joe Biden's, holdings was a nice size house in Delaware. He didn't have a huge amount of wealth other than some real, house and some index funds. Donald Trump, we don't know how legal this is because Donald Trump controls the Department of Justice that would make sense of this, and they've all been told not to look into it. And the Republicans in Congress who should be checking it are sitting on their hands. We've never seen anything like this. Past presidents made money occasionally writing books, and that was considered an outrage. This is using government policy and rewriting the rules of crypto and then benefiting from it. It is out and out larceny, and it's an outrage that it's not being looked into.
Okay, Angie, I mean, clearly very different opinions here with regards to the ethics, I suppose we could say, surrounding that accumulation of wealth. Do you have any concerns at all about where that money's come from?
I would only have concerns if there was a thorough investigation done on this. Now, for him to be an investor and report it very publicly, that doesn't not necessarily mean that there is any corruption here. There's an air of corruption, but until it's proven, whether it's by the DOJ or a court or even by investigative journalists, I need to see that evidence first that there was corruption before we label it that.
Okay, Paul, I mean, President Trump is a businessman first and foremost. That's what he's done all his life. So should we really be surprised that he carries on, being entrepreneurial? He has an entrepreneurial family. And let me point out one thing. I mean, not all of his business enterprises generate big money. The Trump Bible, I noticed, only generated $208,000 US worth of revenue in the past year. So not successful, I don't think it's fair to say, right across the board.
Come on. He has his son-in-law both and another aide both going to conflict countries and investing in real estate and getting sweetheart deals in Kazakhstan. The whole thing is a giant grift. And look, the polls all say it. The American public understand what's going on here. He's allowed billionaires into the government to rewrite rules for their and his benefit. He was mostly a failed businessman until he became president. And really, it's only in this term that he's struck gold. And you look at the one example of the crypto. He's made, an ungodly amount of money, and nearly all of the investors have lost money. If that isn't the definition of a grift, I don't know what is.
I mean, Angie, any noises within the ranks of the GOP, notwithstanding the fact we've got obviously the midterms coming up, but also because there is, this affordability crisis and inflation is up, households are hurting. The optics aren't great, are they?
Well, the optics weren't great either when Hunter Biden was selling art to, at the tunes of like millions of dollars. Family members, they're going to take advantage of the presidency like other previous presidencies. We understand that. We understand, I think it's been very public that, the Trump family is buying up real estate around the world. It's very public that Eric Trump is going into Asia and the Middle East, and they're opening up Trump hotels and, other Trump properties around the world. It's all been very public. I have yet to see the actual political backlash of that. And again, this has been going on for over a year. So I don't think it's going to really affect the midterms. I don't think anyone's making a very big deal out of it. But, given that the latest disclosures just came out this week, there could be some backlash. Luckily, we're in July and everyone's on summer break. I don't think this story has too many legs.
OK, let's move on to our next story. The New York City mayor, Zohran Mamdani, has finalized his city budget. That happened on Tuesday. It's a big budget. We're talking about a budget of $125.8 billion US. And I suppose it therefore stands to reason that a budget that sort of size would have a few sticking points. Quite contentious, though, fair to say, Paul. Why was it only finalized at the 11th hour?
I think that's pretty standard for New York politics. The budgets of previous mayors were debated for months and months and months. You'll recall that the previous governor, Governor Andrew Cuomo, had a very contentious relationship with the mayors during his terms, and the debate, the battles went on for months and months. This is, by comparison, a pretty smooth process, and he and the governor get along. Even though she didn't endorse him, they get along pretty well.
OK, Angie, anything that struck you about that budget process? I mean, some Republicans sounded pretty angry about, for example, headcount within the ranks of the NYPD. What are your thoughts?
I agree with that. I mean, clearly there is no movement within the NYPD to expand or luckily to detract. So I think that is an interesting thing. The other thing that struck me was that, this is a long July 4th weekend here in the United States, and we have a big Taylor Swift wedding. There's going to be a lot of PDs that are needed on the streets in New York, but they're not going to get paid. So, because of the late budget agreements, this happens all the time in New York City politics. They like to drop these unfavorable or not great in the press type news at the 11th hour, and this was dropped late last night. I think that given the huge budget that New York City has, close to $130 billion for about 7 million residents, well, we have a lot more residents here in the state of Florida, and our budget is half. So I'm not sure what New York City's doing and what Florida is doing that's different, but we live pretty great here in Florida. I wish New York City would learn to take a pay cut a little bit and not spend so much on city things that don't matter. So I think, this budget should be scrutinized, but because it was dropped so late last night, there was not a lot of contentious, not a lot of debate on it.
And Paul, I mean, it is a high-profile city, of course, New York, and we're talking there with Angie about a large sum of money. Mamdani hasn't been in the job for all that long, and he says he inherited this fiscal black hole, if you like, and he blames his predecessor, Mayor Eric Adams, for that. Is he going to be able to plug the gap, do you think?
No, I don't know. They're using different techniques. He's actually come up with at least some budget cuts that have earned him some goodwill among voters. They are talking about some tax increases on second homes. We'll see if the arithmetic works. I really don't see this as being out of the ordinary for New York politics going back decades. I really don't see it as much of a story. I think Angie makes a fair point, comparing the whole state of Florida to New York. But, you can play that game looking at any city in the country. And it's, Florida is predominantly rural and suburban. But it's a fair point.
OK, let's move on to our next story. For 150 years, babies born in the United States have been afforded the constitutional right to US citizenship. That's in line with the 14th Amendment. And following on from a Supreme Court ruling earlier this week, it looks like that's set to remain the case. Angie, President Trump wanted to see that change. What's the argument here?
I think the Supreme Court actually made the right decision here. They're saying that the White House does not have executive powers to actually change the Constitution. And I think that was the right call. Ultimately, this has to go to Congress if there's going to be any amendment changes. And President Trump's going to have to do that. There are other workarounds. The same way that, he has seen other cases fall in within SCOTUS. He's been able, like, for example, the tariffs. He's been able to find workarounds on this. If we just secured our borders and also work on our immigration system, we don't have to worry about birthright citizenship. We don't have to have all those concerns. There are other ways of mitigating this. And I think President Trump is looking at avenues to take care of it a different way.
OK, Paul, your thoughts. And do you consider this ruling by the Supreme Court to be a bit of a setback to President Trump's immigration agenda?
It's like saying if somebody does something incredibly stupid and mad, and it doesn't work, it's a setback. The setback was thinking that he could overturn the plain language of the Constitution. The Supreme Court did the bare minimum of saying, no, that's not true. It would have been an administrative nightmare. It wouldn't have even helped probably Republicans politically. It was always an obsession of the president's and of MAGA. It never made any sense. And good riddance.
All right. Well, it sounds like we've put the lid on that one. Just lastly today, Saturday is, of course, the 4th of July. And this year it's no ordinary anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. It is the 250th anniversary. And that gives a perfect opportunity for a big patriotic celebration. Angie, what are the main highlights of the weekend?
Oh, I'm very much looking forward to this. I think it's going to be a great celebration. President Trump is definitely throwing a big party in Washington, D.C. There's already the galas taking place over the last couple of days. I'm looking forward to him speaking, actually. I think, it may make some Democrats mad that the 250th birthday of America falls into a Trump presidency. But I think President Trump is the absolute perfect patriot to actually throw this big birthday party. So I'm looking forward to the speeches. I'm looking forward to the musical performances. And I'm also looking forward to the fireworks. It's going to be quite a spectacular. It's from what I'm hearing, it's going to be one of the biggest, largest, most Trump-esque fireworks display we've ever seen in America.
OK, Paul, as a former speechwriter to a former US president, are you looking forward to the speeches? And as an extension of that question, if you'll allow me, I mean, we often talk about the US being divided. Is everyone getting on board, do you think, with these celebrations?
Well, no one's shown up yet. The great state fair that's taken over the mall has been a spectacular failure so far. It was very shoddily produced. Most of the entertainers who had signed on dropped out because they didn't realize it was going to be so partisan. Donald Trump, said, all right, instead of entertainers, we'll have me, Donald Trump. I'm the greatest entertainer. The fireworks aren't going to start till 11 p.m. And, anybody with young kids, they can't possibly stay up that late. It looks to be a security nightmare. People are allowed to bring one bottle of water and a blanket, and if you bring anything more than a small, tiny handbag, you're going to have to give it up. Angie's too young to remember the bicentennial of 1976. I was a young person then. It was fantastic. There were celebrations everywhere for a week or two. I was down in my hometown of St. Louis with literally 1 million people. I hope it's not a complete disaster on Saturday, but so far in every way it's been, he's hijacked it for partisan purposes, and that was just an enormous mistake. One of the many blots on his record.
Okay, so two very different interpretations of that 250th birthday for us to wrap up on, and perhaps some people will be watching the football because we are, of course, midway through the Football World Cup. Thank you both very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Paul Glastris, former chief speechwriter to President Clinton, you had the last word. And thank you as well to Angie Wong, Republican strategist, joining us from Miami. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you both.
Well, that's all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to Al Arabiya English. My name's Greg Swenson. I'm the host of American Unfiltered, and I'm really thrilled to have as my first guest Beverly Turner, who's the host of GB News Late Show Live here in Washington, and an old friend, and originally media friend, but also social friend as well. And so it's great to have you, Bev. It's been a really amazing week in transatlantic news. First you had the big news in the UK, the fall of Keir Starmer and the rise of Andy Burnham. And then, of course, the timing is particularly good speaking with you today because you were at the White House yesterday and had a conversation with the president who, thanks to you, has got himself involved in UK politics, which we always love to see here in Washington, being the Anglo-American community that we are. And so that was a big day.
It was a big day. And, you say another week in US-UK politics. It feels like, is there a week when the two countries are not in some way connected, colliding? Even we are looking in the UK here to America to see what things might be like if we had a different type of government. As you say, a lot of change at the moment in the UK with Keir Starmer finally stepping aside, and Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister in waiting. And so yesterday, I got the opportunity to be in the Oval Office with President Trump, and I was so desperate, Greg, to ask him about Andy Burnham because nobody has got that question out of him yet, and we are all dying to know how he feels because we know how he felt about Keir Starmer. No love lost there. And so when I was able to say to him, what do you know about him? He basically didn't know anything.
It was great.
He had no idea.
It was classic President Trump, where he just said, I think he's the mayor of some town. It was great.
Exactly.
Now, meanwhile, we all know that Manchester is not just some town.
It's third biggest city in the UK.
Third biggest city in the UK. It's kind of like almost like the Chicago of the United
similar
Kingdom.
Size.
Yeah. And so that was a great moment. And you've had a few with the president, which is exciting.
I have. GB News came over here in September of 25. And I'm thrilled to be here. And we were basically told, look, go over there, cover American news for our British audience, because they're very interested. GB News audience. We are kind of right-leaning, politically exposed channel, although we do have to conform to Ofcom regulations. So we always have to provide left-right balance. You know, you've been on my show lots of times. We put you up against some socialist, Democrat, Labour
lefty lunatic.
You call, a lefty lunatic. Yeah. And so the job for me out here is to observe the White House, to portray back to the British audience what's happening here. And there are so many areas politically that are comparable, that America's doing really well and we're doing really badly. So it's a pleasure and honor. It's a genuine privilege to be here.
It's been great. I mean, even the launch party, the GB News launch party last September was just a fantastic event. It reminded me of the other Anglo-American party held in the inauguration weekend, that Friday of inauguration.
Yep.
And then, as I mentioned on your show, the next great one was the Garden Party here at the UK, or the British ambassador's residence here in Washington. So there's a really great Anglo-American community here in Washington, but also in London, as we know, as we both know. So.
Yeah, despite the attempts of Prime Minister Starmer to destroy the relationship between the two countries, it feels like those people on the ground, like us, will always keep that connection going. You know, we are united through so much cultural similarity, and it's such a shame that that has been threatened in the last 2 years since Starmer came into office.
It's really amazing. I mean, he's done his best to try to, wreck that relationship. I mean, I think the top of the list would be the Chagos Islands, and not only trying to give away the Chagos Islands and of course, importantly, the base, the Diego Garcia base, but also denying the president the use of that base during the launch, the attack on Iran.
And he hasn't forgiven them.
No.
Trump hasn't forgiven the UK. That was what struck me yesterday when I mentioned to him about Andy Burnham. And he said, I don't know much about him. He's a liberal, he said. And then he went on to say, with some frustration and actually some emotion, that he'd warned Starmer he had to fix energy via using fossil fuels again and not being so wedded to net zero. And he has to fix immigration, both illegal and legal migration. And I think Trump he loves the UK.
Yeah.
He said it
absolutely.
repeatedly. He's a real Anglophile. His mother was Scottish. He will always tell you that. And I think his frustration stems from wanting what is right for the UK and our country. And when he said, I tried to tell Starmer, I told him he's going to lose his premiership, he stopped short of saying, and I was right.
Right.
But that was clearly his frustration.
It is. It's frustrating for the president because, as you said, he's really fond of the UK. He's got this connection that we lost during the Biden years. But Joe Biden was very, at the very least, he was indifferent to the UK, and he always favored the EU, always favored Ireland. And that was frustrating, I think, for those of us that were living in London at the time to have our president be so dismissive of this great relationship. And I think it's, I still think it's a speed bump. I mean, if anything, I argued that Keir Starmer actually did a good job of managing the relationship both with the U.S. and with the president in his first year. And in fact, I argued that it's probably the only good thing he did in his first year because he's been such a disaster as prime minister. And so, I think this was inevitable, that sort of break, because they are so different politically. And look what the president has done with the energy sector in the U.S. And now, once again, we're the largest energy producer in the world. We're the largest exporter of natural gas. We're exporting oil as well. And we're mining again. This is a totally different world. And I think one of the things I pointed out, and I hope you'll agree, is that the problems in the UK are fixable. And I think we heard that from our mutual friend, Sarah Rogers, yesterday, speaking at the ARC conference. And, that these are not problems that can't be fixed. We would know, because we had the same problems 4 years ago with Joe Biden.
It totally depends on whether we are prepared as a country to step away from genuinely the globalist agenda, the Agenda 2030, the UN sustainable goals. And we are tied into so many treaties and agreements now that I don't think we can backpedal. President Trump is preoccupied, I'm not going to say obsessed, he is a bit obsessed with us drilling oil in the North Sea. Every single time I've spoken to him, which is on multiple occasions now, he will talk about the windmills. The windmills are ruining your country. You've got to start drilling, he says, in the North Sea. Now, we are committed to these climate goals. We're committed to Paris Agreement. Like, we can't backpedal without major international disagreement and potentially legal cases. Trump doesn't give a
No.
rat's backside
international
about that.
agreements.
He doesn't care.
He's not a fan of multilateral institutions.
Hates it.
It's what's best for his country.
And that's why he stood up at the UN Agenda Conference in New York last year and he just said, you are ruining your countries. And it was beautiful to watch him detonate that globalist agenda. He's very much, I understand him from what I hear on the ground here, pivoting towards firmer relationships between America and the Middle East. And the Gulf states, and also Eastern European countries, Hungary and Poland, on whom he shares very similar viewpoints about stricter border control. Those in the future could be the allies of President Trump in the next 2 to 3 years of his presidency, much more than the UK.
Without a doubt. I mean, think about it. Both of his terms as president, his first foreign trip was to Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region. And so he knows that's the future. And I think that's part of the Iran situation, you know, and this agreement with Iran that they're working on now. You know, he's realigning the Gulf region. And that's really on the top of his agenda. And he knows that Europe just continues to fall behind. And then my argument with the UK is, do you want to be part of that managed decline in Western Europe, or come back to the United States and replicate, maybe take a few pages out of the president's playbook? I don't know that this government can possibly do that, because they'd be going against the, you know, the cult of climate change, of net zero.
Yeah.
I think it might have to wait till 2029, unfortunately.
And it will largely depend on what Andy Burnham wants to do.
Yeah.
You know, I've said that Andy Burnham, our new incoming Prime Minister, he hasn't been an MP for the last 10 years. He's been in Manchester as the mayor. He has spent more time in Denton than Davos. Now, that might put him on a par with President Trump.
Yeah.
You might be surprised to see that their relationship is better than people expect, because Andy Burnham also is not a massive fan, I suspect. I may be proven wrong.
Yeah.
But I've met him on multiple occasions. He's a very kind of down-to-earth guy. He's very normal. He's everyman. That's why people like him. He doesn't have that public school upbringing vibe. He's not like a Boris Johnson that looks down at people.
Right.
He's a normal kind of guy. Now, it depends whether he comes in and says, if he has the testicular fortitude, let's say, to push back against some of those treaties and agreements on the global stage, then he might keep the British people happy. And that will align him more with President Trump. They're both quite anti-establishment. They are both well aware of the fact that the political class hasn't served the working person for a very long time. There may be more synergy, Greg, than we anticipate there.
That's a great point, Bev, because he is more of a man of the people. He's been in Manchester, he's been in the North, and he's connected much more to the trade unions like a proper labor politician, like the old Labour. Whereas Keir Starmer, as we all agree, was from that new Labour, that, you know, North London, uppity, Oxford, Cambridge, kind of that lanyard class. And I don't see Andy Burnham as part of that. He might be a man of the left, and that's what I worry about.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. He might actually have more in common. And look what happened in I think it was Aberdeen in Scotland. You know, because oil and gas exploration is so important in Scotland, and that might be a moment for him to pivot and get away from Ed Miliband and the lunatic kind of fringe net zero crowd.
He'll have so much pressure on him from the net zero agenda. I mean, his wife actually works for a big electric car charging company, is my understanding. She's quite private. She's Dutch, I think. You know, there will be a lot of pressure on him to maintain that course towards the greener future, whatever we mean by that anymore, I'm not even sure, and not to get involved in any oil and gas drilling. It might be that we have to wait until potentially another government, if that does become, for instance, Nigel Farage next time round.
And I think that, you know, surely that's in the cards in 2029. I mean, liberating the energy sector, and again, we've done it here, so we know it can work. It might be a stretch to expect a Labour prime minister to endorse that. The other thing we often forget about, because you're right, President Trump is so focused on the North Sea, he's a common sense guy. He just can't understand why we in the UK are buying oil from Norway, who's drilling it in the same sea that we've banned drilling in.
He's got a point.
And this goes back to the Tory party, to the Conservatives, you know, and I've been lecturing them for years now on not only do you have to stop this nonsense of net zero, but apologize for it, bury it. Just, you know, don't even leave it lingering out there. Just end it. And and drill for natural gas. It's not just the North Sea oil rigs. There's plenty of natural gas under the ground in the UK.
Well, it all depends on whether man-made climate change is scientifically nailed on. That's what it all comes down to.
Yeah.
You know, we have been told for 20 years the consensus is that using carbon is going to ruin the planet. And that was literally written into the broadcasting regulation in the UK. It still is. We're not meant to, in the UK, say that that is anything other than 100% true.
It's
because
amazing.
We could be fined by Ofcom for saying that.
That's incredible. I didn't realize that, Bev. But I think that the tide is turning for sure. I mean, the public consensus is surely not behind it like it was 5 years ago. It never made the top 7 as an issue in the United States. And that's why when, Al Gore started his lecturing 25 years ago, they bought into it in Western Europe and the UK, and the U.S. never really did.
No.
In spite of that, Biden tried the Green New Deal, and he blew all this money on wind and solar and the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which was really the Green New Deal. And so, he bought into it, or at least his advisors did, or his AutoPen did, but really the people in the U.S. never really did, and that's why they never really were able to get momentum. He almost went against, President Biden went against what the people wanted. And much like in the UK and especially in Ireland, the top issue right now is affordability and mass migration. And what did they get from their governments? Misinformation, policing misinformation, which you and I will just call censorship, and as well as net zero. So it's this total disconnect between that lanyard class, the Keir Starmers of the world. But I blame Theresa May and Boris and Rishi.
14 years of conservative rule that pushed through all of these policies that I think were the product of talking shops at these NGOs around the world.
That's right.
And not enough people in the room to stand up and go, hang on a minute, are we sure about this? Groupthink. Nobody being prepared to swim against the tide of popular opinion. And, Greg, money to be made. Let's be honest.
What a cottage industry that was.
What a cottage industry.
When Biden lost the election, they had, that 90-day transition, and they were shooting money out the door as fast as they possibly could to these NGOs that were just started the week before.
That's right.
We're in the net zero education sector. Can you give us $500 million? And they did. It's crazy. So
I'm a big fan, I have to say. I am a big fan of new homes in the UK being built in a way that can generate their own power.
Sure.
So that we have solar panels and air source heat pumps and good insulation. That makes sense to me. Common sense. Because it also gives the homeowner an element of kind of autonomy away from the grid and away from the government.
And away from
deciding you've used your carbon credits.
Yep.
I think that's something that, in terms of the environmental protections, go forward, build the right kind of houses. I'm totally on board with that.
And God knows we need more housing in the UK, that's for sure. Let's talk about Nigel Farage. He's a friend of both of ours. He might be arguably the only hope for the UK when we talk about not just energy and mass migration. And I know that's almost a one-issue, reform in many ways is kind of, whether they like it or not, a one-issue party. By some miracle of marketing, the Tory party is still leading in the polls when it comes to economic matters, which I think is something that Nigel has to, has to change that view. But do you think he can save the UK?
I think they are as close as we're going to get to a small c Conservative government, if I'm completely honest. Nigel's appeal, a bit like I was saying about Andy Burnham, is the concept that he's every man.
Man of the people.
Man of the people. Interestingly, Nigel's one of these people who, and I think President Trump is similar, actually, they can slide up and down the social spectrum fairly seamlessly. So Nigel can be with the shooting class, the pheasant killers, like with the kind of the hacking jacket crowd easily, with a cigar, but he can also be with the man in the pub.
Sure.
And that's quite rare. Trump has that as well.
It's amazing the similarities between the two.
Yeah.
They have got similar personalities. They're able to capture basically free media. Nigel's name recognition is off the charts in the UK, much like the president's was before he ever ran for office.
Very divisive.
Yeah.
Some people love them. Some people hate them.
Yeah.
Marmite. And that's how you cut through, actually, I think, in politics. They have, I think, a very good chance of winning the next election. It largely depends on when that is, I would say. If Andy Burnham has the confidence to call a snap general election when he gets into number 10, which could be before the end of this year. Well, he'll be in there probably within a couple of weeks, but he could call an election before the end of the year. The question is going to be, are Reform ready for that? They say that they are. They say that they have really good candidates, and I know behind the scenes they have been vetting and training and getting candidates ready for those 300 and odd seats around the country, nearly 400 seats around the country. Nigel still is, as I say, very, very divisive. He still has to win over the dinner party class. He's got to win over some Liberal Democrats. He's got to win over some Labour voters. I think they're and he's got to also win over some Conservative voters as well. Yeah. But that strength of feeling towards the ambition that Reform have for the country is incredibly strong and only getting stronger by the day. Yeah. Firmer borders, common sense educational ethos around schools. It's all the basic points. Can a woman be a woman and a man be a man? No. Or, you know, on the economy, I think you're right. You're reflecting that the mood of the nation, that they aren't quite sure yet who would be the person to make those key decisions. But we know that Nigel has a background in finance. We know he's no slouch when it comes to the economy. I think he knows exactly what he wants. He's also looking over here to President Trump to see how he can make that happen. I think it remains to be seen, but I think this is probably the best shot they're going to ever have. Yeah, I mean, he definitely has momentum, or at least he did until maybe the last few months. They've gone from maybe 35 back down to 30. That can be restored, though. That's part of it, because they basically have, are polling at 5 or 6%. And then you're going to have a bump with Andy Burnham. Labor's already got already in the polls. They've had like a 5 or 6 point bump. So that could be just a temporary sugar high, but it'll be really interesting over the next 3 years. And that's a good point. Maybe they call a snap election if he's getting a real vibe from the people. I'm quite sure Andy Burnham will be more popular with the party. That's for sure, and probably more popular with the people too. I think it's worth considering is we had those local elections in May. So that was in the UK, that's the council election. So these are people who decide whether your bins get recycled when and your potholes get filled. Like, it's domestic, local issues, right? But Reform swept the board. They did. And you're right, it's usually kind of local stuff, but they turned it into a referendum on Labour and a referendum on governance in the UK. And that was a massive movement. And what was then so shocking was for Andy Burnham to then win the Makerfield seat so convincingly, because he didn't have a huge amount of choice where he could stand. He obviously, as I said, he was a mayor, and an MP had to stand down so he could go in, and then he could challenge Starmer. It's all this protocol political system that we have in the UK. And I was convinced that he wasn't going to win that seat because that area... Reform had swept the board on the local elections only like 2 or 3 weeks before. And it was very much a Brexit community as well. Yeah. They went decidedly for Brexit back in 2016. So I thought that would help Reform. I thought so. But what was interesting was that there is a suspicion and a rumour, and actually I'm seeing a lot of stuff online about this, that there were quite a lot of Reform voters who voted for Labour. Why? Because they wanted Andy Burnham to win, because they wanted Keir Starmer kicked out. Yeah. Now, I don't know how sensible that was. Yeah, it's sort of tactical voting argument. Because they hate Starmer. Yeah. But I would say, well, that wasn't very clever, because the country quite like Andy Burnham. Like, if you wanted Labour out, or maybe their supposition was that would therefore trigger a general election, because Andy Burnham couldn't run without a mandate, couldn't sit in number 10 Downing Street without a single British person having voted for him. And maybe, we still don't know, he might do the decent thing and call the general election. He could, but wow, they had such a majority. They'll never replicate that majority. No. That was like a perfect storm in 2024
where they only won 34% of the vote, and yet they have this massive majority.
Yeah.
You know, unprecedented, really.
Because the British people were absolutely sick of that Conservative government.
It's the so-called Conservative government.
Post-pandemic, all that. We just wanted them out.
And that's what, you know, I hope that reform, and frankly, I hope that the Tories can come back to traditional conservatism, small C conservatism.
Yeah.
And I've been banging the table on that with both parties, but especially with the Tories. You know, get back to the Thatcherite philosophy of, you know, deregulation and lower taxes and economic growth. They kind of lost their way. They had, you know, this is the party of price caps and windfall taxes. Joe Biden can only dream of windfall taxes. He could never get that passed in America. And yet the Conservative Party in the UK, the party of the right in Great Britain, had windfall taxes. Yeah. It's crazy. So I hope they can get back.
And this enormous bloated benefits bill that we now have. It's almost like government for at least the last sort of 15, 16 years haven't factored in human behaviour. They haven't factored in how people actually think and operate. So if you tell a generation of young kids, we will always support you as the state. You will never go hungry. We will always give you a roof over your head. Guess what? We've got a million of them sat in their bedrooms doing bugger all.
Playing video games
doing
or
nothing.
whatever they
We've got
do.
a million people, predominantly young men, I think it's between 18 and 24, who are NEETs, not in education, employment or training. Well, surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
We took them out of school for a pandemic. We're paying the price of all that now.
Yeah.
And nobody thinks about the fact that human beings are currently in the UK looking to the government to solve all their problems.
It's big state gone wild.
Big state gone wild. And we have to look after the people who need it, Greg. We have to look after
10% safety net.
the
Nothing
disabled,
wrong with that.
people who can't work,
Without a
the
doubt.
elderly. 100%. I am completely a great believer that we need a really good states system whereby those in need can be looked after. But we are currently looking after people who are able-bodied, who are able to work.
Many of whom have just arrived.
Left.
You know, I've come across on the boats and they sign up for a welfare state.
Shocking
right away.
statistic I saw only last week, which was that our social housing, our government-provided housing, I think it was in London and Birmingham and maybe one other city like Manchester, nearly 50% of those houses are occupied by non-British-born people.
Yeah, it's crazy.
How is that okay?
And at least the current budget, you know, tax receipts are down because rich people are leaving the UK. And so, shocker, tax receipts are down. They spent more on welfare than they did taking in tax.
Yeah.
First time ever.
Yeah, and income tax.
Completely unsustainable.
I think it was £300 was our income tax revenue and 350 billion... million, sorry, not billion. 350 million income tax revenue, 350 million of handouts for benefits. Yeah. Benefits alone, not NHS, not the bloody roads, not the playing for our politicians.
Sure.
Just
welfare checks. And look, not only is it unsustainable, but you're right, it wrecks the culture. And you know, one of the great moments was in America in terms of welfare reform in the 90s was with President Bill Clinton, a Democrat. He realized that this was unsustainable, and also it just changes the culture. And it was important for him to tie work to benefits. So at least if you're getting benefits, get yourself a part-time job or go to school or do something. And that really was one of the signature accomplishments of a Democrat president.
Yeah.
Granted, he had Newt Gingrich, you know, driving the bus in the House, for the Republican House, but
there's a lot we can learn.
Yeah, and you know, reach across the aisle, it can work. So
yeah,
there's lots to fix. Be sure to watch Sarah Rogers' speech; it was fantastic. She really captured it, but in a very positive way.
Yeah.
So that was a great moment, I think, for U.S.-UK relationship and sort of you know, bringing it back. We're not just critical all the time. We can look at the great aspects of Great Britain, right?
Yeah.
And she highlighted the people, and America is really sort of a derivative of the UK.
Yeah,
so,
well, she's the Under Secretary of State for Diplomacy in the State Department, and she's a remarkable person. Yeah. I'm thrilled to call her one of my friends here in Washington D.C. She's great, sharp as a tack, intellectually phenomenal, and she and I share a great passion for freedom of expression and freedom of speech, which is being increasingly oppressed in the UK.
It's really unfortunate, and again, she talked about it yesterday, but she's been talking about it quite a bit for the last year. She became almost a social media phenomenon in the UK because of her criticism of the overreach from big government. So, well, that's a lot of bad news. Let's talk about some good news. It's been an exciting year for you, not quite a year, but an exciting for you and GB News. Let's talk about the relationship in the media between GB, and so far so good.
Really good. GB News is only 5 years old, just had our 5th birthday. It was born out of, I think, a frustration with the British media landscape being predominantly left-leaning, very anti-Brexit. It was born just after the Brexit referendum, and our ambition, I think, of the channel, I wasn't there right in the beginning, though, was to portray Brexit in the way that we hoped it would be a positive outcome. Pandemic came hot on the heels, and so who knows what the benefits of Brexit would have been. We never kind of got to see that, I don't think. But we are the UK's most watched news channel now. We beat Sky News and BBC News every day, sometimes both channels combined. We have more viewers than them. We're very much the people's channel. That is our definition, and I think we are.
We
don't talk down to our viewers.
That's right.
We think they are adult enough to be given the information and to make their own decisions. That's an incredibly old-fashioned concept, Greg, in the UK, as you know.
You're not getting that from the state-owned media, that's for sure, who are so snobbish in a way. And I think they actually misinterpret a lot of the news from the US as well. And I have people that, even conservatives in the UK, that that see the headlines from the BBC or from Sky News, and they just assume that they're correct, and they're missing a lot of information. And you guys, and especially on your show, do a great job of communicating the news from here.
We've benefited from the lack of trust that people now have in the state broadcaster in the BBC, but also Channel 4, ITV, what you might call the legacy media. The trust in those organisations was utterly obliterated during 2020 onwards, when the COVID situation happened and everybody was being told to not believe their eyes, not believe what they saw, when they were being convinced that bodies must be piling up in the street, and everyone was going, I don't know anybody that's actually died of this thing you call COVID. And so we came out of the back of that, and people were going, this is ridiculous.
Absolutely. We had censorship in both countries. If you posted anything about the Great Barrington Declaration, you were taken down from social media.
I was annihilated.
You must have been. I'm not surprised to hear that.
I was cancelled beyond belief. 2020, the channels thought I was quite fun to have on, because obviously we were all doing these Zoom calls from our homes, and I was doing a lot of panel stuff for TV then. And I would be saying, listen, I've got 3 teenagers in my house, or they weren't all teens then, 3 kids in my house who should be at school, who have probably had this thing, whatever it is, and they're fine. Look at the infection fatality rates. I was just obsessed with the science. And so some of the channels at the time thought it was quite fun to get me on, because we would have these great debates. I was called a granny killer. Everybody just hated me. I was public enemy #1, because there was hardly anybody else in the mainstream media that was doing that. There was maybe a couple of others. And then the vaccine rollout happened, and I was incredibly nervous about an untried drug and I knew quite a bit about the mRNA technology behind that, and I'd researched it very quickly with some key people who knew what they were talking about.
Like Asim,
like Asim Malhotra, but also, Robert Malone, who was one of the creators of the original technology, and Peter McCulloch, and all those guys, and Pierre Corey. And I was really, because people kept telling me publicly, you don't know what you're talking about, it made me double down on my research. I wasn't just looking at the Mail Online. I was actually going to the original Pfizer trial papers. I was going to the primary sources for this material. And it was so obvious that we were being lied to. You only had to take a cursory glance. So at that point, as soon as I started to say on TV anything against vaccinating the children, which was something I felt really strongly about, on mandates, then I got cancelled. So 2021, I disappeared.
No, it's amazing.
I was just cancelled off everything.
My first appearance on GB News was when I had COVID, and I was isolating. I was in my friend's apartment because they were out of town, and it was just outrageous to look back at that and think of how insane that was. And then I started boycotting all of that nonsense. You know, I didn't isolate. I mean, it just was so stupid.
And just now, Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, just before she's left office to look after her husband, she has just released the most phenomenal confirmation of what many of us were shouting about 6 years ago about Anthony Fauci's role in this.
Amazing.
The funding of the Wuhan Institute and then the suppression of that information, and nobody's covering it.
It's outrageous. And what he was doing was lying to Congress, but lying to the American people and telling them they should stand 6 feet apart and they should wear masks all the time. And it's one thing to make a mistake, but it's another to know that that wasn't true and then go ahead with it anyway. And we had that in the UK with Matt Hancock, who knew that the data wasn't showing that masks are working or that social distancing. And he went ahead with the lockdown anyway. It was really insane.
And now nobody wants to look back and learn any lessons from that period of time. But I think there's so many people who are now untrustworthy of organisations and establishments and institutions, who are doing their own research, who are thinking about their health differently, who are thinking about the relationship between themselves and the state. And all of that is good.
Yeah, I mean, this skepticism is so healthy.
Right.
And that's why I think RFK Jr. has won a lot of skeptics, skeptics about him, but that, Make America Healthy Again movement has caught on, especially in some sectors that we didn't do so well with in the elections, like suburban women who are actually looking after their children and really like this idea of healthy eating.
I don't think Bobby Kennedy gets enough credit for getting Trump elected.
Oh yeah, so, I mean, you're
100%.
absolutely right.
So when he obviously got kicked out of standing as a Democrat, and he had to stand as an independent. And I, for one, was watching very carefully then. I didn't used to be a massive President Trump fan, by the way. I certainly wasn't in the first term. I've been on a bit of a journey on that. But when he brought Bobby Kennedy over, I was like, that's it, bingo, he's got it.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Because in close elections, and it was close, so, he won the swing states, but, popular vote by 1.5 points, and Bobby Kennedy was probably like any third-party candidate, they're not going to move the needle dramatically, but all you need is 2 or 3 points.
Yeah.
And then with the suburban women, and
that's right.
It was really brilliant that the president embraced him.
Mothers who might not have liked Trump because of some of the stuff first time around, they love Bobby Kennedy. And they love everything he's been trying to do, getting chemicals out of food, clamping down on the food companies, not on the food in your trolley, not telling people you can and can't eat this, but actually let's go after the guys who are making this stuff. And I just think it's wonderful.
It's been very well received here in the U.S. because we all grew up here on chemicals in our food. It's really
still
amazing.
You're about 7'2".
I'm surprised I'm still here to talk about it. So back to UK-U.S. relations. The World Cup, I don't think you could argue there's ever been more excitement about a sporting event. I mean, it's really phenomenal. And it's really done wonders for not just the U.S. relationship with the world, but especially with the UK. All these Scots and English people, the Scottish and the English are here, and they're having an absolute ball.
And the bit that I didn't see coming was all this social media footage of all these fans going, America's amazing. They have like air conditioning everywhere, and you walk into a shop and the shelves are full and you can park your car without getting a ticket, and there isn't a camera on every pavement trying to catch you out, and you feel safe walking down the street and things work. I felt like that since I arrived in America, compared to what Britain just feels broken and depressed. And there is a sense here, and I know that Trump isn't popular with everybody, but there is a sense of opportunity here. And there is a sense that things work and expectations are high. You literally walk into a shop in the UK now, you don't always expect to be able to buy the product that you want because there isn't on the shelf. You go to get on the train, you don't think the train's going to run on time, or the bus is going to break down, or the traffic jam, the roads are going to be... You leave your house in the UK and you do not know with any certainty that your day is going to not be beset with challenge. That is so different to here.
It really is the land of prosperity and abundance, even in blue states. I mean, I talk a lot about the red state, blue state divide. There's more in the red states. You go to Texas, it just oozes optimism. And I think the English really got that. They spent, the first 2 games they had were in Dallas, and they just had a ball. And everything is just bigger there. But even, here in blue city, Washington, and I spend a lot of time in Chicago. I spend a lot of time in the UK, in sort of left-leaning areas. It's still there's still abundance in the blue states. And look at the Scottish up in Massachusetts, a very left-leaning state, but they have welcomed the Scots. The Scots have embraced it. They've absolutely charmed the people of New England. And I've always found Boston's not the most inviting place. It's got a bit of snobbery to it. It's very Puritan. They still have that sort of a little bit of segregation. I don't mean black and white, but just, the Irish are over here and the WASPs are over there. It's amazing. The Scottish, there's a great meme that went around that Boston 2032, and it's a picture of a school with a bunch of redheads because they're having so much fun up there. And they've been welcomed. They kind of remind me of like American GIs in Paris after the war. It's just this charm. It's just oozing. And the game,
because you know what? Because Americans are generally really friendly. I am amazed. Genuinely. I mean, I spent time in America over the years. I used to host the NBA for British television 25 years ago. So I've spent time in the US, but there's something about a warm friendliness. There's like a confidence about people that I meet here now.
People are approachable. There isn't that, there's that unspoken law in the UK. You shouldn't speak on the tube, on the subway.
Well, London.
Americans.
Manchester's different where I'm from.
And yes, that's true. But I know from living in London for 10 years, all the Americans knew each other. You'd say hi across the street. Everybody knew each other's dogs. It's very, we're very friendly. And I think, the visitors to the country for the World Cup are getting the true version of America, not what they read in the BBC. That we're shooting each other and everybody's got a gun and everybody's got a Confederate flag on their pickup truck. It's just not true. And so they're actually sifting through that. I mean, they don't get that from GB News, but they surely get it from the legacy media.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
So, and then on the other hand, it's an opportunity for us to embrace the visitors. My brother went to the game in Los Angeles. He said it's the best sporting event he's ever been to. It was like Mexico versus another Latin American team. And he just loved it. And the Mexican fans were, I mean, obviously it's Southern California, so there are plenty of Mexican football fans. But, good for America for embracing our visitors, but good for the visitors for really telling the truth about how great America is. It's
but if you look at some of the coverage in the UK, like you say, with the BBC and Channel 4, whatever, Sky, they're so sneery about President Trump that they're even describing the World Cup as his vanity project, even though it was decided long before he got into office.
Right.
He's going to be giving out the trophy at the final, we heard yesterday in the Oval Office. He confirmed that. He will be so criticised for that.
Right, which is crazy because he is the president of the country. You want the president at the games. I mean, it's fantastic that he went to the Knicks game. Unfortunately, it's the one they lost. Yeah, it is New York, right?
This is the thing. People were. I think you might have been on the show actually that day on my show, Greg, when we were watching a bit of that because the crowd was booing him, and I had one of my left-wing Democrat panelists who was saying, "Well, what was their logic? He just wants the attention." I said, "They're booing him. That's not the kind of attention he wants." And they were saying, "Oh, well, he just loves this." I was like, the suggestion was he will only go somewhere where he's going to be adored by the crowd. I was like, clearly not. They're booing him. But that's because he's not popular in New York.
That's right. I mean, it is a very Democrat town. It's 5-1 at least, and Democrats are Republican. And so he's not afraid to go into hostile territory. Now, granted, when he goes to any college football game, he gets unbelievable amount of cheers and attention. He's very popular with, much like Andy Burnham and Nigel Farage. He does well with the people who maybe they're not going to tennis matches, but they're going to UFC fights like we had here in Washington and any NASCAR auto races. The sort of working class people that embrace those sports.
The kind of blue collar. It's hard to find the language, isn't it? But you're right. The working person, the alarm clock the alarm clock. I think that's what Nigel Farage calls them, isn't it? The alarm clock class. That wake up in the morning and have to go to work. I thought the UFC at the White House was incredible.
It was amazing.
I don't like that sport.
No, I mean,
I do not like that.
But it was the spectacle of it. You know, it was just so exciting, and the big tent. And it was a fantastic moment here in Washington. And we're going to see a lot more of that in the next few weeks with the 250 celebrations. So I'm thrilled about the World Cup. I hope England makes it. And I hope it would be great to see a U.S.-England game. Unfortunately, the Scots are out. Now. So we won't see the Scottish charming Boston or Miami like we've seen. But I think the English, it would be fantastic to see a game with the 250 and all the excitement we've had.
America were good. I mean, I shouldn't sound surprised.
It's probably the best team we've ever had.
Yeah.
That's probably
They've had some big wins with a lot of
4 goals in one game. That's more than we scored in the entire 2022 World Cup. And so, you know, there's been a lot of, it's been a great moment. I'd love to see Harry Kane, you know, finish strong with England. And it's a really great time and thrilled to have you. We've been doing this for a long time. I think I was on your show first time in 2022.
2022, I guess. Yeah. But this is quite nice. This is just a role reversal, Greg.
Yeah, it's
I like
fun.
you interviewing me for a change. I can get used to this. This is easy.
And also, we don't have Ofcom regulating us, so we can actually speak freely and not have to have a Democrat joining us. So we're saying that all over, what was it last week? All of my friends are leaving the U.S. because of ICE and because guns, and I mean, it's just virtue signaling gone wild. Tell the truth, be honest. We might disagree, but as long as we're honest about it, it's all good.
Totally. Well, thank goodness for America, hey?
It's great.
Thank goodness for what President Trump is doing, for showing the West, showing the UK a different way. I mean, like I say, I didn't used to feel like that about President Trump in 2017. I was one of those people who wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
I didn't know where the threats lay.
Because they were just so busy calling him a fascist or a Nazi or a misogynist and all that other nonsense. And what we found out is he liberated the economy in his first term. He's liberating the economy again. Scott Bessent did a great speech the other night at the Economic Club of New York. He's liberated freedom of speech. He's ensured. Everybody says, oh, he gets in fights with the press, or he's against free. No, of course he's totally for the press. He calls them out.
Yeah.
He calls it the fake news because in many respects he's right. So his delivery is maybe not very British.
It's about, I think what it is about this government here that I notice is they have such clarity of ambition.
Yeah.
It is so easy to know where they sit on the major issues. And the problem with Starmer, and let's see what happens with Burnham, is that you couldn't quite tie him down. Like, he was a slippery Starmer, a lot of people call him. You couldn't quite work out on the big issues. Who is he trying to keep happy? You often felt like somebody's pulling his strings. He can't really think the stuff that he's coming out and saying. Digital ID is a classic example.
Yeah.
He came out behind the lectern and said, we're going to have a mandatory digital ID centralised system in the UK. And I sort of wanted to look over his shoulder, think, who's telling you, who's got a gun to your head? Because you don't even like believe it.
Yeah, I never felt like he believed in anything.
But that comes down to, as I was thinking about the big bureaucracy, what Trump would call the deep state. It comes down to the 600 or whatever it is NGOs around the world that are deciding policy. The UN, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum. It's all those unelected bureaucrats. And that is what Trump is trying to dismantle. People don't realize how much work he's doing behind the scenes on that.
It is really disruptive. And look what happened just in Latin America in the last few weeks. We've had massive swing to the right. Now, that's part of the movement and, led by Javier Milei and the chainsaw. And, he's done such great things in Argentina. I think other countries in the region have learned that. So I think the momentum was moving to the right anyway. But it doesn't hurt that the cuts to USAID, that Marco Rubio and Doge, they were funding leftist political campaigns all over the world. And that's completely disappeared. Yeah. So you're not going to, at least the elections will be fair. You won't have it kills me that U.S. taxpayer dollars were going to fund leftist campaigns. They shouldn't go to anybody's campaign, but especially not a leftist campaign. So, I think the trend is great here in this hemisphere. I hope that the UK and Western Europe, I'm a little more skeptical of, but I hope they can take some pages out of the playbook because it's working here.
When I interviewed Monica Crowley just recently, the wonderful Monica Crowley,
She's
Chief
great.
of Protocol for President Trump.
Yep.
She is the very glamorous, very beautiful blonde lady, used to be a TV host, and she's often there, and she has a very important job. And she said to me in this interview, you know, it's the deep state that is trying to kill President Trump.
Yeah, and that was why first term was really difficult for him. And you also had the media fabricating these stories, the Russia collusion hoax, the Charlottesville hoax.
Yeah.
There was so much collusion between the mainstream media and the big state. It's really hard to defeat the bureaucracy when you have the media and the universities on their side. It's really tough. But he by winning in 2024, he's really been able to break through and set back the bureaucracy. So
and his team, though, Greg, his team of people. I've been in those cabinet meetings when you look around the table, and he's got Hegseth, impressive, Rubio, phenomenal, J.D. Vance, brilliant, Tulsi Gabbard, sadly, no longer there. Who else is there? They're just brilliant.
Yeah, he surrounded himself with people that are really good. Scott, of course, or the Treasury Secretary. You know, Doug Burgum, was on Fox this morning talking about liberating not just the energy sector, but the mining sector. And again, it's all common sense. Why are we dependent on China for critical minerals? We've known this for 25 years, and nobody did anything about it. You know, Iran was about to get a nuclear weapon. Nobody did anything about it. 47 years. So I think the president is bold. I think he's even more bold this term than the first term. It's a massive bureaucracy to fight against, and they're doing their best to keep his agenda from really materializing. But so far, so good.
And I think there's one myth that I would like to bust a little, which is this idea that the people around him are sycophants, and that his cabinet just don't really respect him. They're just telling him what he wants to hear. I hear this all the time, and I've been in those rooms. That could not be further from the truth.
Yeah.
You can't get people who are as independently minded as Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy,
former Democrats,
Scott Besson,
former
and Marco
Democrat.
Rubio.
Yeah.
Do you think you can get those people to somehow fake their feelings towards that man? Impossible. He smells authenticity a mile off. That's one of the things that I've identified. He can see fakeness. He can see it.
Yeah.
Those people, when all of those adults who are brilliant in their own area, when they stand up and they say, we respect the president and we trust his judgment, they're not lying.
Right. No,
they mean it.
You're
they
absolutely
like
right.
him.
Yeah.
They respect him. He's funny. And I wish people would understand that and take away some of this mad derangement they have about him, because I know that his delivery can be problematic.
Right.
I know
especially
that if he just dialed it down a bit.
Especially if it's snapshots, or it's the clip on the mainstream media will be President Trump using an obscenity about something, and it'll just be that clip, and then you don't have the context around it. You've been on Air Force One
a couple of times.
Yeah.
It's wonderful, and he's just surrounded by good people. There was who was it? Somebody died recently. I think it was one of the judges who was part of the lawfare cases against him. I can't remember the guy's name, and this guy had died, and Trump basically put on Truth, good riddance. Don't care, not sending it here.
He is not one to respect traditional diplomatic norms.
He got in such trouble for that with people. Even some of his supporters were like, I think he went too far. I'm like, I love that honesty.
He is so... For someone that they tried to say lied all the time, which wasn't true, he exaggerates a bit.
Of course.
But hyperbole is one thing. But he is so unfiltered. It is the most transparent White House we've ever had, by far.
When I said to him yesterday, would you like to be at the top of the list for Andy Burnham's visits around the world when he is Prime Minister? And he just went, no. I was like, oh, fair dues.
Bigger fish to fry.
No. He's like, no, not bothered. And I thought that was so amazing. The fact that he's not a politician, people think he's a politician. He's not a politician. He's a businessman.
Absolutely.
He's a deal maker. He's a property developer. He's a family man. He's a husband. He's a father. He's all those things. He is not a politician. When you start to judge him as a politician, you are going to be disappointed, because you're judging him by a standard that he does not recognise.
And he's also a founder, right? He founded his company. He's like Elon Musk in that way. There's a difference between a founder and a manager. Or a founder and an investor. Mitt Romney was an investor, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's nice to have a founder in the White House. He's got a different way of thinking, and he thinks big, and it's fantastic. I never would have expected.
What surprised me when I've met him is how much of a listener he is.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Interesting.
I've met enough of those kind of like silverback blokes to know that they're mainly on transmit.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Or pretty much always. And the first time I sat down to do a sit-down interview like this with him, you know, before the cameras were rolling, he was like sort of leaning forward and he was going, so tell me about what's going on in the UK. Like, what's happening? What's happening? And he was genuinely wanted to hear. And actually, my understanding is that Charlie Kirk was a real advisor to President Trump, but I think he really misses his counsel.
Yeah.
He listens to people, and you'll notice, especially Trump 2.0, Trump 1, maybe not necessarily, but Trump 2.0, he will often, in public gatherings with the press, he will defer. Pete Hegseth, Pete, would you like to talk about that? Rubio, would you like to talk about that? JD, would you like to talk? He didn't do that in Trump 1.
And you get the vibe that they really enjoy working for him. Totally. They're very honest. And they are all good communicators, right? Yeah. I think he insists on that. You know, you have a lot of former Fox News hosts there. Yeah. It's really great to see the energy, and they don't necessarily agree all the time. You know, J.D. Vance definitely has a different view on interventions than the president or even Secretary of State Rubio. So I think it's healthy to have those disagreements, and so I think it's absurd when the legacy media tries to argue that they're all just, you know, kissing up to him.
They're
definitely not true.
No. It's
been great having you as my first guest, Bev. This
Pleasure.
is fantastic.
Good luck, Greg.
I've loved being on your show over the years.
Podcast.
You've been great for me. I hope I've been helpful to you.
Yeah.
And it's really great having you. I hope you're here for a very long time.
So do
and I hope we talk about the World Cup for a few more weeks.
Let's hope so. But I do hope we win.
Great to see you.
Thanks, Greg.
I'm rooting for England, unless they play America.
Yeah, then I'm going to be torn.
And then I'll be rooting for the USA.
Thank you.
Great to have you here.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Welcome to Al Arabiya, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We understand that the OIOS, which is the Office of Internal Oversight Services here at the United Nations, prepared a 5,000 pages report after 1 full year of investigations. The ICC Bureau, which is the ASP primary oversight, legislative and management body, appointed 3 judges, 2 men and a woman, looked thoroughly in the report and made 137 findings, and in all findings they found no evidence of inappropriate conduct or misconduct or abuse of authority, not a single one on your behalf. This decision was advisory opinion by the 3 judges on the 21st of March of this year, clearing you of all allegations. You would think that this is the end of the matter, but it wasn't. How do you explain that?
Well, I can't. You're quite right that the United Nations Office of Investigations collected 5,000 pages of evidence, an awful lot of it from me, evidence that I gave. And in the 137 findings, there is no finding of conduct that could constitute prohibited conduct. But importantly, the most important thing is 3 independent judges handpicked by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties, reviewed all of the underlying evidence, the full 5,000 pages, and the UN report, and they unanimously, as you said, concluded that there was no evidence to find misconduct or breach of authority to the required standard. And I thought that would be the end of it. Why appoint judges if you're going to reject their findings and their advice? And unfortunately, the Bureau departed from the principle of deference, and they have referred the matter now to the Assembly of State Parties. But I think it's astonishing, it's unwarranted, and it's unlawful.
The Bureau also voted on the 8th of June to suspend you as a prosecutor of the International Criminal Court till the whole ICC 125 state membership convene to vote on a secret ballot on the issue on the 24th of July here in New York. The ICC Bureau must win by at least a two-thirds majority of the 125 member states. If they fail in doing so, then the whole motion to find you guilty of sexual misconduct is rejected by the ASP, the Assembly of State Party, and that's that. If they win and the ASP finds you guilty by two-thirds majority, which is 83 member states, then they will start another motion to vote on firing you. And that can be decided by a simple majority, i.e. the support to the motion of firing must be 63 member states or more. So I hear here now at the United Nations, the ICC Bureau want to vote to go straight on the motion of firing you with simple majority, bypassing the determination of your guilt or innocence of misconduct by two-thirds majority. Will the Bureau succeed in doing so? Especially, this is the one time in history that such a vote is conducted. Can they do it?
Well, the Bureau has a composition that I think the WEOG, the Western European and other group, Eastern European group and the allies are disproportionately represented. Going back to your first point, it's really critical to understand that in the 20 years of the International Criminal Court, until my matter, experts have written that not one decision of the Bureau was decided by a vote. It was all by consensus until Karim Khan's matter was before the Bureau. The biggest group of countries is the Africa Group. There are 33 countries from the Africa Group, and no country from the whole of this vast continent of Africa supported the finding of misconduct. They were really of the view that you have judges, you should stick with the judges. This is what people have said after the vote. In terms of the procedure, I'm in the dark. I mean, it's amazing that I'm in the dark. I find out things from the media, from speculation. They have not told me what the procedure is. I can't, of course, go to New York, but I don't know if I can address the Assembly of State Parties. The procedure says I should be able to, but they haven't given any guidance to my lawyers. They haven't told me anything other than there will be a special session of the Assembly of State Parties convened in New York on the 24th of July.
The UN ambassadors of the 125 member states of the ICC will be voting here in New York on the 24th of July. They are politicians, not legal experts, they're not judges, but they will decide your fate. Nevertheless, it is doubtful if they would have read the 5,000 pages report by the OSIS or the 3 judges' advisory opinion, which had 137 findings, all in your favor. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not even sure if the Bureau member, hand on heart, have read the material. I mean, we have formally asked the Bureau Secretariat, my lawyers have formally asked, which members of the Bureau have read the evidence, and we have not been given the information. The fact that they have evidence available is not the same thing as reading it.
After indicting Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and former Defense Minister Gallant, you became the first ICC official to be sanctioned for doing so. Later, another 8 officials were sanctioned, 6 ICC judges and 2 ICC officials. And these sanctions led to your bank accounts being frozen, You cannot now even have a credit card to your name. In addition to that, you are not allowed to travel, and hence you will not be able to be here in New York to defend yourself on the 24th of July when your fate is decided. Your thoughts on this subject?
Well, we see an increasing proclivity on the part of powerful states to use coercive measures. I've mentioned that there was an arrest warrant against me and some other judges by the Russian Federation, and I've been now sentenced to imprisonment in my absence to 15 years by the Russian Federation on account of applications for warrants that were issued by independent judges on the evidence. In this round, you're right, of course, my predecessor for some months was under sanctions, but in this round I was the first person sanctioned by President Trump in February 2025. And of course, it was quite lonely for several months. I was the only one, and later on, some judges and deputies, I think in about August, September, they were sanctioned. I just think it's unwarranted. People try to enter public service. Some do better than others. But to use the power of the state to coerce, to intimidate, is deeply dangerous. We see this tendency to what's happening in some countries domestically with prosecutors or attorney generals of previous administrations. We see threats against UN special rapporteurs like Francesca Albanese or judges of the ICC or myself. We see threats in the media about putting sanctions and targeted measures against other individuals who simply take a different view. And they don't, in the most cases, at least in my case, and in the ICC, I'm sure, take a different view out of malice, out of bias, or out of any antipathy to any people or person in the world. It's simply an exercise of responsibilities, given that one has to look at the evidence and the law and apply the law fairly, equally, for example, in Palestine and Israel, as we did in Ukraine and Russia, as equally as we're doing in Afghanistan and Myanmar, and the list goes on. And to cause pain is not an unanticipated consequence, it's the desired outcome. Because you've seen from public sources, even before the current administration in the United States took office, 12 senators wrote, and they said, you target Israel, we will target you and your family. You have been warned. That's almost a verbatim quotation. And so one can say on this area, at least, they are truthful and they've made good on their promises because the court as a whole has been targeted. But I deprecate it. It's undermining the moral authority of states. It is dividing the international community. In the end, it's bringing us closer to more and more conflict, because if we don't have the law, what do we have?
On Friday, June the 19th, you have been suspended from practicing as a barrister or lawyer in England and Wales by the UK Bar Standards Board, BSB. What happens if you lose the vote on the 24th of July here in New York? Would that mean to end the career of Karim Khan KC as a lawyer and as a barrister? I apologize for this. This must be painful to you, sir, to hear.
Well, I'm sure some would quite like that. I mean, there have been previous attempts by UK lawyers for Israel, twice in fact, to make complaints against me on the basis of the applications that I filed in the Palestine situation. That was dismissed. They appealed it. That was dismissed as well. This interim suspension, you're quite right, it was very painful. It hurt that there was an interim suspension by the Bar Standards Board. It's not based upon their own evaluation of evidence. It's not based upon anything really, except the fact that the political bureau of the ICC, this group of 21 countries, by qualified majority, decided to suspend me. And of course, one can raise one's own questions. These allegations have been known for more than a year. I took a voluntary leave from May. What the need was for that suspension is questionable, but certainly led to somebody giving this information to the Bar Standards Board, and then the Bar Standards Board issuing an interim suspension. It's emotionally painful, but I'm not even practicing domestically at all. It's very clear it's a full-time job as the prosecutor of the ICC. My chamber's website made it clear that I wasn't practicing any work in the UK or anywhere else. But we have to just keep fighting on all the fronts that I'm being attacked on. And I will do my best, even though it's extremely difficult. I hope it's not the end of my career. But I'll simply say this. I've won the legal case. I have the decision of 3 independent judges. I'm a simple person. I know a little bit about the law. I won in that fora. Where I'm a bit out of my depth is amongst big, powerful states that have the full apparatus of ambassadors all over the world, and some of them are very vociferous and organized in their lobbying for a particular outcome. And an individual, like me, it's difficult to deal with that because I'm not a politician. I'm an international public servant, but I'll do my best, and we leave it to God and leave it to states to decide what they want to do. But yes, it's right. The future is not in my hands. All I can do is keep making the arguments and hope, as the panel of judges did, they will see that there was no misconduct or abuse of authority established and reject this majority decision by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties. And from what people are saying, it seems they got 1 more vote than they required. And I hope when all states are there and they're properly and more equitably represented, some sanity and fairness can prevail. But that's not under my control.
You chose to voluntarily, like you mentioned, to suspend yourself when the charges were leveled against you till the end of the 1-year investigations into the allegation conducted by the OSIS. From the start, you always insisted, of course, on your innocence of these allegations. But then there's a question. Why did you volunteer to suspend yourself from your position as the prosecutor of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, without any guarantees, while your accuser continued working in your office at the ICC, giving her, some would say, and her claims an advantage?
Well, I won't speak about staff members of the ICC. I've got a responsibility in relation to that, and whether people were on leave or working is a separate point, but I didn't take leave. The first point is the allegations firstly raised themselves as a matter of record in May 2024. It was closed by the internal oversight mechanism because a complaint was not made. I carried on working. I took advice from IOM and other senior people in the institution. In October, when my name was released and there was what I described just before the announcement of the warrants, a media campaign, I carried on working. October, November, December, January, February, March, April. It was in May 2025 I finally took voluntary leave, and I did that quite frankly because the campaign from major newspapers around the world and egged on by people that were leaking information or misrepresenting information in this one-sided attack became so loud. It was distracting, I think, from the work of the office. And I thought in the end, maybe it was a wrong decision. Maybe it was not a good decision by me. But in the end, I decided to take leave. I didn't think that the leave would be more than a couple of months. I didn't think it would take as long as it did. But once I took leave, it became difficult really to go back. But time will tell if that was the right decision or the wrong decision. I made it believing that it was the least worst option at that particular moment in time.
You successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants on war crimes against President Putin of Russia and Maria Lvova-Belova on March 2023. You also successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants against Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on November 2024. So it's safe to say you made powerful enemies in both East and West. What gives you hope that you can win such a vote in the Assembly of State Parties in New York on July 24th?
Well, the important thing is I made those applications as prosecutor, but the judges of the International Criminal Court, they're the ones that issued the warrants. They're the ones that analyzed the evidence, and they're the ones that independently determined that the evidence that we submitted required them to issue the relevant
upon your
warrants.
request.
And so there are, upon my request.
The ICC today faces American sanctions, as do its judges and yourself, its prosecutor. It faces internal crisis. It's engulfed by controversy and faces a legitimacy debate unlike any other in the 23 years history. In your honest assessment, is the ICC is going to emerge from it all the stronger for having been tested, or will we be witnessing the beginning of the end of the international courageous attempt to end the culture of impunity around our world?
It's a great question. I think the jury's out. I don't believe with this adage, this simple adage that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. If you're beaten up, you're not stronger in the short term, you're bruised or your bones are broken. So time will tell. It's true that the threats, the sanctions, the coercive measures have forced the court to adapt, to try to become more resilient, to be less dependent upon the vagaries of political power or expedient decisions. I think that much is correct. But it's important also that you are anchored in due process. And we need to stay the course. We need to make sure that in the storms that we see around us, including the storm of the ICC, we don't try to dress something up as a legitimate decision to try to make people happy or to lessen the heat. You have to sometimes go through the fire, stay firm, stay focused, and take the consequences of whatever they are. And I think that applies to me. It also applies to institutions. You do what we think is right. Don't depart from due process.
On the personal level, how are you dealing with this kind of pressure? And how do you deal with it without being consumed by it? How does your family, your daughter, your wife, deal with such pressures?
This is painful. I'm lucky. I'm blessed with a wonderful wife, wonderful children, a wonderful family, and they're my life raft. I think without them, no man is an island. I'm certainly not. I would have sunk a long time ago. So I'm very blessed in that regard. I'm believe in God. I believe in service, and I think importantly, I think we have to look at what's much more important than us. I said to the office when I was elected, to the staff in a town hall, that when one becomes a judge or a prosecutor or in any walk of public life, whether we know it or not, we are exiting stage left. We are temporary custodians. There's a limited mandate. We should be looking at the victims around the world that look to the ICC, that look to the institutions of the United Nations also for protection. They're suffering a million times worse. They have much more insecurity, much more pain, and they deserve better from us, from me, but from the institutions as well. And I think focusing on them, that's a battle worth fighting, because their rights should never be surrendered to. And that's why international service is a wonderful opportunity to work for something bigger than our individual egos or our individual ambition or even the temporary occupation of our positions.
You have been sanctioned, investigated, suspended, and attacked from multiple directions, all while running the most active docket in the history of the court. Knowing now everything that you know, would you do it all again? Would you change anything?
Well, I'll do it all again in the sense of making the decisions I made. Of course, there's lessons to be learned, mistakes, improvements that we can always make in these types of jobs, with all one's limitations, to serve something more important than ourselves, our, shortcomings, our limitations as human beings. That's a great opportunity. That's a great blessing. And I feel very fortunate for all the daggers drawn and difficulties, criticism, sanctions, convictions, warrants in absentia that we face, and the character assassination that I think I've been subjected to, the breach of due process. It's a heavy price, but I think I feel still honored that I've had this opportunity. I wish it wouldn't have happened, of course, and I hope things can be clarified by the Assembly of State Parties in just over 4 weeks' time.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, we thank you for this exclusive interview with Al Arabiya, and we thank you for your insight and your frankness. And we will be here at the United Nations to report on the outcome of the vote on the 24th of July.
Thank you, Talal. Thank you so much for having me, Talal, and please let me know what happens there if I'm not there myself.
If you say something enough, people tend to believe it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. President Donald Trump has said almost 40 times that the US has won the war, that a deal is done, or at the very least is imminent. As analysis of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran heats up, we ask, who's come out on top? Stay with us. Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, is coming up soon.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.